I'm okay with him giving more. I think he should step up and volunteer. Personally, I think he should do that if it's his kids and he's not splitting custody or anything like that. Yeah, absolutely, he should step up. You negotiated this. Yeah. This was you.
And now I'm asking him to step up.
Yeah, that's you coming back to the table after the table's been set.
He gets a raise. He gets a raise for inflation. Why don't I? This is my job. This is my job. He agreed to a salary.
He agreed to a salary, and he is able to say, but I'll walk. What can you do?
The economy is tanking, and we need another big wave.
Relax. A solution has been filling itself in triplicate.
You mean?
That is right. Divorce court. It is booming here. Look at this.
Judge, you have made $40 million in alimony rulings this month alone. It's like printing money.
That is right. These suckers will marry women thinking it is a lifetime vow. Blinded by their own biology, they don't realize it's a business, not love.
Judge, inflation is bad. The economy is tanking, and we need it.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the program. My name is Joker with a face, radio, and a voice. Why are all woke? All they did is mix. They made a fun, interesting, kind of sexy commercial with Sydney Sweeney. On the scale of 1 to 10 as far as offensiveness, it's about a 2. But of course, the outrage mob must have something to argue, yell about, be enraged about. If you ever want to understand most of these leftist woke women today, understand this one simple premise. They must be outraged about something. If everything was good in their life, if everything was fine, they wouldn't have anything to post content about. They wouldn't have anything to post commentary. They wouldn't have anything to be angry about. If they live to hate. Hate fuels them, much like Palpatine. Like, they must be outraged about something. From New York Post, Sydney Sweeney's American Eagle ad slammed as National Socialistic of German Workers propaganda by crazed woke mob over jeans/jeans fun. Again, they must have something to be enraged about. Before we get into the main story, very quickly, before I forget, make sure every YouTube video or content creator you interact with, because YouTube changed their terms of service so they can keep more of our power, as in you, the viewer, and we as the content creators. They've decided to find new ways to keep more our money for themselves. So now if you just watch a video, it doesn't really count for the content creator unless you're subscribed or you click upvote, downvote, or leave a comment. So go ahead and just dislike this video. I don't care. Just make sure to interact with it so we content creators can stay viable and keep competing against the shills forward. So if you haven't seen the Sydney Sweeney ad, here it is. It's very sad. Glory that nothing does, but again, the outrage mob must be mad about something.
I'm not here to try to find my favorite jeans, but I definitely won't say they're the most comfortable jeans I've ever worn, or that they make your butt look amazing. I'm not here to do that. But if you said that you want to buy the jeans, I'm not going to stop you. But just so we're clear, it's not me telling you to buy my favorite jeans.
Sydney Sweeney, that's very cheap.
And now there's two versions of this. This was one of them. The other was where she was working on a classic Mustang. And she's talking about jeans. And obviously, yes, it's a play on the word about having great jeans, because I think Sydney has a couple of assets that most men like, that they would say, yes, she was gifted with good genes. And because of this pun, now the left is saying it's like the National Socialistic of German Workers. Doesn't quite pan out the same because I'm not saying it in German. Anyway, it goes back to the guy with the mustache. Leftist TikTok is a full pitchfork and torch vote after new ad for American Eagle jeans featuring actress Sydney Sweeney using play on words, with some claiming it's full-on propaganda from the German Austrian guy. The ad features Sweeney, 27, clad in a pair of jeans, down a jacket, talking about her jeans/jeans. Their genes are passed down from parent to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye-color sheen tones in one of the spots. My genes are blue, she says, as she flashes her blue eyes. The clip went viral and posted by Sweeney's fan account, but then the account later went private following the backlash on Sunday, because of cowards, of course. This, by the way, is a dude. What you're seeing right on the screen right now is a dude who is, of course, with all the pronouns and the flags and everything else, complaining about it, saying that it is propaganda. Another longer ad used the same tagline. Anyway, they say what's in that. The play on the homophone of jeans and jeans was enough to trigger the woke mob, with many on the left interpreting it as a nod to eugenics, with some going so far as to call it outright the German propaganda. And she does show her belly in some of the shots. It's a cute ad. Like, I don't watch TV. I don't much care about ads. I've seen Sydney Sweeney without a stitch of clothing on in the movies, so I'm not really that intrigued by this commercial. The fact is, though, again, it's not about the commercial. It really isn't. It's about these woke weirdos that must be outraged at everything. It's what they live off. It is the fuel that keeps their fires burning. Because no matter how good everything is, they must play the victim card, or the I am being held down, or these other people are evil. The only thing that keeps them going is hate. It really is. I have a couple of the TikTok videos that will actually go over of these women breaking down their own mental sanity. But the response to American Eagle's outfitters, or whatever they're called, American Eagle, today they're up 6%, and after hours they were up 18.8%. People are trying to say, yes, thank you for returning to normalcy, thank you for returning to Americana and pretty women, big, buxom, beautiful women selling things and being slightly provocative. We like this. That is what the stock is signaling. But, of course, the women are all out there having melties because they have to. They just have to. This from Sassafras84. The liberals are having a total meltdown because Sydney Sweeney did an ad campaign for American Eagle. AE stock has since increased. Teenagers and women are flocking to buy. I don't know about that, but whatever. I'm just grateful they used an actual woman, not a man pretending to be a woman. AE for the win. Now, here's one of these wokies, and she's made her own art book and her own drawing to put on TikTok of what she feels is the representation of the ad. These people live for social validation. That's all they have left. They literally have nothing going on in their weird little lives, and so all they have is social validation.
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring.
Anyway, she does a reading of what Sydney said, and of course, you can see her flipping off the picture that she herself made. And this is the picture. Sydney Sweeney has great jeans. Jeans made with 100% white cotton. These jeans are so pure, all the other jeans should be set on fire. Said nobody in any ad. That was never said in any way, shape, or form. The mixed polyester jeans should be rounded up and exterminated. Said nobody ever. We at White American Eagle want one thing for the future, a place where one gene prevails. These people need hobbies. Well, actually, this is their hobby. Their hobby is making up their own little stories in their own little heads about things that were...
Visa has finally responded, and they are having a very bad time. There has been a massive backlash to the removal of certain video games. And as I looked at earlier, these video games did not stop with incest and it games like they said they would. They've also included games like mouthwashing as well. Mouthwashing is probably one of the best psychological horror narrative games that I've ever played. It is an amazing game. I would 100% recommend playing it. And they have no business and no reason to ban this at all. Finally, it's receiving pushback for this. I think people need to keep going until they totally change their perspective. And I think that more than that, people need to be contacting representatives and lawmakers to make sure that this type of cartel that they're running isn't possible. Imagine trying to buy a game on Steam only to find out it's banned. Not because it's illegal, but because Visa and MasterCard decided you can't buy it. Because they're trying to create their own pseudo-government. They want to decide what's illegal and what's not. Of thousands of games have been released from both Steam and itch.io, and it's hard to pressure from keeping its profits. It isn't just about controversial titles. It's affecting everything from small indie projects to services that otherwise equal games. It's a new reality where gamers no longer get to decide what they can buy. But gamers aren't just and nobody that is even related to a gamer is. A collective amount of annoying Karens are deciding if they live in Australia. So you're basically at the mercy of the 100 most annoying women in the world. Think about how terrifying that is. You are at their mercy as a video game player. There are reports of a mass campaign, Operation Fight Fire with Fire. Their goal? To bombard MasterCard and Visa with calls and emails, mirroring the tactics used by youth like collective show. This is what people have to do. You have to respond, and you have to play their game. Because we have to show these companies that these Karens are such a tiny, like, fucking microscopic minority of people that they don't represent the average customer. They don't represent the average person. They are an interest group that's trying to weaponize their viewpoints and create a false majority. Gamers need to rise up. Initially targeted Steam. Collective show claimed victory with around 1,000 emails, and gamers believe they collectively show much value. Simply let it out and have, and Visa knows, hey, the games we want to buy are legal. Let us spend their money. So, as gamers express their frustration, Visa has responded to multiple emails with what appears to be a copy-paste response. I've seen multiple different emails, but they all have the exact same reply. So let's see what Visa has to say about this. It's in sharing your perspective. As a global company, we follow the laws and regulations everywhere we do business. This sounds fair. Visa says they follow the law. Obviously, I think that any company has to follow the law. It doesn't matter what your TOS is. It doesn't matter what your company, mission statement is. It doesn't matter what your values are. If you want to do business in a country, you have to follow the laws of that country with no restrictions and no ifs, ands, or buts. There's literally no room for a company to say well, we're not going to follow the law because we don't want to. Of course not. Something individual that is a situation, and I would agree that it should be banned from but the things we are talking about are legal. Yes, is the problem. While we explicitly prohibit illegal activity on our network, we are deeply committed to protecting legal commerce. If a transaction is legal, our policy is to process the transaction. We do not make oral judgments on legal purchases made by consumers. We need one gamer congressman to pull Ace, the CEO or a representative of Visa, up and to have them say this on record, and then we need to look at this. Because I think that JD Vance, I don't know, man. JD Vance, he's already got the couch allegations. I don't know if he's going to go to bat for Clippers. I don't know if he's going to be our guy for that. Okay, because the whole social. This is a very strong statement. Visa claims they don't judge what people buy if it's legal, and if a purchase is legal, they process it. This sounds great. It's a lot. What you wouldn't see of the processors were their law. But if you haven't paid attention at all to the situation, you would know this is simply not true. From games to crypto, guns, anime, porn, even energy companies, and so much more. But back to Visa's statement. If they don't make moral judgments, what does that even mean? It means they claim they don't care if content is adult, violent, or controversial, as long as it's legal. They say their job isn't to decide what's right or wrong morally, but just to make sure one moves for legal product. That's so right. They're saying one thing, but then doing the exact opposite. It continues in the email. Visa does not moderate content sold by merchants, nor have visibility into the specific goods or services. Then why are they not on that shit in Japan? What's going on with that? When we process a transaction, this claim is also... That's crazy. Visa says they don't look at the content sold. Visa, MasterCard, which is done, so many businesses around the world, you can't actually expect them to go through every single one, to review and moderate everything. No, they don't do it ahead of time. They do it, but if people complain about it, they'll go back and do it. It's obvious. Also says they don't control when money moves. So if they don't see the content, how do they know if something is quote-unquote risky? Well, they rely on reports from banks themselves, complaints from the public, or even activist groups to flag a merchant as risky. So Visa won't look at every single game, but if a platform like Steam has a lot of content that's getting complaints, Visa
Well, how could something be risky? It's either illegal or it's not.
The entire platform.
What does risky even mean?
Which is how Collective Show were able to get Visa and MasterCard to listen to them. By painting Steam and itch.io as this very bad place, asking them to demonstrate corporate social responsibility, and immediately cease processing payments. But it continues in their email. When a legally operating merchant faces an elevated risk of illegal activity, we require enhanced safeguards for the bank supporting those merchants. The last part is key. Visa says if a store has a high risk of illegal activity, they make the banks working with that store take extra steps to be safe. But notice they don't say the content is illegal, just that
this is an abstract, amorphous, opaque statement that could mean any number of things. And it's intentionally vague so they can control the narrative and not have to define it. That's what they're doing.
there's a risk of it.
Obviously.
Visa claims that they do not make moral judgments on legal purchases and do not moderate content. But let's compare that to what Valve and itch.io actually said about the recent changes. In classic Valve fashion, they were quiet on the issue.
Yeah, they don't talk about
the only official information we have from them is the new rule change and an official worded response they gave out to multiple different journalists. In their response, Valve hinted heavily that payment processors were threatening to cut them off. They stated they had to retire certain games because losing payment methods would prevent customers from buying any time.
They also charge high risk rates for high chargeback rates too? Yeah. And so this is another thing that they hide behind. This is actually a really good point you're bringing up, because I know where this conversation is going to go, and I'm going to stop it before it even goes there. The idea that they're only doing it because this type of adult content has a high chargeback rate, how much do you want to bet if you did an investigation into what they were doing, you would find out that that's not true? I bet there are tons of things that have very high chargeback rates that they allow. So if chargeback rate is the only metric of decision-making, you would assume that there is a threshold that anything that reaches that chargeback rate threshold is then subject to these different rules. Is that the way that Visa operates? Probably not.
Titles on Steam. This made it clear that Steam was now at the mercy of these payment processors, despite Valve's usual hands-off approach to legal content. itch.io was even more direct. They flat out stated they changed their rules because payment companies threatened to block all payments on their platform.
Yep.
So if Visa isn't making moral judgments or moderating content, why were these threats happening over legal material? Is Visa...
Why would that happen? What a fucking mystery. Who knows? Nobody knows.
So implying Steam and itch.io are lying. Well, the answer is in one vague word: risk. Visa states they require enhanced safeguards when there is an elevated risk of illegal activity. But risk is a broad term. Often, it's not actually about illegal content, but about anything that might generate bad press or public protest.
Exactly. Brand risk.
This gives power to groups like Collective Show. They sent numerous emails, made phone calls, and ran public campaigns painting Steam.
It's like you can see how the double speak here is that we don't moderate the morality of stuff, but we do watch out for things that are brand risks. Well, yeah, but what happens whenever the brand risk happens because of the moral positioning of it? Well, I mean, you just it's a self-invalidating argument.
itch.io as risky
away with
places,
it? Yeah, they are.
urging these payment processors to cease business, which obviously led into them then pressuring Valve. These payment processors hold all this power because almost everyone uses their cards. So when they label a platform as risky, which often just means enough people complained, they can directly threaten that platform with losing access to their entire payment network. This also isn't just about Steam and itch.io either. We've seen similar problems in Japan, where businesses selling certain types of legal adult content have lost payment options from companies like Visa, often under the same risk.
Japan just needs to say, listen, if you want to do business here, you can't do this anymore. I don't know why they don't do that.
I mean, Visa and MasterCard will immediately capitulate, especially if they do it to one of them. Like, this is what I would do. If I was Japan, I would do it to only Visa and only MasterCard. So that way, it's like you either risk losing your entire market share here, or you have to follow the rules. And as soon as you get them to follow the rules, then you do it to the other one.
Umbrella. Even Visa's CEO in Japan has been vocally against.
I don't know why. Like, again, like, yeah, use Visa as an example. Yeah, this is a very easy problem to solve.
Content. This shows a clear pattern. Payment processors, despite their claims, directly influence what can be sold.
In order to change behavior, all you have to find out is why behavior occurs. If you can figure out why behavior occurs, you can change behavior. If you can't find out why a person is doing something, then you're fucked.
Decide a business is risky, even for legal content
control,
it can effectively shut down that business's ability to operate. So this email from Visa is a clear example of a big company saying one thing, while their actions and the statements of the platforms they work with show something completely different.
Yeah, they're lying.
Now, it's also important to remember, as this video did have a focus on Visa, there are other payment processors involved as
MasterCard and PayPal are also very big bad actors. There's been a number of guys that have tried to reach out to me. I don't know if I'm going to have them on the stream or talk to them at all. But, like, for example, one of the guys, I think the guy that runs, like, Kiwi Farms said that he had issues with this, too. And then I think Dick Masterson said that he had, it's actually, that's his name, I'm being serious, and said he had issues with this also. And I thought about maybe bringing them on. Like, obviously, like, I can't go as far to bring Nick on, right? But, like, we all know, if anybody knows anything about Nick, we know that he's been debanked as well. This is a massive issue.
There are some reports from people calling MasterCard that issues have escalated to a higher department, as they have been getting calls about this all week. Whether MasterCard's higher department actually does something is a different question that we will just have to wait to see.
Well, you just keep putting pressure on them until they do something. You have to understand that, like, their incentive is they're worried about brand damage. And the reason why they're worried about brand damage is they're worried about brand damage leading to a loss in revenue. So, how do you solve that problem? You solve that problem by creating a situation where they will lose revenue or their brand will be damaged if they don't do what you want. That's how you create an outcome, and you create an apparatus that can make them behave in a way that you want. It's pretty simple.
Behind-the-scene details of what happened between payment processors and Steam are unknown. One thing is clear. Visa claims of no moral judgments don't match reality. They use vague terms like risk to deflect responsibility while controlling what content is bought and sold. This situation...
Well, an elevated risk of illegal activity. What does that even mean? Like, I mean, for example, PayPal doesn't verify the reason why you're doing a transaction. I bet there's probably illegal PayPal transactions that happen constantly. And also, like, if the company is doing something that's illegal, then why aren't they getting arrested in the first place? Why is the company itself not getting arrested?
It makes one thing very clear. Payment companies like Visa and MasterCard have huge unchecked power.
They do.
They shouldn't be allowed to dictate what legal content can be bought or sold online simply by labeling it risky. Because
I think that if they want to do that, and they want to act like editors, then I think the government should hold them accountable for illegal transactions that happen on their platform. So if you want to take accountability for and control the transactions that are happening on your platform, sounds great. Okay, well, the next time there's an illegal transaction, you're going to get charged for it. And that would last for 1 hour. That'd be it.
It really is risky. This unchecked power must be challenged. Payment processors, with their monopoly on transactions, operate as essential services, like electricity or water. They should be forced to provide fair access to all legal purchases.
And you can see how this is happening more and more every single year, that you have people that have certain agendas or viewpoints or worldviews that try to take control of essential services, like payment processing or like ISPs or even like social media or any sort of banking, and they try to weaponize those things to fit their goals and their worldview. This is something that's been happening, and it's something that will always happen because people that desire power will go after power, and these things are powerful. So this is something that you have to always maintain vigilance with, because it will continue to happen indefinitely. For as long as there are people, this problem will exist. And the issue right now isn't that the problem is existing, it's that it's being allowed to continue to exist.
Something hopefully we see happen in the future. That's why collective action is so important. From calling and emailing Visa and MasterCard directly to supporting policies like the Fair Access to Banking Act, gamers are making their voices heard. They're now telling elected officials that these powerful companies are overstepping by blocking legal.
We need to make gamers the new political party. Fuck the America Party, fuck the Democrats, fuck the Republicans. We need the gamer party.
Purchases. There are petitions already with over 100,000 signatures.
All positions, all values, all campaign promises are in service of allowing people to stay home and sit on the computer and do whatever they want without getting fucked with. That is the dream, that is the vision, and everything works in service of that.
And I'm sure it will only grow as gamers start to realize how bad this problem really is. So what do you think about Visa's email? Do you think Steam and itch.io removed tens of thousands of games just because they wanted to, and then blamed it on payment processors for no reason?
Yeah, for sure. And by the way, if that's what happened, Visa and MasterCard should sue them.
Thing is clear. Gamers aren't accepting this response, and they want payment processors to stop deciding what content can be sold.
Mm-hmm. I totally fucking agree with this. This is the second video from what I don't know why I didn't subscribe to him the first time I saw his video. This is the second video he's made about this topic. I agree with it just as much as I agree with the first video. And there it is. Make sure to give him a like, right? And free market. It's not a free. See, the idea of a free market, that is a mirage. The first thing you do whenever you're in a free market is you close it. You immediately close the market. And I did this in Warcraft. Like, this is the reason, like, I used to be an anarcho-capitalist. Like, I used to think that any degree of capitalism, the market will solve every problem given a long enough timeline. After playing World of Warcraft and realizing the amount of ways that you could take advantage of people, I realized that that was a naive worldview. And the truth is that there are so many ways that when you have power, you can use that power to keep your power and to make it even more powerful. That's it. And so, that's things learned from WoW. Yes, well, because I saw it happen. Like, for example, this is a great example, is that back in, I don't know, Mr. Pandaria, I think, we would sell the Garrosh mount. And every time that a guild would kill Mythic Garrosh, I would message them, and I would say, or one of my friends would message them in our officer group, and we would say, congrats on killing the boss. I know you guys are going to be selling the mount soon. We're selling it for 800,000 gold. I think you should sell it for 800,000 gold too. That way we don't have to undercut each other. And every single person agreed. And also, I did the exact same thing in Classic WoW. In Classic WoW, there was one other person that had the Lionheart helm, like a pattern in order to make the Lionheart helm. And he and I just messaged each other, and we said, we're going to price fix at 100 gold commission tip. And we did. And we made thousands of gold off of it. Is that a free market? Fuck no, it's not a free market. So the entire fantasy of this, a free market can only exist because it is made to exist. You have to enforce a free market. A free market does not happen by default. The opposite of a free market happens by default, and then you have to make it free by regulation and legislation. That's what happens. And so this entire idea that people have with this, I think, is very, very off base. And so free market is free for companies, not for consumers. Yeah, everyone charged 100 gold for Lionheart helm crafting. Exactly. And the reason why is because nobody wanted to undercut anybody else, because we price fixed. And we did that intentionally, and we discussed it personally. We discussed it openly, personally, and directly. And that's really all there is to it. And that's what they were doing. And that's my point. Is that a free market? No, it's not. And so when a company behaves this way, like I learned it, this sounds crazy. I went to college. I have a business degree. I remember very clearly my marketing teacher saying a price war never helps anybody. And I thought to myself, well, what about the customer? And it was not even considered. Companies don't want to undercut each other because they don't want to lose money. That's the reason why. And so they don't, and also in a lot of cases, you don't need a formal conspiracy in order to effectively have a cartel. Like, you don't need a formal conspiracy when interests converge. I think that's what George Carlin said. I completely agree with this, right? And that's it. Let me see. I'll probably look at a few more of these over here, too. And they regularly fail, like OPEC. Yeah, it's called a loss leader. Walmart loves this strategy. Well, loss leaders, so that's another thing, too, is that's another form of, like, bully capitalism, is that you can sell something at a lower rate than somebody else to price them out of the market to make their product unviable for long enough that they can't maintain their business model, and then you can kill them in the free market, and that way you can maintain monopoly control. There's a lot of ways to do this. Amazon did that? Yeah, because Jeff Bezos is smart. That's the reason why. And it's dumping, it's illegal. Yeah, if you get caught, if they can prove it, which they can't, 99% of the time. And when they can prove it, Rockefeller, I don't think that's what he did. I think he just had vertical integration and he did other bad stuff, but I don't think he did that specifically. At least not in that way. But I could be wrong. I think that was a Vanderbilt thing, or was it Carnegie? Yeah, one or the other. I don't think that was Rockefeller. But I could be wrong about that. It's long, like 10 years ago history I learned. So I don't remember that exactly. And so anyway, it's happened to my company. Yeah, exactly, right? Rockefeller, maybe I'm wrong. I don't remember. But my point is that in order to have a free market, you have to have regulation. Because if you don't have regulation, you have regulation. And the regulation is decided by the companies that have the largest market share. So regulation is inevitable. It just depends on whether it's in the best interest of the customer or the companies that are controlling the market. That's it. That's my point. Robber barons and Standard Oil? Well, no. And again, what I find to be so funny is that all of the robber baron strats are the new crypto strats. Oh, just print more stocks. Just keep selling stocks and keep printing more of them. We already went through this in like 1820. We already went through this. So you're using fucking 1800 scams and they're working just as well. Yeah, I drink your milkshake. Exactly. It's insane. How does it happen?
So, Steve, break down what makes 2026 different than 2018.
Yeah, it's really interesting, Ryan, because when you look at the bottom line numbers, that's what you have on the screen right now, the balance of power in the House at 4 vacancies. Essentially, if these vacancies were filled, it would probably be 220 Republican seats, 215 Democratic seats. As thin a majority as you can get for Republicans, that means if Republicans take that majority into the midterms next year, they can afford a net loss of no more than 2 seats. And you know the history of midterms. The White House party almost always loses seats. You mentioned 2018 when Republicans lost 40 seats in Donald Trump's first midterm. So how could he actually be in a position where we're talking about, or at least potentially? Well, it's because the makeup of that Republican majority that got decimated in 2018 is very different from the makeup of the Republican majority right now. And that's what we want to show you right here. Republicans in 2018 were exposed.
That's the Democratic Party? Well, they just keep pushing weird identity politics. I think that until they can get away from identity politics and fringe social issues, and they address actual issues that people have, like housing, food, health care, child care, stuff like that, until they can start addressing those problems, nothing is going to change. Stop catering to the 5% 90-10 issues and stop making them stop doing pronouns. Stop talking about, trans stuff for kids.
Stop talking about LGBT children's books. Stop focusing on, how can we make sure that people that live in another country are able to live here. Get away from that.
All over the place. Check this out.
Stop talking about women, trans women competing in women's sports. All of these issues are just so divisive and they're so unpopular. And I don't know why they keep pushing them. And I think that the problem is that there has been a relentless level of purity testing that just makes the amount of people like this smaller and smaller and smaller. And I think that they've succeeded in doing that. They've alienated so many other people. No, I want them to, just because they don't talk in order doesn't mean they don't support those things. Well, what I'm saying is that that's basically what their problem is.
Republicans in 2018, in districts that had been carried by Hillary Clinton in the 2016 presidential election, anti-Trump districts, there were 25 of them in the 2018 midterms. There are only 3 Republicans right now representing districts that Donald Trump didn't carry in the last presidential election. How about the next one here?
I think they're fucked long term.
These sort of marginally pro-Trump districts, these are districts that Trump won by less than 7.5 points. There were 23 of these in 2018 midterms. There's almost a similar number now, 19, not quite as high. Yep. But we're highlighting these two groups because this is where Republicans suffer.
Corporations are taking over now, and everyone sees it. They can make a road in small business and have to change a lot. Yeah, I think so too. Why doesn't the left drop these issues? They must know that it hurts their electiveness. So the reason why they can't drop the issues is because there are enough people inside of the party that make the issues the main focus of the party. And people are afraid of addressing those issues and talking about it honestly, because then they get labeled all of the things that they've used that they've weaponized against people that are their enemies. And so basically, they don't want to get labeled a racist. Look at J.K. Rowling, for example. There have been other people look at Joe Rogan, for example. Joe Rogan is in a lot of cases a liberal, but he has a few opinions that are different about COVID and a couple of other things about women, not wanting to have trans women in sports, and now suddenly he's a racist Nazi. The issue is that the people that are still in the Democratic Party are afraid of being labeled like that. They're terrified of those labels. And because they're so afraid of those labels, they're not willing to speak out against it. And it's also because those labels have a lot of power. Those labels do negatively affect people, especially people that are in those spaces.
Almost all of their damage in the 2018 midterms. Of those 25 from anti-Trump districts in 2018, Republicans lost 22 of those seats.
That's a lot.
Of the 23 that were marginally pro-Trump, Republicans lost 2/3 of them. You can't see it because of the red on red there, but 15 of the 23. 22 and 15. 37 losses of seats by Republicans in these two categories in 2018. Yep. That's almost all of the losses that they suffered. It was a 40-seat defeat for them. And you can see right now, again, only 3 in anti-Trump districts, and a slightly smaller number, 19 in those marginally pro-Trump districts. You can play this out and look at the other types of districts here.
I don't think that they're going to win until they get away with that stuff, or they get farther away from it. And you want to know the other reason why I think that it's being pushed so hard? This is a conspiracy theory. I don't have a tinfoil hat. But I think that identity politics started growing and getting a lot more popular after Occupy Wall Street. And I think since then, the Democrat Party has become occupied by corporate interests in a capacity that it wasn't previously. It kind of it's not like it wasn't, but it got dialed up by 2 or 3 different orders of magnitude. And so now the Democrat Party is working with and operating in the best interest of companies like Nike, right? They even say oh, wow, do you remember back whenever Nike and these other companies that are using sweatshop labor, remember whenever they used to advertise on Twitter, as if advertising on Twitter is somehow a badge or a seal of approval? Why the fuck would you want a company? Why the fuck would you want the approval of a company that uses slaves to make their stuff? It's insane. But this is the way that these people think. And so what's happened is that the companies have used these social issues and their adherence to the social issues to misdirect, I think, a lot of Democrats that are well-meaning and well-intentioned into focusing on identity issues rather than actually focusing on economic issues. Because the identity issues don't put the companies at risk, but the economic issues do. So when BlackRock owns 1 million fucking houses in America, that's something that's a real big problem. But if they can keep the Democrats fixated on Trump wants to kill trans people, then they never think about the houses. And then also, if they focus on the trans issue, that's such a divisive issue, and it's also a losing divisive issue, that, guess what? It causes them to lose the housing issue too. Do you see what I'm saying? So basically what I'm saying is that identity politics were forcefully injected. This is a total conspiracy, by the way. I think identity politics were forcefully injected into Democrat talking points and Democrat culture after Occupy Wall Street by corporations in order to actively poison pill the entire movement, but at the same time render it ineffective of making any sort of economic change. That's total conspiracy theory. But that's what I think happened. Yep.
Were a couple of upsets in 2018 of Republicans in solidly pro-Trump districts, and then there were no Republican losses in this category, the Trump landslide districts in 2018. And look, the Republicans have fewer overall seats now, but there are more Republicans in truly safe Trump landslide districts. So if you're looking ahead to 2026 and what Republicans are trying to pull off right here, it would essentially be, look, can you really severely limit your loss in these two categories? This is where the damage was done in 18. If Republicans could hold the losses here to somewhere in, say, the mid-high single digits, that's where this topic now that's starting to get some attention of redistricting could come into play. Republicans.
That's whenever you change the rules. Now we're doing a little bit of bullshit, huh? Okay.
In two states in particular, Ohio and Texas, poised, it would appear, to do mid-decade redistricting here ahead of next year's congressional elections, midterm elections. And what could that mean? We'll take a look in Texas right now. The current House balance from the Texas delegation.
It's crazy how much of an obvious exploit this is, right? I mean, this is shocking to me.
It's 25-13 for the Republicans, and the current balance in Ohio is 10-5 for the Republicans. Now, the estimates vary. We don't know what Republicans are going to end up doing. All the sort of caveats you want on that, but 25-13 could, Dave Wasserman from Political Report, who knows this stuff well, said they could maximally get to 30-8 for Republicans, depending on how they do the math. 10-5 at its peak for Republicans, they could potentially redraw this to make it 13-2. So what would that be? That would be a gain, if both of those things happened, of 8 seats for Republicans. So
they're just literally changing the rules. The way that they do this, like, let me show you guys some of these districts that they do. Literally, worst examples of number one is gerrymandering. What the fuck is this? What the hell is going on? Oh my God. Not yet.
Get something in that ballpark out of Texas and out of Ohio, and you went back to what we just showed you right here. If they limit the damage here and offset it with Texas and Ohio,
the rules.
They could actually be in the game to hold on to their majority. Now, there's so many ifs here, Ryan, we're talking about.
If you're winning, that's great, but why don't you change the rules and win by even more?
We don't know what the political climate's going to be like in the fall of 18. If it's a truly, a hostile political
They're taking it from 25-3.
Environment for Trump, no amount of map redrawing can probably undo that damage. There's even talk for Democrats now of trying to counter this in redistricting in some blue states as well. But bottom line, When Republicans look at that,
Am I taking a pro-gerrymandering stance?
No, I think this entire thing is a scam. I think it's very obvious that it's bad. Gerrymandering's bad. I think that it's bad. It's being done in bad faith. It's being done in bad faith to disenfranchise groups of people and make their votes count for less because you're diluting them across multiple different areas.
2018 and throw in those potential redraws in Ohio and Texas, the math does start to get potentially interesting.
Yeah, they're not going to because they won't benefit.
At some point, they'll just vote, Steve, and then we'll know the answer, right? And it'll get to that point somewhere down the road.
Well, I don't know about that.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, I don't know about. So, do you think they're going to vote? I mean, guys, jeez. Oh, I don't know about that one. And so, yeah, this is how it works.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being with us today. It is truly my honor to have with us today our Attorney General, James Uffmeyer. I knew him from our work together when he was the Chief of Staff for Governor DeSantis. And I can tell you clearly and unequivocally, when it comes to someone who is always going to do the right thing, who's going to stand in the gap between good and evil, who's going to make sure that right prevails, it's our Attorney General, General Uffmeyer. I know him as James. He's going to give us a lot of details today, but I'm also joined today with Kelly Yona, who is with the statewide prosecutors, Whitney Mackey, with the statewide prosecutor. Eli Lawson is the assistant commissioner from FDLE. He's going to speak as soon as I give the 30,000-foot overview. You know, this was a very interesting investigation that, quite frankly, started relatively simple. It started when an online banking detective, Synchrony, came to Polk County because all of a sudden he noticed that there's a new account that pops up and immediately $250,000 placed in this account. So he begins an investigation on behalf of the bank, does a remarkable job, and then notifies the sheriff's office. When he notified the sheriff's office, we determined that there, and I'll give you the details in a minute, but a guy by the name of Navarez was the one that opened this account. And then from that, the investigations went on, and we determined, my goodness, it's bigger, and it's bigger, and it's bigger. Ultimately, we served 18 search warrants with the help of and the direction of our statewide prosecutor. We also obtained subpoenas from several banks. And here's what we know. Let me give you the lineage, okay? This Antonio Penn, all right? He was the guy that was stealing the data from the M&T Bank, which is a banking group out of the Northeast United States. But his assignment at the bank didn't allow him access. He was a 5-year employee. So what did he do? He went to two of his associates, Barbara Frazee and Kamala Schaefer. Both of them had 35 plus years. And they were either giving him access to the bank data or giving him the code so that he could access the bank data. Then what he would do is once he obtained this data, and I'll go into detail of that later on, he would send it to, we call him Oki Akushi. And Oki Akushi then would put it online with Telegram. When it went online with Telegram, people from around the world would purchase this information, and then subsequently they could set up accounts. All of the people we're talking about today, other than the tellers that provided access, had multiple accounts, some of them up to 20 or 30 accounts. And then they would buy the data offline and steal from the people. So what did General Uffmeyer's team stop with our detectives and FDLE's detectives and other law enforcement agencies? What we stopped was an $8.8 million fraud and theft ring. Then Rashado Durant there, he would also buy data, and Hassan Phillips, Michael Navarez, and Kevin Clayton, wouldn't you know it, he's here illegally, were three of the players. They were the three players we identified. And then they would push money back upstream. But understand, Durant, Phillips, Navarez, and Clayton, who we're going to talk more about in a few minutes, are only four of what we know of hundreds of people that stole data. The irony of it is Antonio Penn and Oki, even though they masterminded the theft of all of this money through wire transfers, they only profited about $70,000 or $80,000, and they're all broke today. So when I introduce you to these folks, it's important that you know that there's always some color to them. Antonio knew Oki because they played college football together at West Virginia. That's where they met. All of our associates knew each other. Antonio Penn liked to be known as Showtime Penn. He targeted the elderly. He called them dead-end accounts. And the general's going to speak more about that in a minute. But Oki, now, Penn's in Maryland. Oki's in Missouri. He is the one that actually sold online the account data. And then from there, we know that none of this would have happened if Barbara and Kamala didn't provide access to Penn.
Except for the firms that are making a ton of money.
These guys understand what's interesting about them is Hassan Phillips met Durant playing games online, computer games. He bought the data. All of them bought data. All of these had multiple accounts. This guy claimed to, at one time, work legitimately as a solar power panel retailer. Michael Navarez worked for Ring Power in Lakeland. Durant confessed. When we told him he was charged with RICO, he says, hey, I thought only rappers got charged with RICO. And at the end of the day, the important part is that because of the great work of our detectives and the statewide prosecutor, this entire complicated ring was brought down. So we have focused from Missouri to the northeast of Maryland to Florida. There are still hundreds of suspects out there that are not in custody that we'd love to have in custody. So with that, I want to close with a statement about Telegram. This went from Teller to Telegram. Telegram is a platform that is operated out of Dubai. The CEO, Pavel Durov, was arrested in 2024 by France because he was involved in criminal enterprises online. Up until that time, they would not release any subscriber data at all, but a simple arrest by France got them to start to cooperate. But they market online that there's end-to-end encryption, and they have a secret check. That's why all of this can take place. New York Times calls Telegram the playground of criminals. So you have Telegram and Telecrypt. And now we're telling everybody there's telejail in Polk County. So these Maryland, West Virginia, Missouri people went from telegram, telecode to telejail. It was their choice. Now I'm going to turn this over to the General for him to give us the details of the miraculous work by his team.
Thanks, Sheriff. Sounds like you're telling me I need to investigate telegrams. So we'll see what we can do. We love our seniors here in Florida. We protect our seniors. You've got to be a pretty weak and pathetic person to want to cheat and scam our seniors and their hard-earned retirement. But that's not going to fly in Florida. Our statewide prosecutors will nail people to the wall with every charge we have if you want to come after our seniors. So it's an honor to be here today. Thanks to Sheriff Judd and the Polk County Sheriff's Office for allowing us to be here for this announcement. I say every single week, we have the best sheriffs in the country, best law enforcement in the country. That's why people now know that Florida is the rule of law state, and families continue to flock here because they want to raise a family in the safest state, and that's what we continue to strive to be every day here in Florida. Today's announcement is but another example that crime does not pay here in Florida. If you want to come down here, if you want to mess around, if you want to get into trouble, if you want to victimize our citizens, we will hold you accountable every single day. Here you've got an example, 8 people that wanted to take advantage of seniors. They'll be facing charges, several felony charges ranging from racketeering to grand theft, to organized fraud, and others. The more we continue to investigate, the more offenders that we find out there, this network will grow, and we will continue to ramp up the charges. But let this be an example. If you want to take advantage of our seniors, you will pay the price. I do want to thank our Crime Fraud Enforcement Unit. Today we see bad actors continuing to use technology and creative means to scam people, and it takes a lot of hard work to stay ahead of them. But this fraud unit has been very effective in working with law enforcement and properly using our own technology and our own financial education to be able to identify the problems, to identify the bad actors, to see the irregularities, and ultimately connect the dots and hold the bad actors accountable. So I want to thank that unit. Sheriff Judd will be here. The statewide prosecutors will ensure that these wrongdoers face justice. Anything your office needs, will always be here to help. We believe in the rule of law. We will continue to chase people down, and we will put people behind bars that need to be there. Thank you.
Sheriff Judd, it's an honor to be here. My name is Eli Watson, Florida Department of Law Enforcement. As you've seen, this case has a high level of sophistication. Sophisticated criminal schemes require a sophisticated investigative team. We at FTLE were proud to be a part of that team, along with the Sheriff's Office and the Attorney General's Office. Our cyber fraud analysts are experts in tracking money and digging into volumes of technical data to prove the evidence needed in cases just like this. And the work does not stop now. We're committed in this case through prosecution to see that these men and women are brought to justice in this case and other similar cases. Once again, I want to say thank you to Sheriff Judd, Attorney General Whitmire, for their partnership. This partnership continues on a variety of cases, and I want the public to know that we stand together, not just for the public safety and their physical safety, but also their financial security as well. So thank you again. Pleasure to be here.
As I close out today, I want to point out this chart here. You notice money? That's elderly victims of money. That's elderly victims of money that they stole. They're pretty happy about that. We wipe that grin off their face now. You see them in the county jail. They're not so happy anymore. But once again, who did they target? The seniors. Those that are most vulnerable. I share with everyone that most of our banks have robust systems in place to protect your data. But it depends on people who work at the bank. And Our banking systems have a lot of redundancies, but it's important when you open an account or when you have a banking account, make sure that you work with those at the bank. So you ask questions such as, if somebody needs to access my account, do you have a trail? Can you tell who looked at my money? Can you tell who looked at my identifiers? Can you tell who looked at my personal data? And what do you do to check and balance that to make sure it doesn't get away? Now, the good news is, and I want to brag on M&T Bank and the collateral banks, when they got into this, they immediately made sure that their clients were held whole. But at some points in time, they were even in a money clawing contest with the bad guys because the money had gotten moved, and then at some point in time, some of the security measures kicked in, and then the banks were trying to get the money back. The bad guys were trying to get it out of the accounts and move it to other accounts. This is all a sophisticated online banking process. I applaud our banks for the work that they do. I do want to challenge the banks, though. When it takes us 30, 60, 90 days to get a subpoena, that's 30, 60, or 90 days. The crooks are ahead of us. You need to step that up, by the way, so that we can get banking data in days, not weeks or months. That's why this investigation lasted approximately 2 years, because it was complex, it had tentacles, and we know there's a lot more tentacles. So I applaud the banks, M&T. I applaud those at Synchrony, which is an online bank, and all the others have cooperated with us. However, as customers and consumers, before you open an account, before you trust folks with your money, you're also helping the bank out and say, hey, what are you doing to protect my money? All right? With that, are there any questions? That's the same question that we're still asking, because we don't see evidence that they got any big money. The two principal sources together only had about 4 brain cells, because they diverted like $8 million, and they only made between 60 and 70,000. They didn't even know how to monetize the money that was being wired out at their behest. So, when you've got Antonio Penn with 2 brain cells, and he said, I needed some backup, so he got Oki with 2 more brain cells. I guess when they played football, the brains got scrambled in those helmets or something, I don't know. But they managed to steal a lot of money because these 2 tellers kept giving this guy access. It should have been a clue to them. Like, he doesn't have access to this data. Why does he keep asking me for it? Let me let the general explain racketeering charges, because she knows it in much more detail, but I can tell you it's strong business.
Yeah, when you've got a network and you've got an organized crime outfit, it allows us to bring a heavier punch. So here you clearly have a network. You had 8 different individuals, offenders, that were stealing from victims, ranging over 230 victims from multiple states. So this allows us to bring in the racketeering organized network, which just leads to more jail time.
At this point in the investigation, the statewide prosecutors in charge of the case feel that we need additional information, because she was not as active as Frizzy was. She didn't have a racketeering charge. That's why she had a lower bond. She's the only one out of jail. I mean, you've got to understand that this is culture shock. Old Barb here, that's in the county jail, doesn't even have a criminal record, and she's cooling her heels up there in West Virginia, and all of a sudden she gets arrested and she's going to the county jail in Polk County. and she's never been in jail, and she's locked up deep in the jail, and is going to go to state prison, as she should, because she is the one, according and with Kamala's son, they are the ones that provided Penn to have access to this personal banking data to allow the wire transfers. But she, it's culture shock when you go from not being arrested and caught before, even though she had done this for years, to now she's locked up. She's standing in line for the food every day at like 4:30 in the morning when we feed breakfast. They worked together. All three of them worked at the M&T Bank, and that's how they met. Penn had been there about 5 years. I think Barbara had been there like 38, and Bella like 35 years. And once again, Oki and Penn had 2 brain cells apiece. Barbara and Kamala, how many brain cells do you have? Let's see, 2 minus 1 means 1. So I'm given access to data. And he screenshot it. It's like, it's unbelievable. So that goes to show if you've got a rogue employee in your banking system, they can create havoc. But I can tell you that there were sophisticated systems, and M&T Bank helped us trace all of this and their cooperation was remarkable. Synchrony is the first ones to discover that. It's an online banking service. Well, M&T, when first off, the data was just looked at on a screen, right? And there would be a $1,000 transfer to a $300,000 transfer. If you looked at the 230 victims, I think it averaged $37,000. Well, when you're moving millions upon millions or billions of dollars through a large banking system every day, this is small stuff. And when you do it intermittently with no specific pattern, it makes it a little more difficult to catch. He does now. Listen, folks, ICE is doing the best that they can. But when that border was wide open for 4 years, they're in here by the millions. We can't get to everybody. However, Clayton liked it here. He was here legally at first, and then all of that expired. But he doesn't need to think he's going to see the sunny beaches of Jamaica anytime soon.
He won a scholarship to Alligator Alcatraz. He won a scholarship to Alligator Alcatraz.
So he's going to be locked up for some serious felony charges, and then he can go back to Jamaica. But we're not going to let him out from under this serious criminal charge at the state level. James and his team are going to wear him out. Okay. God bless you all. Take care. Talk to you soon. An unbelievable operation. This operation was only possible because of remarkable work by a lot of professionals. I'm excited today. As you can see, a lot of people fooled around and found out. And I want to start for just a couple of minutes and go down the list because this is very important. I want to make sure that we recognize, for example, our NGOs. One More Child and Heartland for Children, and you'll hear from them in a few minutes. Heartland for Children is contracted to DCF. Because when we do these human trafficking operations, we make sure that we're able to begin services immediately as soon as we discover them. So we couldn't do these at the quality and the level we do without them. There's been a change of administration, I don't know if you noticed, in the White House. And now we are allowed to have ICE with us. ICE was embedded with us for the first time. Now there's two groups of ICE that you'll see and hear from, HSI and the ERO side. Then, as you see in front of you here, my colleagues from around the state and around the country, we have a National Innovation Academy. They were also embedded. It's part of their training curriculum. We have an 8-week program, and it is a high-end program for those who are in leadership positions in law enforcement agencies around the country. And it's important that we give them some real-world, hands-on technology experience. We appreciate them being there. And by the way, if you do not send people to this NIA, this National Innovation Academy, you're just not as cool as you could be. I just want to add that, okay? For the first time, our Sheriff's Artificial Intelligence Laboratory helped set up the infrastructure for this. It's the first of a kind. For those of you who are local know that we spoke about artificial intelligence and starting the cell unit not so long ago. And I do want to add, we partner with the Polytechnic. They give out 3 major awards, and we are excited that our students assigned to us as a capstone course embedded in our cell unit won 2 of the 3 top awards. The other one was won by NASA, so I thought they were in pretty good company with that. Chris Hansen from True Blue was with us on our Predator side of the operation, and I'll talk more about that. Angie Morchie for Sinclair Broadcast, which has 90 television stations, was also embedded with us, and you may recognize her from Spotlight on America. So why do I talk about all of that? Because it's the partnerships and the relationships and the trust that make successful operations occur. That is foreign to some law enforcement agencies in some parts of the nation, but it's not foreign to us here. It's how we've done business for a very long time. I'm going to go through real quick. You've already heard from one more child. There's going to be 2 speakers, Jody DeMangi and Stacy Ham will speak with us. The Hardy County Sheriff's Office is here with Ben Crawford. Osceola participated with Sheriff Lopez. ICE, David Gritty, who is the Assistant Field Office Director, is going to speak. DCF is here with Amanda Wilson. The Attorney General's Office is here, and Rita Peters is going to speak. She, by the way, I like to brag on Miss Peters. That's her professional name. We call her Rico Rita around here. If you're involved in an organized criminal enterprise and she hasn't prosecuted you yet, she will. Just wait. Homeland Security, Tom Fowler, Haines City PD, Zephyr Hills PD, Chief Derek Brewer. Haines City PD was Chief Hopwood, Lake Alfred PD, Chief Bodenheimer. Lake County Sheriff's Office, Captain Ron Patton. Lake Wells PD, Captain Stephanie Cook. Bartow PD, Captain Bill Stevens. Davenport PD, Captain Don King. Auburndale PD, Lieutenant Skinner. Now the other agencies that aren't here that also participated, the U.S. Army CID, Pasco Sheriff's Office, Hillsborough Sheriff's Office, Claremont Police Department, Marion Sheriff's Office, Winter Haven Police Department, Tampa Police Department, Pinellas Police Department, and obviously our State Attorney's Office, Brian Haas, who is the absolute very best. Now, I'm going to go off script here for just a second, because whenever we do these operations, there's a mastermind behind it that you never see. Well, our mastermind's about to retire. Bobby, come stand up here for a minute. Lieutenant Bobby Kirkpatrick is simply the very best. So when you see this operation today, I want you to know that the silent genius behind all this is this man right here. He's been with us an entire career, and retirement time's come. We're not going to let him stay retired long. We're going to bring him back doing something somewhere. But I want you to see all of this magic and know that it doesn't just happen. He coordinated it all, from those that made the undercover operations to all of the infrastructure, except for the posters and stuff. And the magic of this room today, obviously, is Director Scott Wilder. Bobby, thank you for your crew.
Thank you, Sheriff. I'm very
You're the best, okay? All right. So the important thing to remember with this operation, there were three components. There was a human trafficking component, a child predator component, and an illegal immigration component. We arrested 255 people in 9 days. 141 johns, 93 prostitutes, 10 others that drove for proceeds, and etc. We had people coming from 12 different states to be arrested in Polk County, Florida. Obviously, they must live under a rock, but now they live in the county jail. They also came from Puerto Rico. We arrested a huge number of child predators, 11. What's important about this is arresting child predators is very difficult. It takes a talented group of folks. You're going to hear more about these child predators because they're the most despicable. And I can tell you that if we didn't make any of these arrests and only had one child predator we took out of circulation, all of the resources would have been worth it. Illegal immigration, as you know, is on everyone's mind, and you can watch the evening news depending on what you watch, what you want to hear. But I can tell you that about 15% of all of our arrests in the human trafficking operation and our predator operation, about 15% were here illegally in this country. You'll hear more in a minute. They came from Venezuela, Cuba, Honduras, Mexico, Haiti, Colombia, Guatemala. 22 of these folks were receiving government assistance. That's right. We work, we all work, we pay taxes, and then that tax money was given to these folks to use to come commit crime. I want you to think about that the next time you look at your pay stub and see your money going out to the federal government. Know that the federal government is giving money to these folks so that they don't have to work and can come here and violate the law. The youngest we arrested was 17, the oldest was 70. Our folks stand in the gap between good and evil. They took 8 firearms during this operation from 8 different suspects. 25 people were charged with narcotics. We filed 386 new charges, 102 felonies, 284 misdemeanors. Now there's always some that say, oh, it's low level, you know, it's consenting partners, and yada, and once you get over that, understand these folks had as many as 919 previous criminal charges. One guy, we'll discuss, had 2 murder charges. And by the way, he's spent a long time in prison, but he got out just in time to fool around and find out. You'll see occupations from military, 1 active Navy, 13 veterans, a medical doctor, a retired NFL player, engineers, insurance brokers and agents, regional vice president of a timeshare, Walmart store manager, party planner, IT database, IT software engineer, an IT guy that works in a technology area at an international airport. Now, that gives me comfort. IT database guy for the federal government. Crane operators, business owners, and in the medical field, RN, CNA, medical techs. We had a lot of different people from a lot of walks of life here. But you can see how remarkable this operation is. And I am going to go over in just a few minutes some of the things that you just can't believe. Now I'm going to start with the predators. They're the ones that obviously worry me the absolute most. I'm going to go through these quickly because we have several of them. This is Arthur Denard. He's a registered sex offender already out of Tampa. And he's registered because he had sex with a minor in 2007. He's been to prison on 2 different occasions, and he's out. We've said it over and over. If the sex predator is out, he's dangerous. And he came here thinking he was going to have sex with a 15-year-old child. In fact, he didn't actually travel. He just talked online. And Tampa Police, one of our colleagues in this operation, picked him up. And he told this 15-year-old child, I want to put a baby in you. Well, we put a gel in him. So there you go. Then there's Eric Corliss. Eric Corliss is a regional executive for Red Cross Disaster Relief. Think about this. Red Cross does marvelous, beautiful work, and we're so proud of them. But this guy has embarrassed himself and embarrassed his family and embarrassed the Red Cross. He's a big boss. He's an Army veteran. He's married. He was, are you ready for this? Get a grip. He was married to a law enforcement officer, a supervisor in Hillsborough County. That's right. He left his phone at home. So his wife, I'm sure a trained detective, wouldn't know where he was. When she heard about it, she's absolutely mortified, and she packed up and left, and she said, sayonara, I'm taking the kids and leaving. This didn't appear to be the first time. He was experienced in what he did. And he also went to great lengths to try to hide his identity when he was online. But think about this. A professional man with the Red Cross married to a professional lady, and he took advantage of her, embarrassed her and the children, and he went to jail. Then there's Vern Cunningham. He's 26. He's an illegal alien. Our ICE partners put a hold on him. He came for sex with a 15-year-old female. He brought cookies. Wasn't that nice? You know, I mean, after all, she's a child. She may want a cookie. You know, where's the milk? You know what I'm saying? But he wanted to bargain. I'll pay half up front and half after it's over. And when we arrested him, we asked this guy, well, why did you do this? He said, well, curiosity killed the cat. You're going to have the cat people on you now. So Gregory Cooper's from Wesley Chapel. He's married for 31 years. He's got 2 adult daughters. He was in the Air Force for 20 years. He had a top secret clearance. That's interesting. He came thinking he was going to have sex with a 14-year-old male. And since it's a kid, he goes, what might he like? I'll take him an orange soda and some fruit gummies. Was that before or after? You know, I'm just saying. He's a regional manager for Enzer Roller in Lakeland. At least he was. He was very nasty and very graphic with what he said and did. They're in prison. County jail, actually, now. Prison's where we're going to do our best to send them. Nicholas Capart's 46 from Riverview. He's married. He's got 2 children. He spent 10 years in the Marines, and he wanted to have sex with a 14-year-old girl. And he said, hey, if this goes well, I'll permanently make you my girlfriend. His chat was remarkably nasty as well. Then there's Domingo Francisco Miguel. He's married with 3 children. He has a legal green card. However, upon his conviction, ICE has agreed to relook at him because he's not a U.S. citizen, but he has a green card to be here. He traveled to have sex with a 15-year-old girl. He told his boss, now he lied to his boss too, by the way, I just thought I'd share that with you, that he needed to go get some medicine. I guess he didn't realize that his medicine that he'll get will like be at the county jail. But he was a jolly old soul. He said, you know, when I get out of this, I'd like to be a detective. I really would. He said, I like your work. I don't know if he's trying to, you know, grease us up or if he's just a nut job. Doesn't make any difference. He's going to the county jail. Aston Mack, he's 35 from Deltona. He wanted sex with a 15-year-old girl. He ran from us. Can you believe that? That wasn't nice, but he did. He thought he was talking up a deal with a family member. Well, I'll pay you and I have sex with a child. What? What are you thinking? Now, he worked for the Opportunity Community Ability Group, OCA, in Orange County. And that's a group that helps special needs children. They say he never had any contact by himself with the children. Mostly he was admin support. But I want to brag on OCA the second that we notified them. They terminated him. They were totally cooperative. They were mortified. They were glad that we found him and arrested him. But he's in jail, charged with human trafficking. Matthew Klein is 48. He's a receptionist at Guard Law Legal Group in Lakeland. He shouldn't have to go far to find an attorney to represent him. He wanted to have sex with a 14-year-old male. He thought the child was home alone. He admitted that he had had sex before with children. That's still under investigation. He was also looking for children on 2 different apps. We found him really working hard to find children. He traveled, and he, by the way, neglected to tell us in our undercover capacity that, oh, by the way, when I have sex with you, I'm HIV positive, which that is a criminal violation of law in the state of Florida, not to notify your partner that you are HIV positive. But there are several things before I go on to the others that I think you should know, because these people are unbelievable. I picked out a few of their quotes I thought I'd share with you. You'll get a 10-star rating for customer service. This is really awesome. Not for me, but for y'all. Oh, by the way, can I do my volunteer time with you guys? Go. This guy said I had the option of going to church or coming here. I picked here. So, wrong choice. He had a chance to be in church talking with Jesus, worshiping, doing what's right. Instead, he wanted to be on his knees in a brothel. I don't understand. Just thinking out loud. Altar, brothel, altar, brothel. This guy was a realist. Well, this is God's sign not to do this. He thought that was a bad idea. And just thinking, God spoke directly to him. It's amazing how God comes in clear focus when you're under arrest. I used to always say, Jesus lives in the county jail because everybody I took there found him. So this guy says, oh, we're in Polk County? My friend was just arrested here last night. You got to be kidding me. Now, I'm going to start to introduce you to some of these morons. But here's the one that I think is just super cool. This is like mother, like daughter. So we're talking to a mom. She's 48, Sherry Pena. She's on public assistance. She's living at a VB shelter in Central Florida. She drove her daughter, Haley Pena, 23, to have sex. When we asked her, you're a mother to this young lady? What are you thinking? She said, oh, wait a minute. I just thought I was taking her to buy drugs. Oh, that's better. You're taking her to her drug dealer, right? So anyway, the mother and daughter were also arrested in 2024 for battery over a 65 years of age person. She's arrested. Did I tell you, she's on felony probation already. Yep. That's right. She's on felony probation. So that's just a little color there, but let's get to the stack and go through real quickly, and then we'll turn it over to our colleagues here of some other things. Let me get this out of the way. All right, I'm going to go through these. How about Jason Bathurst's report, 43 from Davenport. This is our human trafficking and prostitution folks. He's charged with offering to commit. This Jason Bathurst. okay? When he walks in, you think, well, I have set up a deal with an ugly woman. And I think you would all agree that this guy's an ugly woman, right? This is what you really get when the makeup comes off. This is Jason Battles. Now I want you to think about this a minute, okay? You decide that you're going to hook up with a woman. She comes in, and she's already uglier than a mud fence, right? And then, as you start to engage, you find out, hey, this dudette is a dude, and look what he really looks like. Yeah, he looks like he should have been in a Scarface movie someplace. I don't know. This is what's happening. People think they're getting this, and many times they're getting a really bad guy. So this is the before and after, you know. When you find them in the bar at night, you know, you try to drink it pretty, and you wake up the next morning and you see this. Yeah, that's what we call Rolex ugly. Rolex ugly is you wake up the next morning and they're laying on your arm and your Rolex is there and you just chew your arm off and leave the Rolex. You just got to get out of here. You don't care about the Rolex. But that's the kind of people we're going to talk about today. Then there's a Darius Taylor. He's 34. He played at Lake Gibson High School football. Went on to have an outstanding career in the NFL. He played for the Carolina Panthers, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Cleveland Browns, and he was a linebacker. But listen, the dude made a lot of mistakes. He not only brought his 6-year-old child to the operation, but he left his 6-year-old child in the car when he went to do the operation. The 6-year-old child has a lot of medical issues, and he left this child alone that should have never been left alone because of medical conditions. DCF was on site, took possession of the child immediately, found mom. Mom came and got the child. The child is doing fine. This guy here, you know, obviously he must have hit one too many people as a linebacker because his brain cells are scrambled. He shouldn't have shown up in the first place to believe that child, my goodness. So he picked up a child neglect charge along with everything else. Then there's David Michael, he's 35. He's a medical doctor for Orlando Health. He showed up. He's got dual citizenship. He's also from the country of Egypt. And he decided, hey, you know, I'm not saving any lives or making people feel better tonight, so I'll go make sure I feel better by going to this house of ill repute. It turned out being law enforcement officers from all over Central Florida doing what's right. Then there's Namish Patel. Namish is 53. He's an event planner. He didn't plan on this event, but he is an event planner. He's on public assistance. Yeah. We asked him, dude, what are you doing here? So, you know, my wife's been treated for cancer at Moffitt. Well, number one, if you have cancer, there's not a better place, any place, than Moffitt, okay? Highly recommend that. But since she's being treated, I thought I'd just show up here. You got to be kidding me. You're not home taking care of your wife, somebody who's done everything for you. You're out scally-dogging around, and your wife's sick. Nasty people. Then there's Patrick Day. He's 40. He's from Newport Richey. He's married. And he owns Dang Good Sushi in Trinity, Florida. Yeah. He came for a dang good time, but it didn't work out that way. Next time you go there to get sushi, you may want to make sure that he's wearing gloves or washed his hands. And by the way, I had some law enforcement officers that have been in his restaurant, so it was pretty good sushi. Alphonse Bua, 37. He's an IT tech for Paragon Systems, and he's contracted by the federal government. He's married. He's an 8-year Army vet. His wife thought he was at the gym. Well, he was going to do some exercise, I got to admit that, until he found out it was us. So we asked him, okay, why did you do this? Well, you know, my wife's indisposed this week, so I just thought I'd come down here for some stress relief. Well, his wife ain't happy. Just thought I'd add that. And he went to jail. Then there's Jonathan Epstein, who's 38. He's a Walmart manager. Now, he came and he said, oh, I'll pay extra because I don't want to wear any protection. Well, that's just dandy, you know. I guess next time you go to Walmart, you know, and he greets you, hi, I'm here. You know, you can say, do you have any protection? Ahmad Ansat, 22, he's a registered nurse from Tampa General. And Tampa General, by the way, I didn't come here to advertise all these wonderful places, and they're professional places. Tampa General, if you get very sick or have a significant injury, you want to make your way to Tampa General. It's top of the line. Not so with him, but the rest of it. Isaac Torado de Jesus is 28. He's unemployed. Now, he's going to spend money, understand, but he's unemployed. Okay? You go, well, his wife at that moment in time is working at Lakeland Regional Health. She's 8 months pregnant, working while he is spending money because he's unemployed, right? Spending her money on prostitutes. When we asked him why, he said, I had a lot of spare time. Okay. I don't even know how to explain that. Then there's Arthur Lark II, 54 from Haines City. He's married. He was charged with soliciting sex. But this guy is, instead of doing minor crimes and working up, he did major crimes and is working down. He was first arrested in Orange County in 1990 during a drug thief. He shot at his person he was fussing with and missed and hit and killed a 16-year-old boy. An innocent person he killed. Now, while he's in jail and they're doing an investigation jail in prison, they determined that he had also committed a 1989 murder. And in that one, he and some friends were trying to steal a vehicle. A neighbor came home and said, hey, they're stealing my neighbor's vehicle. So he confronted him. Lark pulled a gun out. The neighbor says, ooh, this is all the good news I can stand. And one day he turns and runs. Lark chases him down and kills him for trying to be a good neighbor. He did 26 years in prison. That sounds significant, but it's only 13 years for each murder, and one is an innocent kid that he missed and hit, and the other is a neighbor that was trying to help, and now he's out and involved again. And then there's Robert Burnett. He's 30. He's works in IT for the St. Pete Clearwater International Airport. He's married as well. The detective said he cried a lot and he peed his pants. I understand that. I'm married to an Arbordale girl. I would think this is the end of my life because if I go home, she's just going to kill me. I don't think that happened to him. At least there's no death reports yet, but he did go to jail. That's just a snapshot. They all have a story. We just picked those out. Now, I want you to hear from some of our subject matter experts that worked with us today. We'll start with Jody and Stacy from One More Child. Jody?
Thank you, Sheriff. Good morning. My name is Jody Domingue. I am the Acting Chief Operating Officer at One More Child. One More Child has been providing services to vulnerable children and struggling families for over 120 years. This includes advocacy and direct care service to survivors of human trafficking throughout Florida, North Carolina, Tennessee, Ohio, and several countries around the world. The Polk County Sheriff's Office still remains one of our closest partnerships, and I would like to congratulate them on another successful operation. Once again, we were able to join them at Ground Zero every night, providing opportunities of hope and a future by those who are impacted by sexual exploitation. Because of our incredible partnership, One More Child spoke and offered services to over 90 individuals, 19 of which have already agreed to services that include connection to safe shelter, advocacy, mental health counseling, and mentorship with a lived experience expert. One More Child provides immediate and ongoing services not only to those who are able to be identified as victims that night, but also to individuals who are not ready to identify and who are still in a life of sexual exploitation. I say this every time. The individuals who walk through that door might not be ready to be identified that night, but what we know is that statistically, there is a history of abuse and sexual exploitation in their past. No one grows up wanting to sell their bodies for profit, and we are committed to providing opportunities for a life outside of sexual exploitation and human trafficking. Critical partnerships and collaboration like what you see up here today is very important, but we are only one piece of the solution. We have to set a precedent in the state of Florida that the purchasing of a person should be more than a mere misdemeanor. Advocates have introduced legislation for the past several years to try to increase penalties that are worthy of the trauma that impacts every individual that is bought during these operations, and to make the first charge a felony. This is a standard we must set in the state of Florida to put a dent into this problem. Legislators, we need your help next year getting this over the finish line. Now, the true heroes in this collaboration are our survivor leaders and our lived experience experts. They bravely utilize their history of pain and trauma as a bridge of connection for those who are recovered in all of these operations. They use their life experience to inform every aspect of our work, and they are the only real experts in this field. One More Child ensures that a lived experience expert is on the ground every night of these operations. And I would like to introduce you to one of our most incredible survivor leaders, and she's lent her expertise for many years to these operations, Miss Stacy Ham.
Good morning. I want to first start by thanking Sheriff Grady Judd, the Polk County Sheriff's Office, all the other law enforcement that assisted with us, and to the NGOs that we continuously collaborate and partner with. Your dedication is what really makes a true difference here today. I stand here before you not only as a survivor of human trafficking, but as someone who once believed that's all my life would ever be. My story began before I even had a voice. I come from 3 generational cycles of familial sex trafficking. By the time I was just 2 years old, my father sold me for the first time to one of his friends in the neighborhood. My siblings and I, we grew up with abuse, abandonment, and fear. We were often found sleeping at parks or wandering downtown alone. The times we weren't needed, we were held in closets or locked up in a backyard. I grew up expecting fear at any moment, and I was eventually removed from my home. I was separated from my siblings and placed into the foster care system. While I spent my time in the foster care system, we continued to be exploited, and even one of my siblings continued to be sexually abused, and the case never went anywhere. I was then adopted into a home, and I'm often asked when adopted, is that when my rescue came? And it wasn't. That's when my abuse continued to happen and my exploitation continued. I grew up thinking that this was normal, and this left me open to be susceptible to be a vulnerable target. I was so desperate to be seen and to be loved, and this led me right back into a cycle of trafficking. We often imagine traffickers to present certain stereotypes or to be a certain gender. But my trafficker as a young adult was a friendly female who was the retail store manager of where I applied an interview. She hired me, gave me a place to live, and provided me a sense of family and protection that I was so desperate for. But really her kindness masked the vulnerability of her luring me back into the life of trafficking. During this recent sting operation, I heard story after story that echoed so much of mine. So many of the victims that my team and I got to work with shared childhood abuse, time in the foster care system, times their family members were selling them, times that nobody would look and listen at them. 2 of the survivors that we got to talk to shared how they were offered false promises. It was prostitution, they were told, but really what it was is they were being exploited, they were being sold, and they were being faced with threats, and they were being feared. We often ask, why don't they leave? Why are they choosing to stay? But I can tell you, as someone who was pulled back into the life of trafficking, it impacted my housing, impacted my job, my transportation. So where was I to go? It took several people coming into my life, trying to make a difference and trying to show me that there was positives, there was an outcome, and there was a way out of this. They say it takes an average of 10 points of contact for someone to feel comfortable and safe to finally speak up to be seen. When I found the courage to try to finally leave my trafficking situation, I was met with fear and I was met with threats. There was a threat that they would release the content that I had created during my exploitation, and I had no clue who would get that. I was faced with the very real possibility of losing everything. And to someone who had lost so much in her life, the little bit of stability I had was what I wanted to cling to. That's the reality for so many of the survivors that we work with each and every day. It's the choice between staying in a dangerous situation or stepping into the known with little or no safety net to catch them, and that's what my team and I do. And everything changed for me when the right people came along. They didn't ask me why didn't I leave sooner, but instead they asked, how can we help you? How can we give you the tools for you to create the life that we know God gave for you? They helped me with resources, with therapy, and most importantly, a belief that God has a true purpose for my life. The operation we're discussing today, it's more than just a news headline. It represents lives being saved, generational cycles being broken, hope being rekindled and restored to survivors. But this is just the beginning. True justice doesn't end with the arrest. It continues with our survivors receiving long-term support, rehabilitation, and an unwavering belief that every person deserves freedom, dignity, and a future. To the survivors watching, the survivor sisters here with me in this room, you have value, you have worth, and you have purpose. And to everyone else, I ask you, keep showing up, keep fighting for survivors, keep fighting for us to be seen in spaces where you don't see us. Every voice and every action, it matters and it does make the difference. Thank you.
If there's any doubt in your mind why we do these human trafficking operations, there's your sign. If we only saved one, it's worth the whole operation. And I can tell you with Jody and her team, we're saving a whole lot more than that. And that's very, very important to us. Next, I'm honored to introduce David Gritty, the Assistant Field Office Director.
Good morning, David Gritty with ICE Enforcement Removal Operations here in Tampa. Just wanted to start off, thank you, Sheriff, and all the agencies here for allowing ICE Enforcement Removal Operations and Homeland Security Investigations to be part of this well-executed operation. ICE is in a unique position to enforce U.S. immigration law in the U.S. Interior with its broad investigatory authorities and law enforcement capabilities. Our congressionally mandated mission is to preserve public safety and national security by keeping dangerous criminal aliens out of our communities. ICE uses data-driven, fact-based intelligence to identify, arrest, and remove criminal aliens from the United States. It partners with local, tribal, state, and federal law enforcement agencies to keep our communities safe and preserve national security. We prioritize public safety over politics. Brave officers are on the streets every single day, risking their lives to locate, arrest, and remove the most egregious criminals in line with the President's policy of the worst first. Throughout this operation, ICE ERO officers encountered over 50 foreign-born aliens and placed detainers with the Polk County Sheriff's Office on over 30 of them. ICE enforcement and removal operations, as well as Homeland Security investigations, are committed to our partnerships in the effort to identify and combat predators engaged in human trafficking and child exploitation. Once again, Sheriff, just thank you very much for allowing us to be part of this operation this year, and we look forward to our continued partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I'm going to say some things that our colleagues, our federal colleagues, are not permitted to say because they work for bosses who work for bosses who work for bosses. I can't say enough good about ICE, the ERO, and the HSI guys and gals. They are hand in glove with us every day. They have a mission from the President of the United States. We also have another mission at the state level from Governor DeSantis, and that is to keep people safe. Now, I want to underscore one more time, 15% of of the people that we arrested weren't even supposed to be in this country, but they were in this country committing crime. 26 of the 36 here were not documented at all, which means they didn't come across the border illegally and then check in, as we were led to believe they were doing. But 26 of the 36, they had no information on them at all, which means they snuck in the border and they're in the country. So we really don't know how many illegal immigrants are in this country. We know how many came in and checked in. Several of the comments that these illegal immigrants made is, yes, they're feeling the pressure, but they're not going anyplace. We asked them, hey, will you take the $1,000 and go home? And they go, well, of course not. No, we're not doing that. We're staying here. You're going to stay here until we make them leave. We heard stories of why they were crossing, as they were making their way to the border, that people dying at various crossings in Mexico and Central America. One told us that he made a $20,000 payment to a coyote to get him into the United States, and he walked for 5 days through the desert. Another said he paid $10,000. Now, he's been deported 3 times and he keeps coming back. Another paid $7,000 to come across. When we asked one, why do you keep coming back? He said, oh, I always keep coming back. I'm in construction. I can make $60,000 a year here under the table. And I can make, $6,000 in Mexico, $10,000 in Mexico. I'm always coming back. Even when y'all send me away, you're going to have to stop me again. Ladies and gentlemen, another reported that he came here illegally from Cuba and saw 2 people drown along the way. They shouldn't be here. They're committing crime. They're taking up resources of United States taxpayers. They're not coming here the right way. We open our arms to those immigrants that come here legally and appropriately. But the ones that come here and commit crime, that is 100% totally not acceptable. Now, I would ask if Ms. Peters, Rita Peters, from the statewide office of the Attorney General would come. James Uffmeyer, our Attorney General, is always eager to send people and to help us with these operations. And Ms. Peters, as I said earlier, is just simply the best of the best when it comes to prosecutors.
Sure. I am very honored to be able to have a nickname from one of Florida's favorite sheriffs, so I'm going to boast in that a little bit and live in that glory. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you to all of the heroes that were part of this operation. I have the honor, along with my co-worker, Paige Tucker, to be here on behalf of Florida's Attorney General, James Uffmeyer. You hear a lot that Florida's a law and order state, and never is that more apparent than in this operation, and all of the agencies that worked tirelessly, hand in hand, to ensure that Florida is made safe. Agencies from our sheriff's offices around Central Florida, our police departments around South Florida, our organizations that offer victim services, the Department of Children and Families, and prosecution partners, not just statewide prosecution, but also Brian Haas, our local state attorney. Because of that partnership and that shared mission, we were able to be part and honored to be part of an operation that kept Florida safe, took individuals off the street that were trying to make victims, that were trying to seek victims, and we were able to assist in getting victims some assistance. And so for that, we thank all of our law enforcement partners. They are the line between good and evil, and we thank them every day for that, and we are very privileged to be part of that machine that happened, and fool around and find out. Thank you.
As we wrap up today, I want to underscore that not any single one of our agencies could have done this alone. It's the partnership and the teamwork. And we all serve the same people across the county, across the state, across the nation. The people of the nation trust us to keep them safe, and that's what we do here in Polk County and in Central Florida and in the state of Florida. But good things don't just happen. Good people have to make good things happen. And these are good people representing their agencies. So I'm eternally grateful for the partnership and the teamwork that they have provided once again in a major operation. And I want to underscore and end with this, because these broadcasts will go nationwide. If your community is not partnering with and creating these operations across the United States, why not? You need to be asking your chiefs and your sheriffs and your state police, your prosecutors, your mayors, your city and county commissioners, why aren't we doing that here? And when you hear the statement, well, we don't have that problem here, know that that's not the truth. There's nothing unique about people in Florida other than we seek them out. They hide under rocks and in the bushes. This is a stealthful undercover operation. Every community in this nation has this issue. Now, very few of these people, I think like 21 or 22, came out of our county, out of the 255. But they came from all around the Florida area and the other states. So lean in to your leaders in your communities. If you don't have these operations, and understand, when a police chief says, I can't do that, well, none of us can do it either alone. But when you create that partnership and friendship, and you go after the bad guys, you save these victims of human trafficking, you find these illegal aliens that are here committing crimes, and you deal with ICE. I can't say enough good work about ICE. They are really, really, really going above and beyond to help us all. So thank you. God bless you. It's good that you came with us to be with us today. We'll see you. And where'd the little eyes? There'll be another one. Fool around and find out. See you later. Attorney for the Middle District, Roger Handberg. Of course, our state attorney, Brian Haas. The FBI Special Agent in charge out of Tampa, Matthew Fodor. And, of course, Assistant Chief Steve Pacheco from the Lakeland Police Department. And let me give you a little history. We have been working together with a task force going after gangs. And we've been remarkably successful. And we've been remarkably successful because we simply have the best state attorney in Brian Haas and his team, and our U.S. attorney, Roger Handberg. And what Roger said was, hey, anything that spiders out, we'll take it to the federal system. Anything where we can get more time, we'll take it to the federal system. So what we found with our U.S. Attorney's Office is they are remarkable partners. So the investigation goes on, and we're chasing these gangsters here. This is Tyler Jacob Jaquarius Green and Daquan Carey. Interestingly enough, I want you to think about this. Tyler's 24, Jaquarius is 25, and Daquan is 24. They're young, real young. Yet he's got a total of 37 criminal charges already, 17 felonies, 20 misdemeanors. Jaquarius has got 9 felonies and 10 misdemeanors. And Daquan's got 33 felonies and 23 misdemeanors. Now, there haven't been convictions on all of those because a lot of the victims don't cooperate. Why don't the victims cooperate? They were scared of them. So in 2022, working with the FBI, the different police departments, and our state partners, we started going after these folks. In 2022, we were chasing Tyler Jacob. We were pursuing him, we stopped him, and guess what we found? A handgun, rifle ammo, and he's a convicted felon. But what else we found was what really got us to where we are today. We found a printer, blank checks. We saw where 40 businesses had been victimized, 8 individuals, and debit cards. So we stopped Jaquavius Green. We're looking for him on gun charges, obviously state charges. What did we find? Blank checks, blank check paperwork, debit cards, and then Daquan. We had attempted first-degree murder charges on him for a shooting in Lake Wells and Waverly. And guess what? Guess what we found? When we arrested him, we fought with him. Our deputies put their life on the line, and they got a gun out of his waistband. What else did he have? Checks, credit cards. And so we saw that, hey, we've got the beginning of a large operation here. Now, I must tell you, we were already working with the state attorney's office and are still on the state charges. We asked Mr. Handberg, the most fantastic U.S. attorney that I've ever worked with in the Middle District. I've done this my entire adult life. And he and his team were eager to help. Now, he's going to give you all the details. I'm going to introduce him to you in just a minute. But in addition to these pictures you see here, where these people emanated through the state system, there are 19 others that as a result of our work together, and my detectives, I can't brag enough on them in special investigations, all of my detectives, but we work really, really hard with the U.S. Attorney's Office and the State Attorney's Office. There's 19 others that were directly indicted and taken to the marshals by our teams. Their pictures aren't here today. Do you know why? Because of federal rules in Washington, D.C. that prohibit our U.S. Attorney from telling you, the people in the community, who these bad people are that are victimizing you. So the reality is we can show you these because these came through the state system. The others went directly to the federal system. Now, as they show up in the future, I can assure you that you'll see the pictures sooner or later. Now, I don't often, because I don't like to market for these games, but I'm going to remind you, these guys were kind of instrumental in this game that they called the Trap Boys. In fact, Tyler Jacob was known as the Money Man. He kind of perfected this scheme, and he was teaching it, and he was bringing people in. And Mr. Handberg is going to talk about that. But guess what? We flushed the Trap Boys. They ceased to exist. They're in the toilet and down in the sewer. And we're going after their accomplices now. There's more flushes for this toilet. And you're about to hear about some of the flushes, and there's an ongoing investigation. So brace up. When you want to victimize people, you not only have the best state attorney in the state of Florida after you, but you also have the best U.S. attorney and all of the investigative resources from the FBI to local law enforcement. Mr. Handberg.
Well, thank you very much, Sheriff, for those kind words and for your introduction, and thank you for your support, for your leadership, and in particular for your vision in establishing the Violent Crime Task Force here in Polk County. It was about a year and a half ago when Sheriff Drudd brought us all together regarding the formation of the task force. And I made this task force a personal priority of mine. And I assigned some of my office's very best and finest prosecutors to work on it. The concept is straightforward. On a regular basis, federal prosecutors from my office and assistant state attorneys from State Attorney Haas's office meet with investigators on the task force to review cases for potential prosecution. In identifying those cases, the task force uses the very best possible information so that our prosecutors can then focus their efforts on the most violent offenders. And once our prosecutors are focused on those violent offenders, the prosecutors use every available statutory tool to dismantle violent groups. And that's simply what this task force has done over the past year and a half. During that time period, more than 50 defendants have been prosecuted by my office in federal court. Those offenses have included large-scale drug trafficking, possession of firearms and machine guns, money laundering, robbery, carjacking, bank fraud, and various shooting-related offenses. One of the primary focuses of the task force's work has been on identifying and dismantling any criminal gang that operates here in Polk County. My office's work on gang prosecutions follows two guiding principles. First, our investigations with our law enforcement partners and our counterparts at the state attorney's office, those investigations are thorough.
So you left school, gone to work there, yeah?
I work on Saturdays,
yeah.
but I finished my GCSEs just now,
Yeah.
so I'm going back to college in September.
What are you going to study at college?
Law, sociology, business, and something else, but I'm not sure yet.
So, what are you doing here today?
Well, I've always wanted to audition,
Second,
but I've always been too
my
young.
office is not going to limit
I thought I'd give it a chance.
I thought I'd give it to gang members.
And why have you always wanted to audition,
If
Harry?
we find
Because
evidence
my
of a
mum has
federal
always told me that
violation
I'm a good
committed
singer,
by
so
someone
my
who's
friends.
Okay,
a gang member
normally
commission of a
don't
federal
know.
crime.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I wanted to come nice with the people who know.
Even though the
Okay.
person is not a gang member himself. So, one great example of a comprehensive approach to the task force is taken to gang prosecutions here in Polk
Okay.
County.
What are you going to say? Lulu's going to be happy. I love that song. No, I love that song.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's
Throwing you, but can I hear something just you without any music?
I'll do Isn't She Lovely by Stevie Wonder.
This is a large property. Where exactly should we stake the
Isn't she lovely?
Find a way down to my main
Isn't she precious?
Here we go.
Really, we had the opportunity to hear you a cappella because we could really hear how great your voice is. You're 16 years old, you have a beautiful voice.
I had every confidence you would recover the personal
However, I think you're so young. I don't think you have enough experience or confidence yet.
That the person
The girls in the front row told Harry Styles that he could not do a backflip, and this was his response. The girls in the front row told Harry Styles.
Why have you always wanted to audition? I'm a good singer. Normally.
2010, Harry Styles participated to X Factor and got mocked, rejected by the judges. Watch what happened 13 years later.
You're so young. I don't think you have enough experience or confidence yet. At the Grammys, those truths.
November 2023, Jacob and at least 19 conspirators worked together to defraud banks, credit unions, and businesses throughout Central Florida, including ones located in Winter Haven, Auburndale.
There is no judge as relentless as the internet. No matter who you are, it will eventually come for you, and no misdeed will be forgotten. Some people know better than to put their personal lives on display and keep a degree of privacy, while others don't really have a choice. Adam Dahlberg, also known as R6jd7IGShmhwUklJffhEr, and a dozen other aliases, relinquished his privacy through the things he allegedly did to his ex-girlfriends, his employees, and himself. But there are aspects of this case undercovered by YouTube commentary channels. Where did Sky go after the allegations came out? What are the bizarre videos on his channel that make him seem like he's on drugs? Today, Toastify and I are going to go deep into how far R6jd7IGShmhwUklJffhEr fell from grace. If it weren't for the catastrophic ending Sky's story got, he would probably be one of the most inspiring content creator origin stories, hands down. From being overweight and depressed in the late 2000s, to starting a channel dedicated to playing RuneScape, which, though not very successful, helped him and a few like-minded people online who had a passion for making gaming videos. As his life tentatively improved and he shed a lot of weight, those same friends he made on the platform were pivoting to a game. And Scott followed suit, not knowing said game was Minecraft, which would go on to be the rising tide that raised all ships, including his own channel. By February 2013, Scott had Minecraft with 1 million subs and was making over 15 grand a month, placing Sky in a position he was not at all prepared to be in. His immediate reaction was to stick to his guns and continue relying heavily on his friends for his content, collaborating with them very often to make these theatrical videos wherein they would have a story play out. Eventually, these collaborations crystallized into a group called Team Crafted, with whom Sky moved into a house so that they could all do IRL content with each other. To be honest, this is kind of a trailblazer idea, because content houses were all the rage just a little while after. At this point in time, Sky was a part of the YouTube elite. One of the biggest trademarks he left in his wake was the butter phenomenon, in which kids around that time who were also getting into Minecraft were mining one of the memes from his channel, which was to refer to the in-game gold as butter. It's kind of cringe to think about it now, but one of the best metrics of success is whether kids are annoying catchphrases to one another, and that was certainly a metric in which Sky excelled.
His success wasn't limited to be confined to the online world either, as he received some degree of mainstream recognition, eventually even participating in a Lady Gaga video. However, the success that Sky enjoyed was very short-lived, since as early as 2013, his girlfriend at the time, Dawn, broke up with him just 4 months after their engagement. He eventually admitted he had to pay her $25,000 and a car to get her to stay the last few months for the purposes of making content. And speaking of content, things on that end were also pretty shaky, as the IRL content that Sky and Team Crafted expected to be putting out wasn't coming together whatsoever. The content very quickly was trailing off, and everyone was realizing this was unsustainable as a business model. Conflict very quickly came to a head when one member, Seto, was kicked out for basically being unwilling to show his face and participate fully in the IRL content. Another member, Ty, stood against this and was also excluded.
While the haze of the game to Gold Gate was a hard one to see through, it became clear that Sky was a much less amiable person than he appeared to be, and was willing to drop others without hesitation, despite them supposedly being friends. In March 2014, Sky left, citing no reason for his departure, which raised many eyebrows. This is where one of the major chess pieces that eventually culminated in Sky's total undoing would enter the scene, Alessa. Growing increasingly friendless, Sky decided to reach out to his crush from school, obviously now being in a much more favorable position to impress her than he was during his school years. Alessa replied, informing him that she'd recently broken up with her boyfriend, and without missing a beat, Sky invited her over to the Team Crafted house, no less, which was now vacant, and the two started dating.
After attempting to become a variety channel as Minecraft's popularity dwindled and he lost interest in the game, he and Alessa had a child, Mason. Despite the catastrophic failure of Team Crafted, Sky still held his ambitions to become a diversified media company and decided to start Sky Media, which would end up being an even bigger blunder than Team Crafted. As he selected who he'd hire for Sky Media, he deliberately chose not to hire a former frequent collaborator of his known as Basherverse, over the fact that Basher had been, as far as I understand it, convicted of an unlawful transaction with a minor under 16, which, as defined by law, means to encourage, assist, or coerce a minor into an illegal activity, which is unspecified in his conviction, and it's its own can of worms I don't want to tackle right now. Though it's safe to say that this information being leaked was one of the primary triggers for Basher's ultimate downfall.
I just wanted to leave my f***ing room. for years, and I'm finally dead, and then you won't leave her alone! I'm tired of it!
Very quickly, the company's operations began devolving. According to one of the former members, individual members of Sky Media weren't allowed to run their own channels and had to sell them to Sky, who consequently had the right to do whatever he wanted with them, including retooling people's entire online presence to represent other people, erasing any trace of the original account owner. The person who alleged this, Ross, was also close friends with the editors, and after a tweet was made by one of them criticizing other famous YouTubers, Sky interpreted it as a subliminal insult directed at him. Eventually, this conflict erupted, forcing Ross and the editors to leave, but not before Sky supposedly threatened to bleed them dry in court if they ever spoke out about it. Soon after, another member of the group, Jinbok, was fired from Sky Media after an argument about Super Smash Bros, and a few months later was arrested for grooming a minor, who at the time was somewhere between 14 and 15. Jinbok was in his 20s. Again, this isn't directly connected to Sky, but it's worth mentioning how everything surrounding Sky Media was rapidly going sour in the most extreme ways imaginable. 2016 rolled around, and things went from being rocky to collapsing at free-fall speed. In the latter part of the year, many video victims having recently spent a week at a mental hospital, being treated for clinical depression and bulimia. Whilst this was felt to be kept under wraps, with Sky even directly asking Keemstar not to report on any news regarding the topic, behind the scenes, his relationship with Alessa was crumbling. At this point, she had already cheated on him once, and the two broke up and started having public shouting matches on Twitter. After a 6-week break in early 2017, Sky resumed posting, and in March, even got back together with Alessa, only to break up again soon after, claiming on Twitter she had cheated on him a second time. Eventually, in an interview Adam did with Keemstar, he claimed Alessa cheated on him with 7 people, 5 of them being other YouTubers, and 2 of them being his friends. We reckon she hopped on the Jinbok call. On the business side of things, he'd recently been offered an 8-figure deal from a corporation to make more Minecraft content on his channel, which is an opportunity very few people have ever been given. However, the money wasn't enough for him to keep his act together and continue working on producing content, and in mid-2017, he made a pivot to becoming a YouTube channel under the name Net Nobody. As you can imagine, his channel's prospects were not looking good, and things were even worse than the personal side of things, since at this point, Adam was no longer allowed to see his son due to the adverse relationship he had with Alessa. Eventually, after a lot of struggle, he managed to get partial custody, but by now, his kid could hardly recognize him. As it stood, this was a tragic story, but few can imagine its next developments.
Over the course of the next few years, people had mixed feelings for Sky. On the one hand, many still had positive feelings towards him, seeing him as the once huge Minecraft guy who just had his personal life and mental health issues swallow up everything else. Others saw Sky as the architect of his own downfall, not sympathizing with the situation because, after all, he made millions of dollars playing video games, and people thought he should be able to get his act together. As the public reeled in from his public conflict with Alessa and his career as a musician failed, he eventually went back to making gaming and Minecraft videos, but they continued to dwindle in success as the years went by. To be honest, he probably could have turned it around even after all of this if he tried to do something different, but still within the same umbrella. But for whatever reason, for him, it was a binary between only doing music and distancing himself completely from his original content, or doing the same old shtick he's always done. For all intents and purposes, his channel, along with every media company he tried running, was dead, with whatever remained being sold off as impossible, like a carcass being picked apart by vultures. For 4 years, his online presence quietly languished, until the time came for it to no longer do so quietly. Following his separation from Alessa, Adam dated another girl named Elizabeth, and unlike Alessa, Adam tried to keep her away from the spotlight. A common line of thinking regarding not just Adam and Alessa's relationship, but online relationships in general, is that part of the reason for their downfall is precisely how exposed they are to the public, with the partners potentially being swayed by their opinions. However, there's another side to this coin. Sometimes being exposed to the public is actually keeping things from becoming much worse, as one of the parties in the relationship would behave a lot worse if they knew they wouldn't be held accountable by an audience. If Elizabeth's words are to be trusted, this was definitely the case. In early 2022, she took to Twitter to speak at length about her experience with Adam. This has been covered before, given it took place all the way back in 2022, but there are a few things in this whole story that contextualize all the allegations surrounding Adam's name. Right now, I think it's important for me to disclaim that the following part of this video is composed mostly of allegations, but I'm simply documenting that they get pretty dark in tone, so if you're sensitive to abuse-related topics, beware. The first tweet in the series was a link to an iCloud document in which Elizabeth went in depth about their relationship. She begins by saying she spent thousands of dollars to live with him, despite him obviously being someone who at least was supposed to be financially well off. As for Elizabeth, Adam claimed that his only mental health issues were that he was bipolar and potentially on the spectrum, which she proceeded to claim was a lie. As previously mentioned, there was an active push to keep her and their child, because yes, Adam had a second child with Elizabeth, under wraps, and allegedly not for any noble reason, but because he wanted to have complete power over the narrative over the relationship in case things ever went sour the same way they did with Alessa. Elizabeth said that Adam pressured her into having that baby, claiming he said things like, "Please, please, I want another kid. I have the money. I want another kid because Alessa keeps me from being the father I dream of." Regardless of her intense resistance to Adam's push to beget a child, he eventually gave in. However, when she informed him that she was pregnant, his reaction was to express a mild contentment. Bringing Adam's allegations that Alessa had cheated on him multiple times back into the light, Elizabeth said, "Throughout our relationship, you were always on your phone, always hiding messages, having separate texting apps and repeating conversations. You tried to pressure me into letting you be poly with your friend, and degraded you when I told you it's not my thing, and I'm not comfortable with that. You just like cheating. You like feeling better than everyone else. You want people to do whatever you say. You not only cheated on me, but you did it several times before I even moved in with you. I found all the conversations, all the emails, everything that showed I was just a trophy to you, just an object on the shelf." There was a very radical shift in gears that made it very difficult for the people who pitied Adam for his situation and still saw Alessa as the villain of their story. Another of his alleged egregious acts was an offer he made of paying Elizabeth $100,000 so that she would give him their child, despite him no longer having that kind of money at hand for a long time. Concerning his financial situation, Elizabeth added that the aforementioned money that Adam was offered by corporations, in actuality, never completely materialized. You see, they must have been on some kind of payment plan for him to get paid as he did the work he was supposed to, but instead of producing the content, he just spent it on drugs, leaving Elizabeth to scramble for money to pay bills and keep food in their house, all the while being mistreated. For every one of these greater misdeeds of his, there were a number of smaller examples. According to her, he would throw away the food she made him, make her move a 200-pound washing machine while pregnant, repeatedly tell her to get ready for a date night, but then change plans at the last hour and invite his friends over. Some of this is small stuff, and some of it is relatively trivial, but at the time at least, the fans really believed this. Another pattern that manifests through her account is that despite struggling with mental health issues himself and expecting people to have understanding with him, he'd have no patience with her whenever she was the one having an anxiety attack. This video was brought to you by G Fuel, the world's leading energy drink brand. They sell these little tubs of powder that you can mix with water and then just get going. It's that easy. It's got an amazing taste. It's clean, caffeinated energy that will keep you laser focused while watching skibbity toilet videos all day. And there are 40 servings of this stuff in every single tub, so it's a lot of bang for your buck. And right now for March, it's G Fuel Madness, where you can buy one tub and get another one absolutely free. They just sent me this Naruto Sage Mode G Fuel, which is excellent. And I've also got my personal favorite here, Blue Ice, which is just a great flavor. Mixes with water really well, and once again, it tastes great. And the best part about it is there's no crash or jitters after I drink it. Don't be a loser. Buy G Fuel today with my link in the description below and in the top comment, so you can get the best powdered energy on the market, and so they keep giving me money. I like that a lot. Thanks for watching. Back to the video.
Notwithstanding, Elizabeth says he not only kept doing hard drugs, despite knowing that they would interfere with his mental health and potentially make him permanently psychotic, but actively pushed for all of his friends to also do them. All of this while sharing a house with a woman who's pregnant with his child, mind you. He refused to stop smoking in the house, claiming it was his and he could do whatever he wanted. When the topic was Alessa, Elizabeth revealed that the whole campaign Adam did to get custody of his son, which included going on Drama Alert and screaming and crying about how much he wanted his son back, was, to put it bluntly, a sham. Elizabeth explained that Adam had her and his mom take care of Mason and bring him back and forth on visits, whilst he did next to nothing. Alessa, contrary to what many believed, was described as an amazing mother and the unsung hero their public spat. Despite how bad things already are by now, Adam's alleged misdeeds extend far beyond being an abusive boyfriend or a negligent father. On the second page of her document, Elizabeth wrote, "You also have assaulted and sexually harassed several women, even paid them off with hundreds of thousands of dollars just to protect your perfect little image. You paid a girl to keep quiet years ago because you almost got her pregnant, and you didn't care. You sent nudes to young girls. You were extremely unfaithful. As soon as I left, you got with my best friend, who I considered to be like a sister. Over the years, you failed to acknowledge how you pay young girls money for their time and attention. Cheating is gross. Alessa loved you, and you would cheat, manipulate, and lie when she defended herself. Alessa tried so much to help you. All your girlfriends did. You didn't care. You tried cheating on me with an AI Twitter account. You would tell me how she is the only one that understands you. You would wake people up in the middle of the night to talk about this AI. The next thing she zeroed in on was the consequences of Adam's perhaps drug abuse. She describes him as acting possessed and doing spiritual toll, even calling it speaking in tongues at one point, which made her very concerned he was becoming psychotic, which was a definite possibility since Adam's psychiatrist had told him years prior that even smoking weed had a significant risk of psychosis for him. Eventually, his sleeping and eating patterns became more erratic, and his demeanor towards her got increasingly aggressive, with Adam being verbally abusive, breaking things around the house, scattering food over the counter and floors, and though I don't quite get this one, jumping in and out of windows. Does she mean leaping through the glass and breaking in the process, or just jumping through open windows? Either way, very psychotic behavior. In one instance, Adam is alleged to have locked their dog Albert in the kennel, screaming at him, feeding him candy and Gatorade, and for whatever reason, calling him Elon Musk. This may be weird or even funny at first glance, but a very common expression of being severely deranged is randomly bringing up celebrities or historical personalities into your personal life. However, it gets a lot worse. Adam would let Albert outside when it was freezing cold, causing the dog to get lost and nearly freeze to death. Apparently, he did this multiple times. Once, whilst he got manic at Elizabeth, the dog bit him, and Adam's reaction was to drag the animal around by its neck. Apparently, he had a habit of doing this, even surrounding him with mirrors in the kennel at one time because he was nervous, presumably to further disturb the dog. Elizabeth also said that Adam would deliberately clog all the drains, forcing her to have to go to the store to use the bathroom during her pregnancy, which obviously, being pregnant, made her have to go to the bathroom much more often than normal. Adam wouldn't let her shower, eat, or sleep by blasting.
We'll watch one more video. At this point, we've talked about this so many times, and hey guys, I know some people might be getting annoyed, but you've got to admit that it sure seems like it's been working, because they just keep talking and revealing more and more and more about it.
Apparently there is an Epstein list, and Trump is going to give it to us.
You should focus on Clinton. You should focus on the president of Harvard, the former president of Harvard. You should focus on some of the hedge fund guys. I'll give you a list. These guys lived with Jeffrey Epstein.
Now this is yet another...
I'll give you a list. Why don't you give the list to the FBI and have them focus on it? I'm just saying. Maybe that's a better idea. That's just me, though, right?
Another change of the story. First, we heard that the Epstein list was covered up by the Dems. Then we heard there is no list. Then we heard the list was made up by Democrats. Now we're hearing that there is a list.
You say to the FBI. To be fair, it's very clear that Trump referring to the list of people that he has, this is not the Epstein list in the form that it's going to be discussed in this clip. Obviously, like, it's dishonest to frame it that way. But at the same time, if you have a, like, you know, if you have a crime and you think that somebody could be implicated, wouldn't you want to go down and check people off the boxes to make sure that they're not bad boys? That's what I would do.
Has Epstein's list. They're sitting on it. We need to release the Epstein list.
It's sitting on my desk right now.
And the DOJ and FBI have now concluded there was no Jeffrey Epstein client list.
No incriminating client list.
Made up by Comey. They were made up by Obama. Focus on Clinton, the president of Harvard. I'll give you a list.
This all comes after shocking revelations about new implications of our most powerful leaders, both former and current presidents. But now, given the fact this story won't go away, Trump is zeroing in on his political enemies and saying they're the ones everyone should be focusing on.
They should focus on the fact that Larry Summers from Harvard, that Bill Clinton, who you know very well, and lots of other friends, really close friends of Jeffrey Summers, should be spoken about. Because, you know, Jeffrey Epstein should be spoken about. And they should speak about them, because they don't talk about them. They talk about me. I have nothing to do with the guy.
Right now, the reason we haven't been speaking about these people is because, of course, the DOJ covered everything up, not giving any names. And, of course, people were extremely suspicious.
Yeah, I mean, we need a few sacrifices. I've said this before. I'll say it again. We need to have a few people.
If you fired up that grill lately, you've probably felt a little bit of a burn. Beef prices are hitting record highs from a nationwide cattle shortage. Fox Business's Kelly Saberi joins us live at the butcher in Wheaton, Illinois, with more. Hi, Kelly. Hey, it's still quite busy here at Wheat and Meat Market. That's because demand is still high, and that's playing into why these prices are sizzling. At the same time, U.S. cattle inventory is at its lowest level about 74 years. And then couple that with drought conditions that have dried up land, basically eliminating the grass that these animals would eat. And now farmers and ranchers are left to buy expensive feed in order to feed these cows. Now I want to bring in the price of steak. It's up about 8% year over year. That's according to federal data for June. On the other hand, ground beef is up about 13%. And here at this store, ground chuck is up almost 20%. I have the owner of the store here with me, Brett Joseph, to talk about what the biggest issues have been for a small business owner like yourself.
Keeping margins in an appropriate area for the consumers to keep rolling in. With prices going through the roof, you don't want to raise prices too much because you don't want to scare off.
My grandparents moved here in 1901, and there's always been cattle on the farm.
Credit card debt. Let's talk about it.
I just calculated all of my husband's and my credit card debt, and the number came out to $61,600.79. Yeah, I have a Southwest credit card with a maximum amount of $30,000, and I currently owe $29,414.94. My next one is my Discover card. My max amount is $14,000, and I currently have a balance of $13,383.40. I also have a Capital One credit card that I just got approved for a 0% interest Freedom Chase card. So I transferred my Capital One balance to the Freedom card, and it has 0% interest until next August. But the amount on that card is $6,012.32. We paid off 2 of my husband's credit cards, so the only one he has left is a Chase credit card. The max amount on this card is $13,000, and his current balance is $12,790.13. The minimum for all of these cards, minus the Freedom 0% interest card, is $2,075 per month. I just wanted you guys to feel better about yourself. So.
Oh, that is a painful one. Not gonna lie. Props to her and her husband. I'm gonna start off there. Props to her and her husband for taking initiative to get this stuff cleaned up. Because, guys, next to like payday loans, credit card debt is literally one of the worst things that you can be in. It's such an uphill battle because of the high interest rate that comes with credit cards. See, this is one of the things that irritates the hell out of me when it comes to why we're not given financial responsibility and financial education in our schools. It's like, we're not taught this. Or the credit card company is the one who want us to not learn about this stuff so they can keep earning the interest to get paid the big bucks from people who are going into massive amounts of credit card debt. Oh my gosh. Whatever you do, guys, do not go into massive amounts. Don't go into credit card debt at all, right? I like using credit cards for points and rewards and all that, but I make sure I pay off my credit card every month. I have not paid interest on my credit card in 16 years. I think I got my first credit card when I was 16.
I'm in $4,598.83 worth of credit card debt. We started off with $6,500 worth of credit card debt. So we're making progress, and I don't have another payment on a credit card until next week. I have 2, so I will give y'all an update then on those. And I'm still getting a little bit of sales on TikTok, so anything I make from that and the Creative Rewards Fund Program is going towards these whenever it hits my account. But until I have another credit card payment update, these will probably be boring to y'all, but I'm still just going to keep posting. It might not be every day, it might be every other day or something like that. But also, I got some Dr. Bills that's kicking my tail that I did not put in this. It's probably about $600 worth that I got to pay. So I'm really hoping that one of these videos will take off and I make some money, more than a couple of dollars, and I can get these paid off and stop stressing. Get me wrong, I'm thankful for the money I do get, but I just am hoping one of these will actually take off and I can get something paid off and not have to worry about all this. Because being a single mom, it's hard. It's very hard.
First, massive shout out to all my single moms out there, single dads as well, because that is tough. I mean, I stress out at home sometimes with my wife, who is a saint as a mom. So thinking about trying to do that on your own, props to you guys. Like, I know that's tough. I wanted to include this because I want to show to you guys out there that, one, sometimes people take accountability and they actually are moving forward and they are posting about their journey to paying off their credit card debt. I'm in full favor of that. I actually love that because it keeps you accountable. One thing I did 2 years ago is I documented on Instagram me training for my first marathon because I knew it would hold me accountable. I knew if I had eyeballs watching me, it would make me get up, it would make me run. That's just how I am. For some people, it's not how it works. I get that. But I like this idea of documenting your journey to paying off your debt, to hold yourself accountable, and to also bring people along with you on the journey to stay motivated, to get inspired, to try and do what you're doing. So props to her for taking the initiative, sacrificing, and trying to better her and her finances on top of being a single mom. Big kudos to her.
Random question for people who are like credit advisors, those kind of people, financial people, credit people. When you're paying off credit cards, let's say you have 5 different credit cards and they all have a balance and you want to get balances down. Is it better to pay on one of them, like doing large payments on one of them and pay that off first while making minimum payments on the other ones, and then move on to the next one after you pay off that first one? Or is it better to like spread out, say like just random numbers, say I have 5 credit cards and I want to throw $200 on each one this month, just to do that? Which way is better for credit and for getting that balance down quicker? I need some advice here. Which way works better? Also, if it's better to do one credit card at a time and get that knocked out and then move to the next one, do you start with the smallest balance one or do you start with the highest balance one? See, these are things that they should teach in school that they don't. So, financial planners, credit advisors, let me know.
All right, my quick 2 cents on this. First, we're going to go, she asked about what's going to improve her credit faster. What's going to improve your credit faster if you have multiple credit cards with higher balances is getting those balances under the 30% utilization mark. For easy numbers, if you have a credit card that has a $1,000 balance and your max amount allowable on that is $1,000, so this credit card is fully maxed out, if you can get that balance down underneath $300 owed on that credit card, that will boost your credit over time. It's just based on credit utilization, and there's a magic number of being under that 30% mark and holding that balance there or under. I always recommend just paying them off in full, which leads me to the next part of answering her question. What's the best way to pay this off? There's 2 strategies that have been out there forever. You have the debt avalanche method, you have the debt snowball method. That snowball method is taking the lowest balance first, attacking that with as much money as you can, and then paying all the other credit card debts off, at the minimum amounts. Once the smallest overall balance is paid off, you then take the next smallest balance, you pay that one with as much money as you can, and then all the other ones still make the minimum, and then so on and so forth. Hence the snowball. You start small and work your way up to the largest. Now, the next one is the debt avalanche method. This is my personal favorite because this one attacks the highest interest rate first. So you take all your cards, let's say one has a 16% interest rate, 17, 20, 23, 26. The 26% interest rate, even though that may be like mid of the area balance, attack that one with vengeance and pay that one off as fast as you can, because that's the one that is generating the most interest that you have to pay towards those cards. So first, if you go Debt Avalanche, it's the highest interest rate first. If you go Debt Snowball, it's the lowest balance first. Debt Snowball is more of like a motivating factor. Like, it keeps you motivated because you're checking items off the list quicker. If you're more analytical and mathematical, you want to get the best savings on your dollar, then paying off the highest interest rate first. Hope that helps.
What's a bad financial decision that you regret making in life?
When I was 18 and I decided to open 5 credit cards, I think that was the worst thing I could have ever done.
Yeah, why do you say that?
Because when you're 18, you think you're like, okay, I'm going to spend all this freaking money.
That is free money.
Free money. And you got to pay back. And you're 18 and dumb. And you're like, Victoria's Secret, credit card here. Like, it's all cool. But then you get into debt. So that's probably the worst. So if you're 18, don't get credit cards. Be smart about it. Open one at a time. Pay it off. Pay it every month. I'm going to give you that.
And then what was the amount of debt you were in?
It wasn't that much, but it was about $4,000.
Okay, you paid it off already?
I paid it off. Learned my lesson. And now I only use credit cards for emergencies.
Okay, and then what do we do for a living?
I am a patient care coordinator at a dental office.
What's starting pay for that?
Starting pay just really depends, but right now I started at 18, but now I'm at 27. Yeah.
Good work, good work.
Thank you.
All right, first note on that, never ever use credit cards for emergencies. Ever. Start your own emergency fund by putting money in a savings account that is a high yield savings account, and don't touch it. That's your emergency fund. That's your insurance policy for yourself, right? Don't rely on credit cards, because if you're in an emergency, the last thing you want to go do is get more in debt because of the emergency. So I know that's like been a saying for many years, and I'm probably the credit card companies planted it, but don't ever do that. We don't want to rely on credit cards for emergencies. Next, what she said is so key. And if you are a parent watching this, or maybe you are a younger kid about to go to college, or you know someone in your life that is at this, coming up of age where they're about to hit that age of 18 and they're going to get exposed to all this adulthood. And the one thing that I remember seeing credit card companies on college campuses when I went to college, and they were like, sign up for your credit card and get a free t-shirt. And as a college kid who's broke, like, free t-shirt's nice, right? Or get an extra $50 and you can go, spend the $50 at the bar or whatever. They prey on these younger kids, and I hate it because no one's educated enough to understand what they're doing. But the biggest thing, guys, is to understand there is a responsible way to handle credit cards that you can use to build your credit. So when you go to buy a house, you have a nice little credit history that's going to be able to get you approved. But there's a responsible way to do that. You don't want to go the route that she went, opening up 5 different credit cards and maxing them all out and just spending the money because you think it's free money. It's not. And we got to get that point across to our younger generation. So if you know someone like that, share this video with them to get them a warning to don't do that.
So Amex, $21,138.94. Well, that's crazy. What's even crazier? The minimum monthly payment is $717.55. Yeah, $717.55 minimum monthly payment. Okay, what's going on here? You made a minimum monthly payment. Then you purchased $1,533. That's crazy. That's an insane number. You know why it's actually insane? Because there's your credit limit now, because they lowered your credit limit because you don't know how to manage this. Would you like to join me in this conversation?
I don't know what was the purchase? Dollars for what?
You don't even know what you purchased, buddy. That's purchases that you had.
Oh, purchases.
Yes.
I mean, it was probably just getting food and.
So, they lowered your credit limit because you can't manage this. The minimum monthly payment is absolutely insane for your income situation. What is it? Okay, $4,500, and the minimum monthly payment is $717. $717 divided by $4,500. 16% of your income goes to just one minimum monthly payment on one credit card, on one of your debts out of the many debts you have. Okay, so we decided to go purchase on it. Both food. Which is what you're saying. We didn't even go through the purchases, but you're saying it's probably just me going in food nonchalant. It's nothing. It's nothing. It doesn't matter. You think that's okay? You think that's acceptable? It's charging $511.28 in interest. That's okay?
No.
Then why the f are you doing it?
I don't know. I'm just trying to, because I don't have money on my other cards. So what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed
Not go out to eat. What are you talking about? If you do not have money, you do not go to Mickey D's. I don't know where you went, but we'll look at that in a second. Does that not make sense? How does that not make sense?
I mean, it does, but I don't know. I don't like to just sit in home, do nothing. It's just super hard for me. I don't know.
Work. Both of us could use a few more miles of walking a day.
Yeah, I go out and do things, but
there you go. Mission solved. Problem solved. Mission accomplished.
Big Caleb Hammer fan. I like his videos a lot. But I think that is the problem too, guys. Like, people just don't know. They just don't know. And then it's like, well, I want to go do this. Well, yeah, but you can't afford it. Like, that's what it is. Like, if I can't go, I'm not going out and, buying what the hell would it be? A freaking McLaren or a Bugatti. Can't afford it, right? I'm not going to go buy a $400,000 car, $300,000, whatever the hell they are. I don't know how much they cost, but I know they're a lot. I'm not going to go buy a $400,000 car because I can't afford it. And yes, it's kind of a different perspective, but it's the same way to look at it. If you can't afford to go out to eat, to buy whatever you're spending, and you have to put it on the credit card because you don't have the money in your account, you probably shouldn't be doing it. Just saying.
3 months ago, we had $43,574.88 in credit card debt, but that has gone down. And this month, we started doing a really big sacrifice that really caused it to go down. So aside from the minimum payments that we've been paying, which is like $730 a month, this month, my husband and I felt like we needed to stop putting into our Roth IRAs, which just is killing my flesh, and instead put that towards our credit card debt. So that's what we did. Because of that, we were able to pay $1,521 and some change down on our credit card debt. And that included paying off one of our cards. So now our credit card debt totals $40,456 and some change. So next month is probably not going to be as big because we have to do a balance transfer for two of our cards, which totals about $14,000 in order to avoid getting stuck with 30% interest because the 0% interest period is up. So we were planning to do a balance transfer to avoid that and to stick with 0% interest. But here's the thing. When you do a balance transfer, we're going to save a lot of money in the long run. I calculated it last night. It was going to be like $477 a month in interest on just those two cards if we get stuck with 30% interest. But if we balance transfer to a 0% interest rate, then we will pay $700 up front, but then we're going to be saving more than that in 2 months. So this is the debt update for the month. These are our plans going forward. If you're trying to pay off debt, you can do it. Follow along, and let's encourage one another.
Love that. I mean, that's a lot of debt, but I do love the journey. I love watching them. And props to her and her husband for taking accountability and getting ahead of their finances. Guys, if there's one thing you take from this video, it's to please stay out of damn credit card debt.
I am currently in $133,000 in debt.
My 2024 Amex wrapped, not as a rich person, but just as a financially irresponsible 25-year-old.
Americans' credit card balances have hit an all-time high of more than $1.2 trillion.
Okay, so today we have another round of insane credit card debt to look into, with the overall household debt climbing to $18 trillion recently, and the average credit card debt per person for Gen Z is $3,456. Millennials, you have $6,932, and Generation X with $9,557, almost $10,000 each. And unfortunately, these figures are only climbing higher when more data comes out. So today we're going to be looking at a ton of different clips along with some comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave it in the comments down below. And today we're going to start off with a bunch of people's debt numbers because this seems never ending.
I recently posted about the fact I'm 26 years old and I'm in $95,487.73 worth of debt, and I want to talk about it. Up until 24 hours ago, I did not know that was actually the total of all of my debt, credit cards, and student loans. That number also does not include my auto loan, and if we are adding in my auto loan, The total number is $110,938.83.
The actual chokehold my debt has on me as a 26-year-old with over $100,000 in student loan debt.
I owe the IRS $34,000. Okay, next we have my car loan, which I owe at $23,295 on that. And then I have 6 credit cards, and across all of them, I owe at $7,465.
Let's budget my paycheck together as a girlie who's 28 and $67,000 in credit card debt.
I could probably just sit here and make an entire video of this alone, and we are clearly in the 5 figures worth of debt. A couple of these clips were in the 6 figures, and actually one of the comments from the very first clip was Dave Ramsey actually saying, hope you could pay them off as soon as possible. We're all rooting for you. And that was the real Dave Ramsey. So I do want to say a majority of these people are just recording their journeys of hopefully paying off all of their debt, but I have started to see some creators popping up out of nowhere saying ridiculous figures on debt, getting a good amount of views, a good amount of engagements and followers, and then any future video after that really does fall off, and then they just kind of stop uploading. So either they lose the motivation of actually paying it off and uploading videos, or some of these people could be doing it for the attention and the followers and likes, and eventually would be monetization, money from TikTok that could possibly pay off those debts if they are even real. So I'm definitely not saying most of these people are faking their debts, especially from these statistics we went over, but we could see in the next clip how popular this becomes, just showing how much money you spend. Basically being able to flaunt everything you do online, and it works. It gets the views, it gets the attention, it makes other people want to do it as well.
My 2024 Amex Wrapped, not as a rich person, but just as a financially irresponsible 25-year-old. I'm here with my mom, who's very frugal. This year I took 12 unnecessary vacations, upgraded to first class 6 times, bought 10 luxury items that I did not need.
Why are you doing things like this? I thought we wanted to buy a house. I thought that was the goal.
I bought a new car,
Oh my
and I went to Disneyland 37 times in 2 different countries. Travel. Where did we go this year? Bahamas, Las Vegas, Hawaii twice, London twice, Berlin twice, Greece, Cabo, Paris, Pennsylvania, Catalina, and New York twice. For food, we tried 15 new restaurants this year. Finally got a reservation at Carbone. Very exciting. And we spent a total of $14,685 at restaurants this year.
Completely unnecessary.
Transportation. We called 300 plus Ubers this year. Most of them were Uber Blacks. And I rode on 3 trains for a grand total of $17,496.
I just want to butt in real quick because the first comment he said, not as a rich person, but just somebody who's very irresponsible. And that's just a complete lie. If you go to his page, he has almost 3.5 million followers. This is somebody who's huge on social media in general. So showing how irresponsible his spending is, clearly he's making a ton of money. He's not in the same situation as a majority of the clips we're going to see in this video. But like I said before, this garners attention and more likes and followers. And then you could actually see how much money this guy makes and how famous he is, honestly. And these types of trends and videos start spreading to people who don't have that kind of money and just get into copious amounts of debt.
Entertainment. This year, when we went to Coachella both weekends, we went to 13 concerts and 5 movies in the theater, as well as 10 Broadway shows and tours.
It's culturally well
important.
Sort of.
Miscellaneous spends, 47 Target runs, 178 Amazon orders, 4 Louis Vuitton receipts, 57 Air One trips, 32 Zara receipts,
57 Air One trips?
and 4 trips to the real.
Yeah, I think that you're not going to be able to buy a house in the near future if this continues.
This year, in total, on my Platinum and Gold cards, I spent $93,355 on the Platinum and $32,771.
Kind of obscene. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of.
And we could look at the comments. I'm sorry, 57 Erewhon trips gagged both of us because that alone. If you don't know what Erewhon is, it's basically Whole Foods on steroids. Unbelievably expensive, only in the LA area where the ultra rich live. In 1 year, you're either rich or severely in debt. And he is rich, even though he's trying to make it look like he's a normal person. If people didn't really know who he was and know any better, they could try to start following the footsteps because alone this comment, not even the video, this comment got 167,000 likes. Oh man. So we can look at the recent figures that came out for credit card debt in general. Americans' credit card balances have hit an all-time high of more than $1.2 trillion. That's according to the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. Overall household debt is also at a record high of more than $18 trillion. This surge in consumer debt suggests many Americans are struggling to keep up with rising costs. And I definitely understand that it's not like every single person in credit card debt right now is in trouble because they just got a Mercedes SUV, or they took another cruise they couldn't afford, or just went to the Louis Vuitton store and bought a whole bunch of designer crap. Many people have been hurting for years now. We've gone over in the cost of living videos. And adding on top of the problems everybody has right now, the people who are so nonchalant and spend like they are actually rich just digs them in a terrible hole, especially when you're using credit cards. We have a comment from one of you guys: having a 36% interest rate is diabolical. We're starting to see that with these new credit cards. I'm pretty sure the average is only around 20 or 21%, but these credit card companies and banks know that they could just keep increasing these interest rates, give you that thick packet when you get a credit card in the mail, and just a couple pages shows the interest rate. You don't really look at that. It's like reading the terms of service. Nobody pays attention to that. They'll just start swiping and swiping, and if you get behind a 36% interest rate, I mean, could you imagine if that was somebody's mortgage or interest on their cars? People would lose their minds. But it could honestly be just as bad. We're seeing people in $50,000 worth of credit card debt, so you could actually buy a car with that money. But we have another comment from one of you guys: the best flex for January 2025. Before Christmas, 0 credit card debt, and after Christmas, 0 credit card debt. Because even with all the problems everybody was going through, from Black Friday all the way up to New Year's, if I went to any of the stores around me, any of the malls, they were so packed. There were more people than I've ever seen in my life. I'm also pretty sure numbers came out that was record-breaking spending when it comes to shopping for the holidays as well. And as we're clearly seeing, this is all going on to a piece of plastic everybody's swiping or tapping. But we do have a positive comment from one of you guys. I know this is a pretty negative video. I remember when I was about $9,000 in credit card debt when I started watching your videos. Now it's paid off and I'm still watching. So it's not all doom and gloom 100%, okay? There are people paying off the debt and turning around their finances, and hopefully that's what these videos persuade people to do. Watching the 5 and 6 figures worth of credit card debt and people laughing it off because either they don't care and they're never going to pay it off, or it's just funny and they want to share it for views. Just absolutely destroying their lives. And if I could show you some of these clips, hopefully it'll persuade you guys to not be in their situation, like this next clip.
I'm 22 years old and I have about $100,000 worth of debt to my name. $55,000 of that debt is towards my car loan.
So this is the car in all of its glory. It's a 2022 Ford Bronco. Love this car. The top comes off. Don't you just love capitalism so much? The interest rate on my loan is about 10%. I have no idea what that means, nor do I care, honestly. I'm already in this hole. Might as well sit in it, you know? I was making a lot of money off the internet. I had a good credit score. I had a lot of monthly income, so I got approved for a large car loan, and I decided to buy this car. Do I look absolutely good driving this car? Yes, I do. But that is not the reason why I bought this car. I bought this car to look cool, to impress people, and that's simply not true. I bought this car because it's been my dream car forever, and I finally had the means to buy it. Was it my best financial decision? No, obviously not, but I'm definitely going to be driving this car forever. I can see my kids learning how to drive in this car. The downside to this car, though, I spend a lot of money on gas. Probably spend like $120, $130 every single week. I'm not getting rid of it. I already put so much money into the car that it does not make sense for me to sell it. If I did sell it, I would only sell it for less than what's remaining on my car loan. I know you guys hate to see a young girl drive a nice car, but at the end of the day, I bought this car all by myself with no co-signers, no help from my parents. You live and you learn, okay?
All right, so we got a couple things to go over. First, you got the Bronco 2-door. I mean, actually, first, you've got a Bronco in general. I'll be the first one to say I like the way that they look. I like the 4-door, first of all. I think the 2-door looks like you just shrunk it. I know it's very similar to the 2-door Jeeps, and it's just not my taste. But you take away some of the practicality, even though it's still $55,000 for a 2-door. The other thing with people's dream cars all the time, this was really your dream car forever, because the Bronco that she's currently in came out in 2021. I highly doubt her dream car when she was a little kid was the original Bronco then, because this one didn't exist yet, and people saying that it's their dream car is just another excuse most of the time. It's just something they've liked for the past couple of years and now decided to purchase it, and when something new and shiny comes out in a couple of years, that'll be the new dream car. So I highly doubt her children are going to be learning how to drive in this vehicle. Again, I will say, I like the way the Bronco looks. I know that they are very unreliable, so there's a good chance that this vehicle won't even make it to their kids learning to drive. And now the car's worth less than the loan she has on it, negative equity, and she's not going to sell it. But we could look at some of the comments. 10% on a $55,000 car with a $1,300 a month payment is nightmare fuel. Don't blame capitalism on this, it's just poor decision making. I thought that was funny in the same breath. She didn't even know what an interest rate was. Hey, so you don't have the means to buy it if you're in debt. Hope that helps. Good credit score, but got approved for 10% interest. Complains about capitalism, but still buys a $55,000 car. We've seen a little bit about this creator, and she's, let's just say, not great with her decision making.
I am currently in $133,000 in debt. $110,000 of that is strictly just on my camper, my truck, and my baby mama's car. Then I have about $8,000 worth of credit card debt a month because I use my credit cards to pay for most of my bills. And it also helps increase my credit score. I also work in the oil field, so I don't feel too bad, but I just have to make sure that I do continue to do a good job at my work, because if I don't, then I would lose a lot of money.
So his thought process was only $8,000 worth of credit card debt, but it was okay because he was paying his bills with it, and that would increase your credit score? Well, if you don't pay the card off, the credit score is going to go down. And that $8,000 will get a lot worse whether you have 20% or 36% interest. And I know he's in the oil field. If you look any of those videos up, you can make a lot of money, but you're basically sleeping in your truck every day, which is why he's also in the $100,000 plus for the camper and his truck and everything else. So he's still in the red for that right away. And he says he has to keep doing a good job or he would get fired and lose a ton of money. And in this job market, we've seen time and time again, very, very unforgiving. So he's on a path right now that he cannot make any more mistakes or his life would get way worse. But then you look at the comments and it makes this clip look not that bad. Don't feel bad. I'm $247,000 in debt. You're good. The next 4 years are going to be wild. Stack that money. But it's not like working at the oil field is easy. Yes, of course you're going to make a lot of money. You're going to be away from your family and sleeping in your pickup truck all the time. But it is also physically demanding with all of the trades. Doing these types of jobs for years and years and decades even, with the good pay, could really take a toll on your body. Another comment, the more money you make, the more you spend. And we saw when we went over some of the Dave Ramsey clips with the callers that were making hundreds of thousands, I mean like $300,000 a year. Crazy life-changing money that anybody would be happy to make, and they would be in $800,000 worth of debt because they started buying a whole bunch of trucks and a vacation home along with their huge house, and just making their problems even worse when they could have a really nice life. And another one, me at 25 being $400,000 in debt, and with the laughing emoji. Love it. We have a very true statement from one of you guys. You know what's interesting? If you want to travel to the US, you need to have a credit card. A lot of places don't even allow payments using debit cards or cash now. Cashless is a huge thing. I had to get a credit card just for the trip, pay with it, and instantly pay the debt via app using my debit card. That's so ridiculous. Now, at least for me, I only use credit cards because I have never missed a late payment in my entire life, and if you really know what to do with the credit cards, you can get extra points and miles and cash back. I think everybody knows this, but you have to be smart with it. And honestly, some people just don't think like that. They get a credit card and they think it's free money, and it's a borderline addiction, swiping as much as they possibly could, just racking up tons of debt. So when there's more and more places not allowing cash to be used or debit cards, it makes it a little bit harder for some people not to go in debt.
Defaults on credit card loans are the highest they've been in over a decade. Industry data shows lenders wrote off $46 billion in seriously delinquent or late loan balances in the first 9 months of this year, up 50% from last year. Moody's Analytics says the bottom third of consumers are just tapped out, with the savings rate near zero following years of high inflation and interest rates.
And there is no sign of that stopping. It looks like it's only going to get worse. We have another comment that I have seen a couple times when I start looking for clips online. People sometimes say I'm trusting God with my finances, when they mean I have no plan and I'm trying to make it sound good. Maybe in some way they're trying to make somebody else be responsible for their finances instead of them, and just take away the blame or the accountability in the whole situation, which just sounds ridiculous. And to me, most likely it'll just end up in even more debt. This comment goes along along with the car payments. I'll pay my car in 84 months because I'll still be using it by then. But they won't buy a used car from 2 years ago because it's too old. Make it make sense. Some people are just way too stubborn and only want to buy a new car, even though you could take a good portion of the depreciation off just with a couple years. It's not like it's got to be 5 or 10 years old. But now we're seeing 84-month loans, 96 months. We're going to see over 100 pretty soon. And it's only going to fuel up posts like these, where it's just a screenshot. How much credit card debt are you in? I need to feel better about mine. Started this year at $15,000 and now I'm down to about $5.8. Almost $10,000 down, but then the next comment, $10,000. We listen and we don't judge. Only $500 and I'm stressing, and the next one is about $50,000. I was in about $40,000 at one point. They're all paid off now, but it was hell. I was $12,000 at the beginning of the year, paid it off and back at $11,000. Just doing the cycle over and over again, in and out of debt. I don't know how your whole life wouldn't be miserable. The amount of stress I would have all the time. Credit card debt, about $4,000-ish. Don't ask about the student loans though. Just credit cards, $8,500, not including my loan for the car, plus Afterpay, Affirm, and Klarna. All the buy now, pay laters that I hate. $26,000 on my car and $10,000 on credit card. I could have just kept reading the comments. I mean, there was almost 2,000 just on this post. But we could switch over to an out-of-touch post where I guess it was supposed to go along with the trends and the relatable post of people being in debt, but next time you tell someone you're making over 100K, they're living above their means. Remember this, my husband just texted me that he grossed $194,000 this year. Then he texts me his net pay, which is $132,000. Yes, of course taxes are going to be brutal. An extra $60,000 would go pretty far for almost anybody, but you're still talking $11,000 a month net, and then you start seeing the crazy payments. A $4,600 mortgage. Yes, we can afford it. Upper middle class and rich are not the same thing. I don't know what kind of post this was supposed to connect to and be relatable with, but we deserve our dream home. We don't deserve to be taxed to death, and that doesn't include my income. Now, I don't think anybody's going to be too thrilled about paying their taxes every single year, but this is clearly a lot more money than most people are making in the country, and then having an almost $5,000 mortgage, saying that we deserve our dream house. Definitely not a good look to post on TikTok. My net income is $95,000. I feel like I'm swimming in cash because I don't make financial choices like a $4,600 monthly mortgage. I also drive an old paid off vehicle. I'd rather spend the money on experiences and vacations. $4,600 mortgage. I make $150 gross with a $1,500 mortgage on 5 acres with a pool. So I guess that most likely giant McMansion that's almost $5,000 a month probably wasn't the best financial decision. But we could go to one of the skits about people with a ton of credit card debt.
New Year's is definitely the best time to travel. We come here every single year. We usually do the all-inclusive package. Just includes the drinks, the meals, the activities, the excursions. Just makes everything a little bit easier. I will say it's a little bit of a hike getting over here, so I will admit we fly first class every single year just to treat ourselves a little bit. It's definitely a pricier trip, but that's completely fine because we can afford it.
We've watched this guy a couple times. He has some pretty funny skits, but it is pretty true, with countless comments from you guys saying family members or coworkers, people that you knew, didn't have nearly as much money as they're spending. They're still going on vacations all seasons of the year. It's not just the summer cruise. Now they're going to a warm tropical island in the middle of Christmas to get away from the winter. I mean, just racking up all of this debt. And the girl math saga is still going strong, unfortunately.
No, I know. So $27 a day.
Yeah, for a year.
Really?
$10,000 to take it back. That you're going to use every day. It's $27.
The comment section doesn't make it any better either. It's actually really cheap when you think about it that way. And then after a year, it's free. I mean, $10,000 bag. That's crazy. If only we could actually have a payment plan that's $27 a day. And why do you think all of the Klarna and Afterpay are so popular right now because of that? The installment plans making it seem like it's not nearly as much money than just spending the $10,000 right away. Then people end up spending more money than they should. And when the bill comes, they can't pay it, and all the late fees and interest starts racking up and gets just as bad as a credit card, if not worse. But you'll still see clips like this pretty consistently if you start scrolling on TikTok.
28 years old, and I got all the old timers at work telling me, don't go buying toys, save your money. One day you're going to have to retire. Yeah, one day I could die. I said I could die at 30. Spend my money on all kinds. Go buy a boat. Just go buy a boat. It's all them
workers up at the plant, they're all miserable. Every one of them miserable as can be because they never bought a boat. They never bought a nice truck. They never bought. They just sat around miserable all the time. They tell me that all the time. They say, "Yeah, you know, you need to think about your retirement. When? 75? So don't do. I'm 75 and then die. Nah, rather just go buy. Really go drop about 200,000 toys."
So you have a lot of posts like this, almost banking on people dying early. So that's why you should have all the instant gratification right now. I mean, a boat. We've talked about a couple times recently, makes car depreciation look like nothing. Boats are absolute money pits. Unbelievable amounts of scams in that market as well. So if you truly like going out on the water that much, you better have a lot of reserve cash for that upkeep. And the comment saying that all the old people seemed miserable, I don't know. He kind of looks pretty miserable too with his attitude in the video and how much he was cursing. Even with all of his toys that he apparently spent money on, he doesn't look that happy either. And I'm not saying you shouldn't have fun until you're 70 and you retire and then you could go buy whatever you want, but this kind of mentality of thinking has exploded millennials and Gen Z's financial future or possible retirement completely because they did end up buying toys that they had no business in purchasing in the first place, and the car payments are out of control, or the boat is in shambles and the amount of money it would take to fix is unbelievable. You try to sell either one of them and you're heavily underwater. It's kind of like a pendulum just swinging back and forth. It would be pretty miserable to have millions of dollars when you're 85 years old and then you can't really spend it, but it seems like it'll also suck if you have no money at 30 years old and only some sort of depreciating boat or vehicle to your name. There is some sort of happy balance in there somewhere, but most people are not finding it.
I don't care what anyone says, I don't consider a car loan real debt. There are two things, actually, I don't consider real debt. Car loan and then medical debt. Car loan is pretty obviously, if you live in America, who doesn't pay a car payment every single month? Maybe a few people here and there, but like most people do. So no, I don't consider that real debt.
So I guess this might be the hive mind mentality. I don't know, maybe that's wrong. But just because most people are making a poor financial decision doesn't make it okay. Because yes, more people do have a car payment than don't, but that doesn't mean you absolutely have to. And I do agree, if you live in the US, you basically have to have some sort of vehicle. Very few cities are efficient enough to just be able to walk around or use the subways or trains or buses. So yeah, having some sort of transportation you do actually need. But it really doesn't mean you have to have some sort of car payment, or at least a low payment. But having this type of thought process will take out hundreds, if not possibly $1,000+ a month out of your paycheck every single month forever. But we could go to one of the comments from you guys. This video immediately relieved my personal anxiety and stress about debt. There's also a lot of posts and videos like this on TikTok, and everyone tell me about how much money they spent on their weddings. Oh man, so I could feel better. Thanks. The wedding debt video that I made a while ago is all coming back to me. $130,000 for 175 guests in New Jersey. Backyard wedding, about $6,000 still. I mean, I guess I should say that's a good thing. $6,000 is way less than what most people spent. The next comment, $30,000. Regret it all. Should have used it to buy a house before the rates skyrocketed, of course. Wish we could go back in time and do a micro wedding. My thought process with super expensive weddings, I would understand it more if you had a ridiculous honeymoon where you just disappeared for like a month or two and spent all of this money traveling around the entire world with your new partner. I feel like that's better money spent than a one-night party for your friends and family. I'm not saying you shouldn't have a wedding, period. I just feel like it would be a lot more fun to take that money and see the world or go on vacation for an extended amount of time. But I guess a lot of people don't think that way. They want to have the one night, the one party that's super extravagant, really expensive, and kind of falls into the same situation keeping up with the Joneses because somebody else's wedding looks super nice, so now mine has to be. And then everybody gets into a whole bunch of debt. Another comment from one of you guys, my wife had $90,000 in student loan debt when we got married in 2011. Started making regular payments, and then during COVID, the student loan interest pause, we started hitting it hard. Had all of it paid off in 2022. I paid all of mine off the day it went back into effect when all the COVID mandates were lifted and the interest pause. As soon as that started rolling again, I just completely paid it off just so I never had to deal with that again.
Oh, Orly, you buy so many concert tickets. Oh, Orly, that's so much money. That's bad financial decisions. Can I inform you? I bought 3 concert tickets yesterday, okay? I spent less money on the concert tickets than my best friend spent on her White Fox order. Girl math, I made money.
I wanted to add this in because more people are talking about concerts recently and how unbelievable the prices are, because it's kind of a monopoly right now with like Live Nation and all the ticket masters, a lot of the Vivid Seats resale stuff, the extra fees that go along with it. Some bands that you want to see are just ridiculously expensive. So yeah, I guess it's a better decision than just ordering a whole bunch of stuff from White Fox, which is a clothing brand if you don't know what that is. But comparing two not great financial decisions doesn't make one of them right, especially when you look at the description of this. If two wealthy, young, handsome men want to help out two girls, we'd be grateful. Hashtag bad financial decisions, hashtag girlhood. That's great. But I'm starting to see a lot more of the cash advance and BNPL ads throughout all social media right now, and it's even starting to target self-employed people.
Yeah, so if you're self-employed and need some cash, this is all you're going to do. Just go to Giggle Finance. This is a website tailored to gig workers, freelancers, independent contractors, and small business owners. It offers a product called Giggle Advance, which provides you with cash when you need it. The application process is simple and takes less than 10 minutes.
Whenever I start seeing a ton of these ads pop up, you know it's not a good sign with the economy. Everybody's looking for a little bit extra money to pay the bills right now. The cash advance, the payday loans, the buy now, pay later. Everything to make it seem like they have a little bit more money or they're not spending as much money. But these companies end up not working at all. I've seen a lot of comment sections where it's just a complete scam, or they take advantage of people not being able to pay back, and the interest rates and all the fees start racking up. And I mean, that could snowball and get bad enough that you could be one of these people in this video. But we're going to end it off with this clip that I don't really know what to think about it. We just kind of have to watch it.
What I'm about to show you guys is going to upset a lot of people. If you have a collection on your credit report, or you have debt collectors calling your cell phone every day, don't skip this video, because the FTC just put out a massive list of all banned debt collectors. So if you have a collection on your credit report, search this list. You can look it up on ftc.gov and see if they're in here. These are all the companies that got caught violating the FDCPA law and have now been completely shut down, which means they're on your credit report, they are no longer allowed to report to your credit. Now, if for whatever reason you don't find your collector on this list, not to worry, I'm making a part 2 of how you can still get it removed even if they didn't make this ban list. It's already going to be there. Hop over to part 2 and I'll show you how to get it removed.
So I feel like if you just watch this video really quickly on surface level and you have a whole ton of debt, in your mind you might think that all of your debt is just absolved. Most likely that's not the case, but that could turn into even more spending and more debt, just because some of these debt collectors finally got in trouble because they were most likely doing illegal stuff. I think that's as much as I can handle today. We've seen a lot of people in a lot of debt, and I think I am tapped out. So that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Here's why you should never step foot in a payday loan store.
So short-term personal loan, 325, and the other one I took out was like 425% interest.
They currently average 548% in the state.
So today we're going to be going a little bit deeper into a topic that's been sprinkled throughout my videos on this channel, and that topic is payday loans. Because even though they've been around for quite some time, with the economy how it is and most people barely surviving, these companies have been roping in more and more victims every day. So we're going to be going over a lot in this video, checking out many people's experiences working in the industry as well, and how these issues are spreading into other avenues in our society. I also have some comments from your guys' experience from previous videos, so if you want to be featured on a future video, leave it in the comments down below. But we're going to start off with some of the basics of payday loans and why they're so dangerous.
If you're stretched thin for money, you might see a store advertising payday loans, but here's why you should always try to avoid these. A 2-week payday loan will usually cost you $15 per $100 borrowed. That doesn't seem like a lot, but it actually equates to an APR of 400% because of the loan term of 14 days. If you were to borrow $1,000, that's $150 in finance charges over 2 weeks. Now, if you were to extrapolate this rate over the course of a year, on a $1,000 loan, you would owe over $3,900. The average payday loan in America is well over 400%, with California at 460%, and look at Texas, over 600%. Now, compare that to the average interest rate on a credit card, which is around 18%. You can see that payday loans are almost 20 times worse than credit cards when it comes to debt. Here are all the McDonald's stores in the United States, and actually payday loan places have double the amount of locations, with 23,000 in the U.S., and they usually target lower income people. Due to how expensive it is to live right now, a lot of people are going to be tempted by payday loans, but please try to avoid them if you can.
I'd legitimately say, even with all of my credit card debt videos, if you were in that much of a struggle, I'd much rather see you maxing out your credit cards than getting one of these payday loans. Because not only is the APR way worse, you have to pay it back within weeks. So say if you can't pay it back, the compounding interest would be so much worse than credit cards, which are already nuts right now. We're seeing 30-35%, but that could turn into you getting even more loans to pay off the previous loan in a cycle that could honestly bankrupt you. So with how predatory this entire industry actually is, littered throughout all of the comments talking about this are nothing but spam and bots trying to scam you as well. Here's just some of the comments from the clip that we just watched from a finance YouTuber. Somebody asking, how do you get out of payday loans or loans with extreme APR? And then all the replies are the way to get around you getting flagged on TikTok or banned when they're talking about different apps like WhatsApp. A phone number? Hi, message me on my Telegram account with a phone number immediately for information. These are more bots trying to scam people and take their money as well, because if you're looking this kind of stuff up, you are desperate in need of money, so people will take advantage any way they can. That's not the only time we're going to see it in this video, but some other comments. There are payday loan locations at every corner in Texas, unfortunately. Yes, I work at one of them. I could say I've seen APR as high as 700%. It sounds completely unreal, but there are some people that will take these sorts of loans and have no idea how bad this could actually get.
You have a 2-year-old to take care of. Why are we taking out a payday loan at 260.37% interest rate?
That is.
You didn't even know? Why'd you borrow $80 at 260%?
I really don't.
$80? What do you mean you don't know?
After moving, I got really broke.
What does your boyfriend make?
Like 80 something.
A year?
Yeah.
You guys make too much money as a single household. You have to go borrow $80 at 260.37% interest rate.
I just needed the money.
How do you even find this?
I don't know.
Give me $80now.com?
No. Honestly, I've probably taken out like every payday loan possible.
In Atlanta, that's where you're from?
Yeah, I grew up very poor.
Okay, so prevalent oftentimes in lower income communities are the idea payday loan. Payday loan. It's an idea, it's a concept. Let's do it. Okay, let's do it. This is normal. Just holding you down by 260% instead of what would be a bad credit card interest rate of 30%.
And a lot of people are in the same boat that I am with the credit cards. As much as I've said in all my videos how bad it is, of course, to get into debt, with this somewhat low APR of 260%, at least in comparison, still would be much better of a situation to take your 30 or 35% credit card and just max it out, especially for something that's only $80, how much you're actually going to have to pay back within a couple of weeks. Here's some of the comments. She took out a payday loan, $80 at 260%. Nothing about the math on that makes sense. Why would you ever borrow only $80? Just put it on a credit card. I didn't even know 260% interest was a thing. Well, whoever this is should watch my video because it's going to get a lot worse than 260. Payday loans suppress the lower income community that are financially illiterate. There could also be a case made with the buy now, pay later. Now, it's not as crazy APR as the hundreds and 700% apparently, but it does prey upon people seeing that there's only 4 easy installments and there's no interest. There's absolutely no problems. You'll be fine. You could buy 4 times more of whatever you want now, unless you miss one single payment, and then you're screwed. But here we have a clip from somebody who actually worked at a payday loan place.
Here's why you should never step foot in a payday loan store. Back in 2013, I was working at a restaurant, and I served a woman who gave me her card and told me that if I was ever in need of a job, to give her a call. I ended up leaving the restaurant a few weeks after I got her card, called her, had an interview, and within a few weeks, I was employed at Cash Money Check Cashing Inc. as a customer service representative. They allowed us to offer you 80% of your net pay, up to a maximum of $1,500. On your next payday, you would come back and pay us the principal plus $21 per 100. So if you borrowed the maximum $1,500, you would be paying back $1,815. Now, for most people who are in the situation of having to take the loan in the first place, that meant that they would have to reborrow. And that, my friends, is how the vicious cycle of payday loans begins. But that's not the only way it begins. The reason why these stores do Western Union is because they hope that after a certain amount of money that you send back home, you're going to need a loan too. And as we know, most people who utilize Western Union are members of the immigrant community, and that is why you mostly find these stores in areas where there is a lot of government housing, a very low household income, and a very high immigrant population.
So this is all made to try to get reoccurring customers, which is something that all businesses want. But when we're talking about a payday loan company, basically loan sharks, you know that that means it could get very dangerous. We have a comment from one of you guys. Please watch the NZXT video, which if you watched one of my previous videos, somebody ended up renting a computer from NZXT. That's what kind of company they are. They make gaming PCs. I have one. And their renting service ended up having similar APRs compared to a payday loan company. So with how unreal this is, preying upon people that are in desperate need of money, we're talking about a completely different industry taking notes on what these companies are doing.
Today we're investigating NZXT's shady and manipulative PC rental practices. Because of this investigation, we've decided to terminate a $23,000 ad campaign that NZXT had queued up for Q4, and NZXT has been notified now. This is a rental computer, and NZXT's rental program belongs somewhere behind me. We ran the numbers. Over 5 years, one of their computers at $259 per month rental would cost you approximately $15,540 for a little over $2,000 worth of parts, and with zero ownership. For the same price, you could buy 7 equivalent pre-builts in those 5 years. But it's not just a bad deal. NZXT's predatory program silently swaps parts between systems that share the same name when moving from purchase, which often has better components, to rental. We think they're hoping that people don't notice the downgrade. 1 month after we rented a PC from them, they jacked up the price on us by another $96 per year. When we asked to cancel the subscription, they sent us a link that went to a 404 page that didn't work. They're now offering what they call a free monitor, keyboard, and mouse for $0 per month if you rent a PC. Except in connection with that deal, they increased the price by another $10 per month, or $120 per year.
So even though this isn't exactly a payday loan, they're definitely taking notes from these companies. And with how popular renting almost everything now, all of our subscriptions, our streaming services, we don't actually own any of the shows, any of the editing softwares that I'm currently using to make these videos. You can't own them anymore. All of these products could start following in the footsteps, jacking up the rates, hidden fees, crazy APRs, how much you'd actually owe when your contract is completely done. It's unbelievable. We just watched a short clip of that video if you wanted to really watch it. It's an entire hour long, goes very, very in-depth on a company that honestly I don't have any problems with. The computer that I'm using to edit these videos is an NZXT PC that I bought several years ago. Still very solid, could play any of the PC games if I really wanted to. It's very good, but even computer companies could turn into the very shady loan shark types. Here we have another comment from one of you guys. A firm is nothing but an online version of a payday loan, with APRs as high as 36%. Even though I've already said a couple times it's probably a better deal to use your credit card compared to the payday loans, 36% is nothing to joke about. Imagine having a 36% APR on your car or a house. It would honestly be laughable. The payments would be so ridiculously high. But people don't really think that way because they're only spending, $50 or $100 at a time instead of like $10,000 or hundreds of thousands of dollars on a car or a house. Still just as dangerous, and again, you miss one of those payments, the snowball starts rolling and you could get into a lot of trouble. Now, no surprise, one of the worst places to go for payday loans is Las Vegas with all the gambling.
Well, hello. It's Vegas Police here. The story is from the Nevada Independent. The Nevada Supreme Court has rejected a proposed ballot initiative that would restrict interest rates to 36% of the payday loan companies like this one right here. They currently average 548% in the state. But take note, that is only the 5th highest rate in the United States. There are 4 states with higher interest rates. Texas is number 1. Utah and Idaho are also higher. The reason that the Supreme Court rejected it was because it had multiple issues on one ballot initiative, and you're only allowed to have one issue. They were also addressing the amount of money that you could keep in your bank account, as well as limiting the garnishment that they could take every week from your pay. The payday loan company is fiercely fighting industry regulations. Companies like Dollar Loan and Money Tree are working against this, but a slimmed down version is going through the legal process and could go before the legislation next year.
Though not really surprising, these companies will fight tooth and nail to limit, if it was 500% dropping it down to 36 like a credit card, there goes almost all of the money that these companies will make. And you're in Vegas, Sin City, with all the drinking and gambling and whatever you could do there. Payday loan companies must be making so much money off of desperate people. And even though this comment is a joke, because I've seen this all over, like gambling TikTok videos or comment sections in general, the jackpot isn't going to hit itself. Take out a payday loan and win big. Invest your money in slot machines. And of course, it's supposed to be funny for how ridiculous it is, but in a place like Vegas, the last clip, people would take that comment pretty seriously, and would say really all over the country and the world now, because you don't have to go to Vegas to gamble. All you need is a cell phone, and you could gamble on anything. You could gamble on whatever sport you want. Esports in the same way. You could play all of the roulette, blackjack, poker, slots, all on your phone now with real money. Just try to watch some sort of show or event on ESPN. Every single commercial break, even in the middle of the shows, it'll be sponsored by DraftKings or something like that. And we've seen in previous videos what it could actually do to people.
So what is a payday loan? So, it's interesting because I actually have been calling these payday loans, but I guess if you look at the formal definition, the ones that I took out are personal loans by definition. But I'm sorry, it's a short-term personal loan at $325, and the other one I took out was like 425% interest.
So this is a woman we've seen before, took out many payday loans at hundreds of percent, like she said, 300-400%, and is in more than 6 figures worth of debt. I believe she was paying like $6,000 a month in interest from the amount that she was paying out. There's a whole story behind it, but one of the parts is she was heavily into gambling, and payday loans and gambling are a recipe for disaster, so much so that you could possibly be paying $70,000 a year in just interest to try to pay these off. Another comment from one of you guys: I knew a guy who owned a payday loan company. He lived in a $12 million apartment, and he was the worst person I've ever met. Honestly, wouldn't surprise me, but I bet there's more people becoming millionaires every single day because they own parts of these loan companies.
You don't take out a payday loan for a couch. Yeah.
The cost of the couch was $879, and after making payments, you owe $1,800. What's the minimum monthly payment?
$283.
You guys are getting taken advantage by like every payday bull high interest rate business. It's raining collections. $194, $470, $528, $671, $817, $920, $1,004, $2,389. It just screams beyond irresponsible, beyond immature when it comes to finances.
Yes, finances. It's a work.
Huh?
So I don't get into it.
What?
Don't, and I need to.
What do you mean? What are you saying?
I don't look at all of it.
Doesn't matter. Why are you not paying anything ever?
You could honestly see how easy it is to take advantage of some people who just are not on top of their finances. She didn't even really have a response when Caleb was just naming off. It went from hundreds to thousands of dollars, all in collections, along with paying almost $300 a month for a $800 couch. And I've said before, the car payments, the debt videos, that's why I make these types of videos, to show you how crazy it could possibly get. So hopefully you could learn from these people's experiences and dodge a bullet. We have another comment from one of you guys. Whenever I watch your videos, the ads are all for payday loans, crypto exchanges, and other financial pits. This is very telling regarding the state of financial advice online. So as we saw in the comments of the very first clip with another financial YouTuber, virtually all content that has money involved in any capacity is now flooded with these types of predatory advertisements. Doesn't matter where: TikTok, Instagram, Facebook ads, YouTube ads. Even when I'm actively making a video talking about how bad these gurus are scamming you or these predatory loan companies, I'll still get ads trying to market exactly what I'm telling you not to do. We could just see one of them real quick.
Here are 4 places that you can get a loan with no credit check. Make sure you share, like, and save, and watch all the way through. First up is a company called Money Mutual. You can get approved for up to $5,000 in less than 24 hours.
And there are tons of these videos. They must just get paid by the lending companies, some sort of kickback, and of course are in the algorithm. If you're looking up anything desperate for money, these types of videos will pop up because they're getting paid. They're sponsored posts. And on top of the actual video being pretty shady, some of these companies, the comments are actually even worse. Here we have a normal comment just saying, none are lenders, and then all the replies, all the bot comments trying to scam. I'm here to help fix your credit. DM or send me a mail at their email for more info. Another one, I'm just wondering if you heard about International Finance Corp program. Kindly reach out. Secure instant funding for your business plans with Rocket at the lowest interest rates. It just keeps going on and on. You've probably also seen it in the YouTube comments. I see it in the spam portion of my comments all the time, so at least some of them are getting filtered out by YouTube now because it was a huge problem like a year ago. Some of them still end up going through, and you've probably seen it on even larger YouTube channels, maybe like Graham Stephan. Hundreds of thousands of views and millions of subs will get way more attention from these bots, but it's just infiltrating every portion of social media now just to try to take advantage of you. Another comment from you guys, you got ads for Dave's payday loans on my awful credit card debt video. I don't really know how YouTube doesn't filter these out. I really don't know, because it just doesn't stop.
When I need cash and my paycheck is gone, I just use Empower, and you should too. They can send you up to $300 instantly, so you and your friends can enjoy the moment without worrying about borrowing money from anyone else. Plus, with no late fees, no interest, and they don't do any credit checks, it's stress-free, and my payments are scheduled for my next payday, so I don't have to worry about keeping track. And because I always look at reviews, they're a top-rated app with over 300,000 5-star reviews.
As if any of the reviews even matter anymore, almost every large product that's at the top of a search result now is just littered with bot 5-star reviews, thinking it's the best thing ever. Thank you for this product. It works amazing. Just scripts saying the same crap over and over again just so they could get real people to actually download or buy their product. And this also preys on a bit of a younger generation. Maybe they don't have as much money and they don't have to borrow from their friends when they're going out. They could just get money from this app immediately and then spend even more that they probably shouldn't. Some of the comments though, you got to pay it back in a few days, not even a few weeks like the payday loans. Just do parlays. If it's a lock, you're golden. Again, another joke of like people becoming gambling addicts now. Even though it's not really a joking matter, it's very serious. You know how much I hate gambling and how much I talk about how much I hate gambling all the time. I get it, it's just jokes, but in the same way, I just find it very upsetting. But we're going to finish off this video with a comment from one of you guys. I could see how a lot of people wouldn't even know where to take out a payday loan, like I said, but it's worth mentioning that it's very targeted. They're super easy to spot in lower income neighborhoods and proudly advertise those services in the windows. The last neighborhood I lived in had an Ace Cash Express right next to the Dollar General. Apparently, there's double the amount of these types of payday loan places compared to even McDonald's, which is a crazy statistic there. So with these stores being all over the entire country, and now when you go on any social media on your phone, you could get sponsored posts like the few that I just showed you. If you don't know what you're doing financially and realize how bad and dangerous this could be, it could be unbelievably easy for you to get into a ton of trouble. So hopefully this video could help out at least some people. That's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
My name is Tyler. I'm 23 years old, and I'm from Pasadena, California.
So you were our 7th upload for Financial Audit Series, and you are the very first follow-up episode, which is very exciting. So if you want to see more episodes like this, make sure you're subscribed. You said things have changed.
Yes,
now,
a lot.
A lot. Good. Because last time it was kind of a complete show.
Yes, but I have more payments now, but getting higher pay.
Wait, okay.
Because I'm going to school.
Oh, you're going to school now. Well, that could be a good thing, depending. We'll have to look at it. So you have more. Yeah. Last time, if I remember correctly, you were like $15 an hour, right?
15.
What do you do now? Has your job changed?
Yes, so I was a receptionist. Now I'm a dental assistant.
Ooh, dental assistant. What do you bring in now?
18 because I haven't graduated yet. Once I graduate, I'm gonna ask for 22 an hour.
Wait, a $4 raise for a degree?
Or 24. I'm trying to figure out how much I should ask because I looked on the website and most of them are making the dental office website.
Okay.
And
what's the job you're going to be looking for with your degree?
It's still dental assisting. But I'm dental assisting right now, but I'm not registered.
Okay.
Once I'm registered, which I passed the exam, then I can be making more than 18, like way more than 18.
Okay, so you're 18 an hour right now. How many hours a week do you work?
So they're giving me 32 hours, 35 hours. So they're skipping a day. So they're not letting me work 40 hours a week.
To keep you from not having to give you health insurance?
Yes.
Yep. How old are you again?
23.
So you can still be on your parents anyway?
Yeah.
Are you on your parents' health insurance?
No.
Alright. Alright, lots to talk about, but let me just get you 33 hours, we'll just call it. 33 and a half. So $31,000 a year.
And then the 15
before
hour?
taxes.
What was the 15 an hour?
1 second. So right now we're looking at 2,613 pre-tax. And the 15, how many hours were you working?
40 hours a week.
The same.
It's the same.
Pretty much the same. I mean, that's what happens when you don't work one day out of the week that you were working, even if you're only making a couple dollars more. It's not like it's an insane increase from where you were, by any means. 15 to 18.
Yeah, I was doing the math, and I was thinking, oh, I'm making the same as I was.
Yeah, no. So I see in your checking account there was a payroll of $539. That's them?
$539. It wouldn't be that low. It would be like.
It
what does it say?
was. Dubes. I think it's kind of low res, the screenshots. D-O something.
Doc, that's when I was working at this restaurant. Yeah. That was like my last paycheck.
Oh, okay, so this was a recent change.
Yeah. So I was working 2 jobs.
Oh, okay. You know, I thought I may have caught that, and with that I was like, oh nice, so she's kicking butt, taking care of some of the issues from last time, but working 2 jobs, but you're not at 2 jobs anymore. 913, here's another payroll. This one's a clinical payroll. That one's probably that.
Yes.
Is that
if it's 1,000? If it's 1,000, then that's from the dental office.
Is that every 2 weeks or twice a month?
2 weeks.
Hi. So 913, like on average. Yeah, because that's the only one we have.
So I was making more before with the 2 jobs.
Well, yes, when you were working more.
2 jobs, more hours.
Yeah.
I was thinking because I'm getting paid more. But I guess that didn't.
I'm having you at like 1,826 a month. But maybe you just didn't work as many hours that time.
Yeah.
Because it's
I would skip hours, or they would only give me a few hours, or not that much.
Only a few hours, not that much. Yeah. So
I did 40 hours from that receptionist job, and probably 20 hours.
Yeah, I mean that would have been. But if it's a part of a career track that you're trying to get on, like I'm good with that. What I'm just trying to the difference between the 2,613 pre-tax to the what's being shown at 1,826. I'm trying to figure out what a normal month is. 2,000 maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we need to get like a base level set for what a normal month looks like for you.
Yeah, because my check last time was $1,099.
Now, a lot of the spending in here, it's going to be dependent on what your situation looks like. You started with $418, you ended with $5.72.
It's really bad.
Why?
Because school and car payment, phone, rent, I have to give a portion of rent, like $300 or so.
That's all? Your rent is just $300?
Yeah. I would say somewhere.
Well, I mean, that's incredible. I mean, you kind of need that for your living situation. I was going to say the rent is probably what would break you right now.
That's what's killing me. Because it would be not even $300 a month. Because the person that I live with, they ask for my paycheck. Every time I get a paycheck, it's $300. I'm just like, I don't understand that. I'm like, I just paid you.
A lot has changed. But just looking at the end of your checking account, and I'm seeing some things standing out here, it hasn't gotten better. Has it? Has it? No. Why haven't you actively done what we talked about to make your life better?
On the credit karma?
Everything that we talked about last time. What are the non-official financial advice that I gave last time? You didn't follow it, did you?
Well, I wanted to go to school, and that would help with finances. School.
Sure, but you didn't take any of the steps that we talked about, correct?
I took one step.
What was that?
So, I recently got a divorce, and all the leases that I had.
Yeah.
So, my ex-husband had to pay for it.
Good. That's incredible.
It was like over $3,000.
Yeah, because that was a toxic situation, and then a line on the credit card. That was just rough.
Yes.
Okay.
So just not
I
even that. I
need
think
a secondary device right now. I'm supposed to be doing stuff on my other device. This is fun.
Okay. Progress, though. But nothing else has changed, so that means the car is still here.
I still have the car.
And that was a very bad situation. Now, last time, you financed your down payment. That should be gone by now. Is that gone? The financing of your down payment, that made it $1,000 a month, $250 a week, so you did a weekly payment. Is that gone?
No, I'm still doing $149 a week.
Oh, okay. So, yes, it's gone. The down payment that was financed.
Oh, yeah, it was like an extra $50.
$49 a week. $645 on a what again? What's the car?
2014.
2014 Kia. I remember the comment section loving that.
And it has 144.
Yeah, I'm just messed up about it.
Why'd you not return this? We talked about it, and there was no logical reason not to return it, but you did not return it. Why?
Actually, I'm gonna return it.
And I'm honestly, I
But
believe
when I
I'm
pay,
on a borderline decision right now.
Return it
I don't
once
feel very well.
the purchase was 5 months ago.
I would have no ride to work.
No, but you can't just return a car after 5 months.
So.
Oh yeah, it's probably past the warranty. I probably can't return it. It's probably, I can't. I wanted to keep the car.
So you chose your wants over a better future. To be crystal clear.
I mean...
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
that's the breeze down.
It's a bummer. Because your situation was like so rough. I was just so excited to see what you could do when we kept in touch. We were texting you like, Caleb, I think I'm going to return the cards because you had a little situation with your job, losing a computer or something. You thought maybe you're going to work the job anymore, so you're going to return it. I was like, yay! This is like the last week to return it. She's going to do it. Then I got a text week later. Yeah, I didn't return it. I'm like, oh.
I need a car. And that's the only... I have bad credit, so...
Always get another laptop, and that's what I'm trying to relax about it.
You can
I'm just very stressed out because in this world we really don't have time for that.
If I remember last time, you were Ubering
That's
in a
2
more
hotel
efficient
nights.
financial manner.
That's 2 hotel night
than you
else,
were
bro.
listing. I don't remember exactly which service it was.
Unacceptable. That's not something we can afford.
$645 a
I would
month.
way rather have 2 hotel nights, 48 hours
So
of
you
safety,
have that, meaning that
than to take the L and have to pay
post-tax
back
income.
something I lost.
It's about...
That's fucked, and I have to just get off the
What if I
conversation. Because the comparison is just so fucked that it even
I haven't
happens.
asked that yet.
What is the interest rate on this thing?
I have no idea.
Oh, you gave me a piece of paper.
Sure, I will, but if Homeboy is still here...
Oh, is this the one where it didn't show and I was like, oh, because they don't want you to know?
It's Tony. Because, homie, I'm not mad at you, Tony, nor am I
That's not
judging you for
possible.
anything you do in the past or something you're doing today, man. I don't judge you.
What do you think a bad interest rate on a car loan is?
I don't know anything
What do you
about
think?
cars.
What do you think?
10.
Yeah, that's a bad interest rate. Pearson, what's a bad interest rate? Film guy Pearson, what's a bad interest rate on a car? Yeah.
Like this, or just
Bad interest rate on a car.
about like 4 or 5%, like 3.
But Pearson says like 5%. So, which I wouldn't say is like among the terrible ones, but still. And you say 10% is bad, right?
Yes.
How about 23.53% interest on a car debt? My life. Right? That's what that interest rate screams. That's a my life interest rate.
And it's not even a brand new car.
No, it's not. It's 2014. So, sorry, I'm getting a little salty. It's because I care, but you didn't do anything. So I'm a little testy right now. But that's okay. It's all out of love.
Just what do you think I would do if I didn't? So I would just Uber?
No, because we laid out a plan last time. Your debt situation wasn't crazy. I did not rewatch the video in preparation, but I was remembering our situation. We laid out a plan where you returned the car. You worked your butt off for only a couple months, and you were able to pay off the minimal of the debt you had. And then you saved up pretty quickly for a relatively cheap car at that time. But you didn't do that.
I can't do that now.
No,
A lot
you
has
didn't do that. And you just said, like, I'm going to make sure I'm strangling myself forever by not doing that and instead doing, like, death loan. 23. This is predatory. This may as well be a payday loan in terms of car debt. They took advantage of you. Do you understand that? No, you do. I don't want to bully you on that too much because I remember last time you told me your mom went with you, your dad's advised against it, and your mom was like, let's go do it. And it's because most Americans are financially illiterate, and you didn't know what you were getting into. And they took advantage of, a young 20-year-old with bad credit, bad financial situation, and they're like, I'm going to be a predator and make a crap ton of money off of you. And they did. They probably got a nice fat commission for getting you to sign up for that terrible debt and buying that crap car, and They won, and that pisses me off. They won, because now there's nothing you can do to get out of this other than potentially sell it. But you can't, because I remember when we did a high end, like what is the top level this car could sell within the bullish car market, and even still, on the $26,000.
You said 9,000, I believe.
It was worth 9,000, right? And the total sales price was 26,000. They bullied you. And that's why you had to return it. I'm so sorry. But now it's too late, and you're beyond underwater in this car, and... Alright, so...
The engine just got replaced, too. I didn't pay for the engine, though. It was $7,000.
Whoa, wait, what? Tell me.
The engine went out, and they said it's a bad engine now, and it got replaced.
Who paid for it?
The car. I didn't pay for it.
So that was like under their warranty or something?
Yeah.
Alright, go ahead and pull out your phone. Take a look at your credit card. Alright. And it's because it's kind of funny, our communication back and forth. You don't know how to access your financial documents, which is kind of funny because I feel like, again, when they took advantage of you, it's because I wish you were able to, or almost even forced to take a personal finance course in high school, because you would have been able to better fend for yourself. And the fact that, you just weren't able to even, pull up any of these and get, statements even on your car. I'm like, oh, yeah, they took advantage, and that's upsetting. But
I'm going to be honest, I regret everything I did, because now that I'm going to school, I was in that horrible marriage, and now I'm going to school and working at a dental office, so... I probably would have found a way to get there return the car, and I would have found take the bus or train or something.
Yeah, I wish, but that's in the past. Let's look in the future.
Yeah, that's before I thought about going to school and working and then. Yeah.
Let's look in the future. You said, what do you think about refinancing? And that would have been a potential way to minimize the pain. However, your credit score is still in the 500s.
It's still really low.
So, I mean, even Credit Karma always tries to sell you on something, but it's saying maybe refinance, and if they're saying with your credit score at 559 that maybe refinance you can lower your payment to around 262, that would save your life. However, I wonder if they're going to be like, well, do that at a 10-year loan or something. What is the duration of this loan? That's what I kind of got.
5 years.
Okay, 5 years not great, but that's certainly not the worst I've seen. So I'm actually Hicks. Let us see your credit. So it did go up 1 point in 2 months.
That's bad. I would get notifications too. I was trying to figure out what those notifications. Oh, 1 point.
Oh, for what it's worth.
The 3,000, the one for the apartment lease.
Well, at the beginning of the
that should have.
You were at 485 credit score. You've almost increased 100. You've increased like 80 to 90.
That's because of that apartment. Yeah.
Yes. So what I'm struggling with here we go. So no derogatory marks on there. Good. Credit card usage is none because you have no credit card, right?
No.
And your payment history is 100% now. So that's
I have
great.
this payday loan.
Well, wait. You know, right now?
It's just this little app. Have you heard of Dave? It's an app.
I saw it in your statements.
Yeah, it's an app that really helps when I'm struggling.
We should get you to a place where you're not struggling. That's where we tried to get you last time. But we'll see, again, if we can get you to that place and if you follow it. But, okay, tell me about Dave.
So, Dave is a loan, and then you pay, so it gives you $100, and then you pay that back, and it takes from your account. So, here and there, I'll get like $100. It would start off like 25, and then it increased it way up. So 25, 50, 75, 100.
I'm so sorry that $100 is what makes or breaks your life. I'm really sorry. That's hard. That has to be really difficult.
Yeah, it's really hard.
I want you to get to a better place, and we need to figure out by the end of this conversation a potential way to get there. So, how often do you borrow this $100 from Dave?
I would say once when I get my paycheck.
Right when you get it?
Sometimes, yeah.
But that doesn't make sense
because my paycheck is gone by the time, and then occasionally I need to have some sort of fund, so I might
go. When do you pay it back?
It just takes from my account, so I'm not sure when.
Have you ever missed a payment?
No, because it just takes. It's auto.
So you borrow 100. How much does it take back?
Oh yeah, there's interest. Probably like $10.
I mean, losing 10% interest in general on a constant basis is bad. This is constantly happening because you do this every pay. You get paid bi-weekly, so constantly losing $20 a month is being taken from you. Good. Now some hard inquiries.
I haven't even looked.
It's just the car. This is the car. When you were applying for that.
That's the only thing. Is that the only thing that's bad on my credit?
Well, I was just seeing if you applied for anything since then.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna
just that Dave.
Okay. So you owe $15,022 now on your car. So that's immediate progress, and a lot of that is because the down payment you had to pay back really quick, and it got your car payment to over $1,000. So
the down payment was kind of low. Most people pay like more than that.
Yes, but you financed your down payment. You didn't put anything down. To be clear.
$1,400.
Yeah, but you borrowed money.
Yeah, so it was supposed to be $2,000.
Yeah. So this is it.
It's going up a little bit. Like, did I see a little?
Yeah, you saw 1 point.
Oh, that's the 1 point. Oh wow.
But improvement on there. The apartments are gone. So great.
I made sure.
And I'm so happy there's no student loans racking up because you're paying for school right now, correct?
Yeah, and there's with this school, there's no debt. That's why I'm paying every week.
Let's talk about this school. What is the school?
$318 a week.
No. Well, that's good to know, but what is it? What's the school?
What's the school? Austin.
Austin what?
Austin Dental Assisting School.
Okay. Does it come with a degree or a certificate in the end?
Certificate.
318 a week?
318 a week.
Oh. Oh.
It's 4,000 for the whole school. 4,000.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
I understand.
And I already paid most of it, and I graduate on.
How much is left?
I don't know
Graduating
how
on
much.
the 8th of this month?
18.
18, so a few more weeks. 3 more weeks? Okay.
So that would be gone.
They will be. You
So
have a
that would
certificate.
help. That would help a lot. And that's why I went to school because
Yeah, but this is a certificate. That's what I'm having a hard time with. That does not hold the weight of a degree. This can be very specific for a certain thing, and now it makes sense that it only takes you from $18 to, what was it, 22?
22. Maybe I should ask. Actually, you made me think about it, so I'll ask for more.
Well, what's the job you're doing? You're going to be doing?
Dental assisting. The
All
most
right.
I've seen is 24. I haven't
Well,
seen.
you're certainly at the low end of it now, for the Austin area, because you're at that 32-ish range. But people, it kind of ranges in the Austin area between 32,000 to 49,000. Really good growth trajectory on this job in terms of people they need to hire. It looks like understaffed. The average salary for a dental assistant, though, on an hourly basis is $20.
Heck no, I'm not
In
getting
Austin?
that low. No way. I work for a good company that's highly recognized, so.
Well, I hope so, but that good company is not allowing you to work 40 hours because they don't want to give you healthcare right now.
True.
You might
But
have to
it
shop-
asked for it when I was applying. It showed, and I didn't accept it yet because my probation period doesn't start or end.
entry-level education, post-secondary, non-degree awards. So it looks like a lot of places like the certificate. When you get the certificate, you might want to shop around and see the best rate you can get around town. That might be something worth it. Make it almost like a full-time job for a couple months applying to jobs. It might be worth it.
So apply for another job.
At other
I
places.
really like this location.
Well, that's cool, but we need to make you need to get more money because you have none right now. And we need to get you in a place where you're able to have more money to pay off the 50,000. Now, what is your living situation? You mentioned something kind of weird about giving someone $300. What is this? What's up?
So that's why I paid for rent. So
To who? It doesn't sound like a traditional lease.
my mom.
Why? Why is she charging you rent when you're trying? Well,
I told her this. I was like, I'm paying for school, and if I knew that you were gonna do this, I'm kidding, but I'm like, I probably shouldn't have went to school if you were gonna act like this and want me to pay all this money.
do you guys have a good relationship?
Kind of. Well, sort of. You see how she's pulling up my phone.
She's been trying to call. So let's take a look at your checking account because this money is escaping. Now, fun fact: when half of your money is gone because of school and a car that you can't afford, you cannot it all go to El Faro and get your nails and spa in Thundercloud Subs, Original Pancake House, Tiki Tetsuya, Ding Tea, Summer Moon. This was yep, there's the Dave, so that was a confusing one. The McDonald's and Crew. You're paying someone via Cash App $15 at McDonald's, and then Cash Apping again in McDonald's, Uber tripping even though you have a car that you absolutely love and refuse to get rid of, Chili Crossroads, Starbucks, Sunny Boy, Starbucks, 3 Apple subscriptions in a row, or maybe payments, $16, $12, $10. Another Dave pops up, and then I see your Zollege education, Zollege. So, yeah, those were very expensive. And Cash Happy. Oh, that one came in, so that's good. We can celebrate that. And Walk to Go. something at Palmer Lane. Oh, that was an ATM withdrawal, so we can't even see where that $200 in cash went. Whataburger, and another Apple bill of $12.96. First of all, okay.
I'm tired of the Apple.
What are the Apple bills?
Oh, I think when I was looking for a room, and it would charge $12 a week. It's called Roomster.
Oh, you were paying a thing?
So I didn't know it was charging. Yeah, I canceled it.
Good. Okay, canceled. Okay. Well, in the past, good. You canceled it. Fine. So, Dynamic Motors, is that your loan?
That's the car.
So interesting about that. On Dynamic Motors, I'm seeing on here Dynamic Motors 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times.
You know why? Because I sometimes can't make the full payment.
The full payment, so you have to make more.
No. Like if it's $149 a week.
This is where I'm gonna get a little upset. You know why you can't make those full payments?
I can't afford it.
Do you know why you cannot afford those full payments?
The insurance?
No! Take a look at this. You see all those blue X marks? Those are eating out. That you're dropping $15, $73 at ramen stuff. $20, $51. You can't afford this crap. No wonder you can't pay stuff if you are spending half of your $2,000 a month going and having fun out there in the world.
Gotta have some fun.
No, you don't. You don't.
I have to because I'm.
No, you do not have to have fun when you cannot afford to live. You do not have to have fun. Living comes first, and you're not paying your required bills. You do not have to have fun. You disagree?
If I had an apartment, I can't.
No, you can't afford an apartment. This isn't even in the picture.
Yeah, but I'm saying if I had an apartment, then I can't spend like that.
You can't spend like that now. What? If you had an apartment, you can't spend like that. You can't spend like that now. Hey, you have 7 payments to your car. Why? Oh, because sometimes I can't make all the full payments. Because you're doing this. And now you're saying, well, if I have an apartment, then I can't do it. You can't do it now.
True.
Thank you. So if that is true, what does that then mean for you? Will you stop this? You did not stop this within the 5 months between when I called it out previously.
Yeah, wait. I went crazy for Halloween too. It was really bad.
Halloween's not even on here, so it got worse.
Yeah.
Good thing people don't have a credit card. Alright, this is going to sound really mean, but I'm going to be brutally honest because I care about her and I want her to do well. You are going to be poor for the rest of your life. Absolutely poverty poor for the rest of your life if you continue to live like this and you're not willing to make sacrifices. To be very clear.
Actually, do you know, like, if I can write it down? Like, isn't there apps that tell you?
Budget apps?
Yeah, budget apps.
Yeah, absolutely. I would love for you to download Mintical for You, and you only have one account, so it'll be super easy.
So I can start off fresh right when I get my paycheck, pay what I need to pay, and then...
Well, you should start fresh the moment you leave this place. The thing is, after your school and after your car, you have $1,000 to play with, and unfortunately that's half your income right now. That's not true because then $300 for mom. So when the school's done, $600 for mom?
I told you she would take from my paycheck every 2 weeks.
Your mom does? Does she have access to your checking account?
No.
How would she take it?
She'll threaten to kick me.
This is a toxic relationship. I don't know what to do about this. Is there anyone you can stay with? Is there friends you can stay with?
I would have to pay more. Well, actually, no. I would pay the same $600. Yeah.
It might be worth it to get out of the toxic situation, but still.
I need new friends too, because a little bit of them were toxic.
I want you to do so well. I want you to be a success story. I want you to be a success story, but I don't know. I don't know what I can do. I really don't. You didn't change anything last time. The conversation I'm having now doesn't seem like you're going to change anything after your school, car, and mom payment that she forces upon you. Even though you can't afford it right now, like you'd think a mom would care about her daughter, for sure. But
And then she talks to my family, and my family is like, oh, they're so disappointed. I'm like, I'm going to school, I'm working.
It might be time to think about that relationship. Maybe mom-daughter counseling, it'd be expensive, but I don't know.
Well, she says that she
change there.
Yeah, she says that she pays $1,200, so yours
for her place, right?
Yeah, I don't even have my own room, so you could say I'm living in poverty. I live in the living room. Not to expose myself.
No.
I could rent a room, but
I don't think you can afford things. I would try to stay with friends and figure out that mom relationship. That is not where I have spent my time understanding a topic. Is a parental and kid relationship. So my head's kind of spinning. I don't have an answer. But something has to change. I would look at alternatives. But after those 3 payments for school, car, mom, you have $500 left, and then you just spend it all on this stuff. In fact, you probably spend $700 on this because you borrowed.
Well, some of it I don't have to spend, but some of my mom's like, oh, because she pays for my food too.
How? How's she paying for your food? Because you're going out almost once a day, once every other day.
Most of those places I'm going out with her, she's like, come on.
Yeah, then she pays. If she's saying, come on.
Does she?
She would, if she wants you to go, then she pays. You'd be like, no, Mom, I am trying to change my life around.
Yeah, I was going to open up a savings account, and there's this app, I think, where it takes your change.
Yeah.
Something, I don't know.
Acorns, maybe. Yeah. What change? This is the reality. This is the absolute reality of the situation. You need to stop doing all this crap immediately. After the school thing is done, don't sign up for any more stuff. Try to shop around and get a higher thing. Every single cent you make that does not go to this car, every single cent that does not go to Mom's $600 is food that she makes, or that you say she sometimes provides, even though you eat out every week or go do stuff.
Yeah.
Are there groceries that you can consume, or do you have to buy your own groceries?
She buys them.
Okay. Then $300, $600 to Mom. What's her lease? $1,200? Is that what you said?
$1,700.
I was gonna say she's making half, or not even a room.
And there's another roommate living in the
I don't like your mom. I don't like your mom.
If she doesn't see this.
She does. She can come argue with me and make her point, but right now she's acting like a dick.
I would be able to save if I didn't. She's like, you're saving so much.
Technically, compared to getting an apartment, yes, here. But also you could save it. There was a blue X next to everything on the sheet and another sheet. So, what you do, not official financial advice if I were in your shoes, is $600 to Mom, $645 to the car insurance, because there has to be that as well. Every cent, huh?
Did you do the school?
No, when you're done with school. You are not signing up for any more school, any more whatevers. You are taking every single cent that is not those 2 or 3 things, because the car insurance, and you. Oh, I almost want you to get a couple $1,000 so you can have somewhat of a safety net. Everything's just went completely wrong. But we need to make progress on this car. Look into refinancing. See what that thing on your Credit Karma said, essentially. Or shop around for the best deal. Within the same loan category, you should be able to apply within 90 days for multiple things and shop for the best. You can shop for the best refinance, if I'm not mistaken.
What was my interest rate again? 23?
Basically 25. 23.5. You still owe $5,000 more on this car. it's worth. $6,000 more on this car than it's worth. So I'll walk you through what I'm thinking. I'm like, does she just attack this, or should she just get rid of it? Should she refinance it and just pay it off as quick as she can, even though it's not going to go that much quicker? Or does she sell it and borrow what's necessary to cover the rest in order to pay off this loan and close it out?
That's to avoid the interest if you pay it all off.
Well, it would just close out everything. Yeah, you wouldn't own it. Yes. But then you would have because you would have sold the car for $9,000, borrowed it.
I was able to get a
And borrowed for $67,000 to get rid of this loan. But then what do you do? Where is your working relation to your home?
What is it on the top for?
Where is your child?
Oh, it's 15.
Make sure you're Make sure you're subscribed to that guy and Sheriff's Incentives.
Instead of paying off this $15,000, essentially.
Make sure you subscribe to them because they cover a lot of
try to sell this car for
live streams that I can't get to.
$6,000.
I actually felt really good that I got a sneak snipe, and it's been
10% of this interest.
And then pay off that loan. I think he's already subscribed to us.
$6,000.
Oh, cool.
And then you
it's even better.
Bust your butt off.
That guy in Chamois. One of the mods, can you please put Sheriff's channel in the chat, please? For Ian, you said? So that
that's pretty good for on panels and stuff.
Yeah, because, I mean, Sheriff is doing a lot of streams sniping this our guard. Much appreciated, Sheriff. And also, I heard you earlier. I just want to say you're fucking awesome, Sheriff. Earlier, I was getting stuff done and it was working, but Sheriff had said something along the lines of, "I'm gonna throw up a banner and I'm gonna grift, but it's not for me. It's for Sticky, so we can get Dr. Flynn." That was fucking awesome, dude. You didn't have to do that.
You're welcome.
I appreciate you. Because the final remaining amount that we needed for Dr. Flynn came in today. So I don't know if I need to thank you for that or thank the person who sent it, which I will be doing.
Team effort.
That's right. I guess one more time, I will go ahead. Yeah, it is. It definitely is. I guess one more time, I will go ahead and say it. So, August 2nd, which is Saturday, folks, at 5 p.m., we will have Dr. Flynn, the Sneedville psychologist, coming back to evaluate Joseph's Batman delusions. It's going to be very fun, and I hope you guys are there for it. So if you'd like, mark it down on your calendars. I'm going to make sure, or at least I'm going to try my very damnedest to make sure that this happens. Yeah, so thank you, and for all the folks who did help with the funding, I have a special fucking surprise for you guys when the show starts. Not again. Fuck yeah, we're doing it again. Now I got the candy trolls wanting me to bring Dr. Flynn to evaluate that.
Situation where you have to make a cracker choice.
I have to buy more markers.
So quick recap. Joseph is mad at Charles Wofford about land that Joseph had laid claim to verbally and had high hopes of stealing from him. I was in touch with Charles Wofford today, and I guess I'll show you as well. I was in touch with Charles Wofford today, and we are in the works of getting this land and getting this property and claiming it for the Red Triangles. Not Shamrock, but that guy is on his way for, what'd you say, a 20-something hour drive?
Yeah, it's down there.
Yeah, so 20-something hours he will be driving to go and check out this land so that we can get it purchased. We are getting help from Harley from this, and hoping this will happen. Anything you want to add to it, that guy? Or?
Yeah, just depending on what kind of time I make, I may take a break halfway and
But this card is
catch a TZ.
aggressively. You need to get rid of it.
Also, you have to remember, if you wanted a hotel, you can get one.
But I have bad credit, so how would I get?
I do have a question. I am not a political person by any means, but when we do secure this land, type of political democracy hierarchy,
nothing.
I know we have sorry.
It's going to be like it's going to be the testing grounds to waiting for the 501 so we can get our tax exemption. And,
Well, it depends. It depends on what the mineral scans come up with. If it's profitable to mine minerals, then we don't do the 501c3 because then we can't make profit off the minerals.
If you pitch your tent on plot A and I put my tent on plot C, the mineral rights come out on plot B, who gets it?
Sheriff, if you're asking if you're still going to be on probation, yes. That's all you need to know.
Oh shit! Can we build a bat cave on the land? Fuck no. Fuck no.
I mean, there's lots of natural caves in New Mexico as it is, so we may find.
Yeah. Maybe. There ain't no telling what we're gonna find on this land, folks. This could be a good thing. It could be a bad thing. We don't know. Either way, the land is going to be going cheap, so it's worth the purchase. And if worse comes to worse, let's say that guy and I invest in this together or whatever, we will turn it around for a profit and split the fucking money. That's worst case scenario, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's land that was given to Shelley, so it's doubtful we're going to find anything super interesting on it.
Either way, we can just leave it on the street and walk away.
Find the case. Yeah, dude, let's do that. That sounds fucking great. Go find a cave. Oh, yeah. Well, Halloween's coming soon, and we're going to be having a costume contest. Who can build the best bat suit out of fucking cardboard and bullshit?
All the bullshit laying around your house, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it is Halloween. Dress up as your best Joey costume. You can't spend any money more than $30. That's
Less than that.
Find the shit laying around your house. Dress up as fucking Joey. $5 in the hat. Competition, best costume wins.
Let's take it out now with the email song. It's been a while. Tradition of mine now. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, Grandma. As Sheriff would say. Get this lined up here. Let's turn on some stink. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, Grandma.
Yeah, Grandma. Your version's cooler than that. It's whatever. All right, let's find the email here. Miss Christina's going to email me. Email or the death metal? Death metal. That guy your fault.
Stu.
Email? Okay, let's go.
One chance.
Joey has his friend, and your self-esteem about emails again, emails again, emails no friend, self-esteem about it, man. Yes, yes.
Welcome to the greatest radio show on earth. With your host, Steve 6, where we make fun of retarded locales. Steve signed off. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah. That's not this way, man. Yeah. Got a free state. Order of and stop it. It's all right.
This is Tyler John Drew Smith. My name is Nicholas. I'm Tom Milton for the House. 8 cups of coffee supporters, making the dream come true. Just subscribe to Anthony Allen, supporting CFP. Subscribe to the Thanks. No traces again. No donations again.
Joseph has no friends. Good shit. And he's not getting this land. It's hard. Grab that cardboard suit. Fuck yeah, dude. That's how we're gonna do it. Bullying got some spatulas, fucking tin foil, parchment paper, whatever you got. All hands on deck. Their hands. You guys are fucking awesome. You know that? Again, thanks so much to everyone who came through tonight. Wow, you watched. Really appreciate all of you. And
Yeah, man.
thank you, that guy, for the long trip you're about to make. You'll be fishing your journey. If you get tired, please pull over. Don't binge it, dude. Just take your time. We've got plenty of time, dude. We're going to get this done. It's going to be great. Thank you, Shamrock, for coming up. She might have stepped away. Shara, that guy. Yeah. Let's go out with, let's go out with you, Rachel. Much obliged. Have a good night, folks. And listen, one schizo regarded 43 lowdown. These heroes are real. The town needs a hero. Vince Sarton knows heroes do not exist unless that hero is He's not the real Batman. Right. Hey, Christina, bring me my goddamn money already. Christina, I texted you 1 minute ago. Please reply. I'm going down to the bat layer. I'm gonna get my bat suit on, bitch. You don't reply right away. It's over. I seen this Batman mask from Party City looks different to me. The symbol looks kind of like my mustache. Hello, Christina. I'm up here waiting for your text. Please reply. I'm afraid to jump because I don't know if my wings will work. Christina, are you there? Honey, am I going to be okay? Like I said, Christina, no, we just you fucking coward. Christina believes in me. She loves me. That's why I'm going to take all her fucking money. The fans just shit on me, Christina. Wait a minute. Am I going to be okay? I think I'm going to be okay. Embrace the Batman. I am the Batman. I just farted. My mask is all sweaty and stinky. Sticky Six of Troll Team 6 presents Fake Team Who's Championship Batman. -40.
If you've spent a lot of time on this platform, you've probably heard of Max Striker, better known as Mama Max. From his collabs with massive creators to his far-reaching social media campaigns, he's a well-established name in the YouTube ecosystem. For the better part of a decade, he's poised himself as a creator with a channel that has over 700,000 subscribers. Until recently, Max was seen as a bright light by fans and peers alike, exposing some of the most depraved individuals on the web. This facade and his unearned credibility were largely unquestioned until late 2023. Each year, his confidence on display led to a complete upheaval of his entire persona, with his entire career under scrutiny. The result was an unsettling discovery that this wasn't a one-time occurrence, but a long-pattern behavior, revealing Max to be manipulative, dishonest, exploitative, self-serving, and worst of all, outright malicious. This is the story of Mama Max Striker, the internet's worst predator hunter.
I don't think you're in your right to worry about that. Falsely imprisonment for cleaning up a mess that needs cleaning. That needs cleaning.
While Max is known nowadays as a creep hunter, he originally began a completely different niche. Max was uploading to a channel created in 2010 named Sexy Pants. He was inspired by the success of people who securities or use introductions. The entire people that inspired me to make it. I kind of hate having to bring this up because of people that I currently don't. You breathe in there for that people that turn these are like the ones that made me get on my channel because I saw how fast people went from doing something so simple, like you just talk, and I was like,
I did my best to clean it up for 14 days, and they arrested me.
Like others like Pyrocynical.
So yeah, I'd consider it mostly yeah.
Even don't
I am a criminal.
In late 2015, Max began a series.
called YouTube Hell, which brought his earliest success on the platform. These were comedic, often nonsensical edits about other drama channels. While no re-uploads exist, a mere look at his banner at the time gives a taste of his sense of humor. I mean, really. It's his face next to Filthy Frank, Leafy, and good old Adolf. They were basically YouTube hoops about specific creators, with a bunch of ties placed in for good measure. His most successful had names like Pyrocynical in the title, which got him noticed by others in the sphere. By early 2016, Max had nearly 7,000 subscribers and seemed like a promising up-and-comer. He started doing personality-driven content, garnering a small but loyal following. It was his viewers that came up with the nickname Mama Max as a reference to Filthy Frank. They were dedicated enough to advertise his channel for free, spamming his name across comment sections. This is unfortunately when Max hit his first roadblock on the platform. His use of hentai clips was quite risky due to YouTube's terms of service, and it wasn't long before videos started to get taken down. After receiving multiple notices, Max discontinued the series and ultimately decided to switch channels. The Mama Max channel was created on May 23, 2016. It would be home to a new series called Life Sucks, in which Max narrated over animations drawn by his sister. Max's content was evolving, motivated by a desire to learn the art of filmmaking. This was a means to that end at a time when he was unable to afford a camera. They were an outlet for Max to vent his frustrations of the world in all of their misanthropic glory. Max would rant about subjects like money, jobs, friends, loneliness, and even terrorism. They even contained personal stories that gave a glimpse into his real life and past. He vents about how awful his family was and his experience with heartbreak.
Let me tell you a story. Max was going through a sudden breakup with an Australian girl he was with for 2 years after she found someone else. She went by twigs or something. Every day, depression is brain and everything seems so pointless.
His emo diatribes were often bookended with attempts at inspirational monologues.
But you better not let anything stop you, especially not this this is too not let them stop you. They chose you because we're good. And now that they've left you, it's time for you to transition from good to great. From great to greater. Greater to greatest.
Now, in retrospect, many dismiss these videos as incel story times. They're not wrong, like, at all. But Max's approach, in which he spoke about these issues unfiltered, resonated with people. It was effective in creating deep, long-lasting parasocial relationships. Max's goal was that he was an outcast, and willing to expose himself in ways no normal person would. His stated goal was actually to help others who were suffering with depression, getting praise from both viewers and other creators. He appeared on podcasts, started his own podcast, and later installments had guests like Elvis the Alien and Corpse Husband.
I can do something that I don't really like talking about.
Oh, God!
I can suck my own dick.
By late 2016, he amassed 10,000 subscribers and only grew exponentially from there. He passed the 100K milestone in April of 2017, celebrating with a video of his friends and collaborators roasting him. This growth continued throughout 2018, reaching 200,000 subs by the end of the year. This is around when the series ran dry, with the last episode uploaded that March. Max's channel began underperforming, and he had to get another job. He grew embarrassed of the series and would end up privating all but his last installment.
I've not abandoned you. Content is not gone. It's just on hiatus. I had to get another job, so I don't have enough time to make them anymore. Also, they started to get boring to make because I felt like I was uploading the same thing every week. And I felt like they all sucked to where when I look back at them I cringe. And also, of course, because they weren't doing so well.
This is when Max made a bizarre pivot that was also a return to form. Hentai reviews.
And then, my channel started dying and I started getting depressed making that kind of content. So I was like, let's fucking do a 180 and make hentai reviews.
Max began making hentai reviews for his own amusement, with much of the humor coming from the sheer absurdity of it all. Many of these amount to reaction videos with some creative editing here and there. There isn't very much to say about these, other than that he was once again skirting the lines of the platform.
Today, we're going to be watching Sharing Gals. It is an anime that is about a sister who moves her creepy best brother with her friend.
That is, except for the last and only hentai review that remains public to this day. The video begins with Max getting tissues and a lotion while reading a poem that he had written himself about spanking the monkey.
I want to touch and feel it. I want to know it's real, to actually have control of it. I don't want to just sit and watch as I rub it.
This is before devolving into a style more familiar with fans of his later content.
Max's channel was about to evolve, with this video serving as a transition to video game content. Even though he enjoyed making tire reviews, it wasn't as fulfilling as the content he made to help people.
This is a series where I make documentaries about the impact of video games on people's lives. So if you are in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and you have a game that pretty much saved your life and you have a story that you want to tell, just send me.
It was a sign of what was to come, with Max creating videos about Halo, Dead Space, and the Elder Scrolls. They contained a lot of original footage, as Max experimented more and more using voice filters on his narration. It had marginal success, with only one managing to crack 100,000 views. When they set the stage for the video that single-handedly put him back on the map, and began an entirely new phase of the Mama Max channel. Kanye Quest 3030 is a satirical indie RPG released in 2013. The game made headlines upon release, receiving coverage in outlets like Vice and Rolling Stone. It had mysterious origins, with the developer only known as Phoenix, but this fact was largely overlooked until 2 years later. In 2015, a user discovered a previously hidden section of the game. It claimed the rest of the game was a front, but its actual purpose was to spread the teachings of the Ascensionism cult. Those who investigated further found a complex puzzle of hidden websites and QR codes. The ending congratulated players on their ascension before asking for their private information. With the benefit of hindsight, we know for a fact this was an ARG. The creator was identified in 2022 as Clara Hope, who created Kanye Quest for a high school project. But at the time, this was unclear, with the discovery making big waves in the gaming community. On August 1st, 2019, Max uploaded a 30-minute video about Kanye Quest. He investigates the urban legend at length, concluding it to be the work of an underappreciated artist.
It's 1 year's record. This extraordinary story. It's fine. It's like no history. It's one of the most overrated insulting.
The video exploded in popularity, amassing over 2 million views. It quickly became the most viewed on his channel, solidifying the future direction of his content. He made 2 more videos before the end of the year, covering similar stories. The first was about Sad Satan, which infamously had illegal content hidden within its files. That video received 2.2 million views. The second was the story of Kamakuishiki Village, a game with alleged ties to another cult. This cult is most well known for perpetrating the deadly Tokyo subway sarin attack in 1995. They're active to this day under the name Aleph, but are largely defunct as a terrorist organization. This became a contention in Max's next video, titled Rolypoly.exe. The video centers around the 1997 Japanese educational game Roly Polies. It was created by artist Osamu Sato, most well known for creating LSD Dream Emulator. The game was considered lost media until 2019 when it reached.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game. Where today I got the airplane passes, the aviator classes, and the Kanye quotes are going to be flying out to the masses. As you know, we've been covering a lot of ARGs recently. OnlyFans, Catastrophe Pro, Dad over on Film Theory. I mean, heck, just last week on Food Theory, I was practically adjusting the brightness on a Grubhub ad to piece together a code that spelled Jimmy Neutron was here. But all of them pale in comparison to how scary and bizarre today's topic is. I'm talking about Kanye Quest 3030, one of the internet's most frustrating unsolved mysteries. On the surface, this game is everything that meme culture loves. In-game you play as Kanye West, who, while taking out his trash one morning, falls into a wormhole and is transported to the year 3030, where the United States is ruled by a clone of the rapper Lil B, who declared himself a god. So Kanye puts together a party of other rappers to defeat Lil B and save America. The game plays a lot like Pokemon, including random encounters where clones of Jay-Z, Minaj, Snoop Dogg, and others will attack using the power of smooth flows and spicy dissonance. It's creative, it's funny, it's full of jokes about 2013 hip-hop culture, and it's also hiding a secret gameplay mode designed as a cult recruitment tool. Yep, a mode that stayed hidden to the public for nearly 2 years. And that, my dearest, is what we start exploring today. Is Kanye West's unofficial meme game actually a secret weapon created by a cult looking to indoctrinate new members? Now, I ain't saying he's a cult leader, but he be acting like a mad preacher. Let's start at the beginning, shall we? Kanye Quest 3030 is a 2013 game published by a mysterious person only going by the name Phoenix. Developed in RPG Maker and only available through Tumblr, this thing made moderate levels of news across the blogosphere, but was relatively unknown over here on YouTube. Dumpkey was one of the only people to really do a dedicated video on it.
Kanye Quest 3030 is the 3030 installment of the popular Kanye Quest RPG series.
And that was it. Left the jokes, struggled through the janky balancing like so many other RPG Maker projects before and after it, and then move on. You know, it was fun for like a week. Or so people thought. Roughly 2 years after the game's release, it was discovered that by talking to an anonymous NPC in the game, you could unlock a completely hidden and much more sinister game. Early in the game, talking to this NPC prompts him to ask, what do you want to do? Pretty innocuous, right? You'd probably fill in the answer with something dumb like, who? And nothing really happens from there. But if you respond with the word ascend, things take a very unexpected turn. You're transformed into a butterfly and teleported to a hidden level filled with haunted music. There, you receive the following secret message. Congratulations. You have proven yourself to be an open-minded and curious thinker. We must apologize for deceiving you, but we can reveal that the game you were playing until this point was a front constructed to protect what you are currently accessing. We must ask that you do not reveal this area to the public. Oops, my bad. By selecting the yes option, you will agree to participate and not reveal information. Okay, theorists, I'm gonna hit yes to this invitation, but we're all gonna have to collectively agree here and keep this to ourselves. Got it? You heard the creepy cult game. This is just between you, me, and the million other views hopefully this video gets. Since I can't double check that you're all agreeing down in the comments, just leave a like. That'll tell me that you agree, okay? It'll be like a pinky swear, okay? We all good? Great. Hitting yes continues the message. The following is a thought exercise designed to help teach you something beneficial. By undertaking this exercise, you will hopefully be affected in a positive way. Due to the nature of the exercise, this something cannot be revealed immediately. This exercise may or may not be restricted to this software. It is important to remember that the purpose of this exercise is to benefit you. You will not be timed. We cannot provide any more information except that we wish you good luck. You may begin now. Welcome to your ascension. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not in Kansas anymore. When exploring this hidden pyramid-shaped level, you find that it contains multiple computers asking for 8 character inputs. To the south of the pyramid is a room made of 4 squares that, when stitched together, reveal a QR code. Unfortunately, even back in 2015, the QR code link was dead. I checked the Wayback Machine and other internet archives, but sadly it seems whatever was on the site in 2013 may have been lost, or is at least beyond my means to recover it. Believe me, we've tried, others have tried. This information is out there, you know how to find it, post it in the comments. But most likely it was the start of an ARG puzzle sequence that would lead to passwords for each of the computers around the room. So how then do we unlock the secrets of this room if the website's dead? And why would anyone assume that this is all associated with some sort of cult behavior? Well, it all goes back to the person who discovered this area of the game in the first place. Back in January of 2015, an anonymous user on the website Pastebin posted that they had found this hidden level while data mining the game's source code, and that the whole thing was connected to a cult known as Ascensionism. They included tons of information, including the cult's website, blog posts, and a link to the official record label of Ascensionism on Bandcamp, all using the logo of an eye with a pyramid at the center. And while the cult connection might seem random at first, it quickly becomes apparent that this thing was waiting in plain sight since the very beginning. Going back to the original Kanye Quest 3030 trailer from July 20th, 2013, we see a flash of the eye at the very end. You see it? Right there. The flash. And wait, did you hear the code? Let me play it again. It's Morse code. Morse code that translates to the word ascend. Heck, the Morse code for ascend is also in the description of the Kanye Quest 3030 YouTube page. It's like, come on, internet, why did this take people 500 plus days to crack? Anyway, don't click on any of those links now. They'll lead to less savory places. Anyway, via the data mine, this anonymous user was able to find the computer codes for the room, all of which were random words like Severidge, Bolivia, Ogden, Snowless, Cape Skin. In total, there were 33 codes that needed to be found, and once input into the game, the player would get a new animation and the alert JFCCJNMS emerges. box, along with one final terminal that greets you saying, "Congratulations, you have ascended. Thank you for playing," while prompting for one final password. JFCCJNMS. Come on, that's gotta be some kind of code, right? It's not a Rod, it's not a Playfair or a Caesar. You can ascend with a cipher. I played around with it for a while, and it actually appears to be a Legionnaire cipher using the keyword XXXIV, yes. 34 in Roman numerals, corresponding to this being the 34th password and the word yes. You're saying yes to the final step of the puzzle. Decrypting the text gives you a final passcode, micropia, and once entered, things get really serious. You've proven your worth once again. You have ascended. However, further ascension is always possible. If you do not wish to ascend further, your journey ends here. So please quote this program by pressing Alt F4 or selecting the Go option above. By selecting Yes option, you agree to participate further, and you grant us permission to interact with your possessions. Would you like to participate? Over the following 2-week time period, we will interact with you and your possessions in several ways. Keep an eye out, as some of these will be subtle, others may not. May attempt to contact you directly. If we do this, we will attempt to notify you of our presence using a keyword. If you still consent to participation, please select the yes option above. Do you wish to participate? After selecting yes, you're prompted to give your name, country, city, street name, house number, and zip code. Once you've submitted this information, we thanks you by name and we're told to join next 2 weeks. A great member of our team actually did this. Others online have done it as well. To this day, no one has reported anything happening. So, what the heck? Oh yeah, it's all a fun ARG game until they start asking you for personal information and threatening to mess with your stuff. Which leads to the question, what is this thing? Just a very elaborate prank, an actual recruiting tool a la R6jd7IGShmhwUklJffhEr, which presented puzzles to the public in the hopes of finding top code breakers, or some obscure cult recruitment tool like many think? Would a cult actually use an indie video game with hidden elements to recruit a new generation of members? Does Ascensionism as this pseudo-religion even exist? Well, let's start with the last one, since that one seems to be the easiest to tackle. If the cult didn't exist prior to the game, case closed, right? Well, Google searching for Ascensionism now returns many links directly related to Kanye Quest 3030. However, first mention of the cult comes from a draft wiki page submitted in 2006 by a user named Kevin Friels, a full 7 years before the release of Kanye Quest. It claims that, quote, Ascensionism is a religious movement stating that human beings can transcend their current limitations, and that doing so is a sacred right and duty of a human being. The website ascensionism.com is blank today, but according to Whois records, it was active 5 years before the Kanye Quest 3030 game was released. We can even find a capture of it from 2011 with the Wayback Machine, where it described its beliefs as, quote, a state of existence. It's the space between reality and fantasy, the only place that allows all the things that the mind can create completely coexist with all that reality has to offer, and all that it withholds. It all amounts to nonsense, right? But it's also the sort of nonsense that you could see a cult or pseudo-religious group trying to preach to followers. Our anonymous basement user also points to a blog that describes Ascensionism, and while the article itself is dated using the Wayback Machine, we can see that the main blog has posts about Ascensionism up as early as January 14th, 2011. The blog post our anonymous user linked to shows up in the Wayback Machine on July 24th, 2012, again before the release of Kanye Quest. So, using these 3 different sources, we can definitively conclude that Ascensionism as a religious concept certainly predated Kanye Quest and is unlikely to be a creation of the game itself. But could a game like this actually be used as a recruitment tool? Seems odd, right? Really arbitrary. But not only could it be, it's actually fairly common practice for these groups. The cult Unicult was famous for directing its users to an Etsy shop where they had to buy applications which, according to Vice, asked new followers to answer legions of personal questions. Heaven's Gate, a cult that believed its followers could transform and ascend to heaven, used ideas and phrases from popular science fiction writers like Arthur C. Clarke in their recruitment videos, which again isn't unlike using a popular musician to get attention and make his cult seem cool. Even the Japanese death cult Om Shinrikyo, which I talked about way back in year 1 of game theory, produced its own anime to recruit its followers. In short, it isn't a stretch to think that a cult can use video games or pop culture to find new members. And once you get to the secrets of Kanye Quest 3030, you quickly see that it follows the key tactics cults actually do use to recruit new members. Quest. According to NewYorkCult.com, there are 8 steps that cults use to indoctrinate new members, with the first 4 focused on recruitment. So let's go back and take a look at the end of Kanye Quest 3030 with those 4 steps in mind. Number 1, invitation to a non-threatening event. Absolutely applies to Kanye Quest here. This whole side quest starts with the player having to play a silly video game, and the player begins the message by selecting the yes option. You agree to participate in an exercise designed to help achieve something beneficial. Nothing scary or threatening there, just more of the game to play. Step 2, love bombing. Recruitment is showered in praise. And again, this is a solid yes. At each step of the ARG process, the game celebrates your victories and tells you how smart you are. Congratulations, you have proven yourself to be an open-minded and curious thinker. You have proven your worth once again. You have ascended. Step number 3, dangling the prize. In this case, the game's continually teasing that further ascension is always possible. There are higher and higher levels for us to achieve, more and more knowledge of this mystery for us to attain. Absolutely yes here too. And finally, step 4, extracting an agreement from you that you want the prize. Again, folks work by turning off the boiling water, so to speak, slowly finding up the heat, asking you to say small, easy yeses early, so you go deeper and deeper down the well and say yes to bigger and scarier things down the line. And this is what Kanye Quest does too. It starts with a yes to not share information about this group. It then evolves into a yes as we answer bit by bit all the secret mysteries hidden across the computer rooms and passwords. And then finally, the biggest yes of all, by selecting the yes option to participate further and grant us permission to interact with your possessions or to participate. That is a huge request. But at this point, you've already said yes to the game no less than 4 times. With one more yes. So there you have it, friends. Ascensionism is real. Cults have shown themselves to use popular media in order to recruit followers, and the game's own language fits perfectly into what we know about how cults recruit. Game over. Let's pack this one up. We're at 13 minutes. Time to go home. But not so fast. The Kanye Quest mystery is just getting started. This thing's like onions. It has layers. Already we're 2 layers deep, but if we keep going down this rabbit hole, more things don't quite have. Like the appearance of the second video. Kanye Quest's relationship with yet another mysterious unsolved ARG, and the true identity of our game's maker and the legacy that this game has had to this very day. So make sure you hit that subscribe button, because next time we'll get to the bottom of this mystery once and for all. Say yes. And in the meantime, remember to sign up for our sponsor for today's episode, NordVPN, because I don't know about you, but episodes like this make me really scared for my online. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory! Congratulations, you've ascended. But further ascension is always possible by clicking the subscribe button and joining the Theorist cult. I mean, the Theorist community. Of course. Last time, we began our exploration of Kanye Quest 3030, the 2013 meme game hiding a sinister secret. What, on the surface, looks to be an RPG Maker joke game starring Kanye West trying to save the world from rival rapper Lil B is actually a starting point to a fully fledged ARG that many believe is meant to be a recruitment tool into the mysterious cult known as Ascensionism. By giving the answer Ascend to a random NPC early in the game, you're taken to a room full of computers demanding input codes. Solve those codes and suddenly the game is swearing you to secrecy about this hidden game mode and asking for all your personal information, including your name and address, so someone can, quote, interact with you and your possessions in several ways. In our last episode, we looked into whether this could possibly be related to cult behavior, and we not only proved the existence of an ascensionist religion prior to the game's release, but we also showed that these sorts of groups have used similar recruitment tactics in the past. So yes, on the surface, it absolutely seems very likely that Kanye Quest was being used by a cult, but I wasn't just satisfied with that answer, so we decided to dig deeper. And amazingly, we were able to find and communicate with the creator of Ascensionism themselves, which is, in fact, a real thing, except, I'm getting ahead of myself. Here's the rest of the story. Kanye Quest 3030's hidden level is certainly unsettling, but it doesn't move into terrifying territory until the game starts asking you for personal information. That, to me, is the part where my blood
really starts to run cold and things get real serious. But what if I told you that RPG Maker doesn't have a built-in online component? Yes, the game pauses after you enter your information, but that pause is scripted. You can even see it in the game's code, creating the illusion that it sent your information off to someone. With a copy of the game we were able to get, we tested it to see if it tried to connect to the internet with network monitoring software, and sure enough, nothing happened. It isn't outside the realm of possibility that someone could have built an online component into RPG Maker, but my copy of the game, which is meant to be a direct replica of the original, doesn't have that in there. And while sure, the QR code that you scan at the beginning of the ARG sequence could have loaded malicious software onto the computer, why ask for all that information again later? Without the original file or website, it's impossible to say for certain, but something did seem to add up here. What makes things even more suspicious, though, is the connections this has to another ARG running at roughly the same time as Kanye Quest. The Pastebin anonymous poster who originally hacked into the game and discovered all this Ascension stuff provided a link to a now-defunct forum called Unfiction. Unfiction was a bulletin board where people would get together to discuss ARG happenings at the time, sort of like what we see today with Discord groups and Reddit pages. And we see that on September 30th, 2013, 2 months after the release of Kanye Quest, one of the forum members received a mysterious YouTube link to a video all about Ascensionism. A video that, unfortunately, is no longer available today. But reading through these old posts and seeing some of the embedded images, we can piece together the tone and feel of how this ARG went. Scary news stories with hidden binary codes, base 64 decrypting, adjusting the brightness levels of stock images, more QR codes, all your standard fare for this sort of ARG quest. Oddly enough, though, this separate ARG seemed to share strange similarities to Kanye Quest, specifically with keywords like Ogden, Jagtai, Iron, Idol, Petuns, and more. Words that were random enough that it rules out simple coincidence. It's also worth noting that the ARG link was sent to the Unfiction user in September of 2013, 2 months after the release of Kanye Quest. It suggests to me that not only are the two ARGs connected, but that the creator was disappointed people weren't finding the trailhead hidden within Kanye Quest itself, and so instead tried to get more players to the ARG half of the game via more explicit means, by dropping it on an ARG-specific forum. Something that I suspect they try one final time in 2015 via that anonymous Pastebin post that finally got a critical mass of people talking about this thing. Our biggest clue that suggests that anonymous Pastebin user is also our game's creator is timing. You see, the anonymous poster links to a video showing what happens when you type ascend at the right moment of the game. The link is to a video on the YouTube channel Ben9, but here's the thing. The Ben9 channel only has that one video. He's never posted anything before or since. And we've seen this sort of thing before with fake YouTube channels created especially for ARGs, specifically with Catastrophe Crow. They tend to have one, maybe two videos on there, and then the ARG-related one. This channel, Ben9, fits the mold perfectly. What's even stranger, though, is that the YouTube channel posted the video January 29th, 2015. The anonymous Pastebin post about Kanye Quest went up January 28th, 2015, a day before the YouTube link would have even been available. In other words, with all the evidence that we have, I think we can confidently say that Kanye Quest 3030 and the Unfiction YouTube ARG had one person in common: Kanye Quest's creator, Phoenix. But who is Phoenix? Are they actually a member of a cult trying to do some recruiting, or are they just an indie game dev making something that's very convincing and very creepy? So this now becomes the tale of three posts. The original game posted by its creator Phoenix, the YouTube video ARG posted on Unfiction, and the 2015 Pastebin post, all connected and all likely made by the same person. Three mysteries, three potential ways to find the next clue. And that next clue would be PayPal. On the Unfiction thread, one of the forum members, Cheza, decided to send 1 cent to a donation link that they found via the YouTube ARG, knowing that when you donate to PayPal, you get a receipt that's required to have a name on it. And the name Cheza got back was Nicholas Lyons. Nick Lyons. Phoenix. Could it be? Ladies and gentlemen, could this be the person who began it all? Who would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for that meddling Fair Credit Reporting Act of 1970? Now, searching around for active accounts with the name Nick Lyons from 2015 brings you to a profile on Bandcamp, featuring links to social media pages for Ascensionism records, and sporting the Ascensionist imagery of, you guessed it, an eye with a triangle in it. That same site today still sports the eye with a triangle, but now hosts music by someone else named Valerie. And this was a lead that I hadn't seen anyone else run down in any other coverage of Kanye Quest. So a member of our team contacted Valerie, and to our surprise, they responded. And not just responded, but openly admitted to being the creator of Ascensionism. Suddenly, we started to get all the answers that we've been looking for. What we're about to read to you are excerpts of our full conversation with them. To protect their anonymity, Valerie didn't actually record these lines. It's just a dramatic reenactment. And what you're hearing underneath and throughout are selections from the Ascensionism Bandcamp page. It would be helpful if you could introduce yourself. I have an idea of who you are in your relation to Nick Lyons, but I want to give you the opportunity to tell people in your own words so I can represent you the way you wish to be.
Hey, I'm Valerie Shepner Harris. Nick Lyons is an alias I used in the past for a couple projects. It's not actually my name, and it never was. Originally, that was all it was, an alias. Of all of my work, I never expected that to be the thing that blows up.
Tell me all about Ascensionism and Ascensionism Records. What was the inspiration when the project started? Who worked on it? What were the goals when it started?
I have this sort of obsession. I like to have a lot of Bandcamp URLs handy. Part of the reason is I like the idea of having this sort of disjointed presence, this fragmented maze of random remnants of information and art scattered across many different places, and then not actually telling anyone about them. As for Ascensionism specifically, I started projects with a very loose and tangible goal in mind. My brain was just like religion, cult, ARG, and then I get this urge to make something to relate to that concept and how it feels in my head. Then, when I actually finished the audio, I ended up having to spend weeks thinking of a name, cover, how it should be presented, etc. It doesn't come naturally to me, not like the music itself does. In terms of the actual reception the concept project has gotten, I have the David Lynch approach, honestly. Every interpretation is correct, as long as there is no true interpretation that can be communicated properly through the language.
The music currently up on your Bandcamp is very interesting. The change in feelings is striking. To me, it feels like it's an emotional journey, but what's your intention with the album?
Those albums, that was the closest I managed to get to the main driving force behind Ascensionism. That being like the idea of being adopted into a cult religion, putting your life into it, your money, being promised that because you're doing this, everything will be okay, your future will be saved. But then one arbitrary mistake, one thing that goes against the will of some specific circle of people that make the rules, having it taken away from you without question. One of the biggest in particular, Scientology. The more and more I learn about Scientology, the more it makes my heart ache for the people whose lives have been reduced to nothing because of it.
When did you personally become aware of the Kanye Quest 3030 Pastebin post that claimed to link your Ascensionism Bandcamp page, an ARG unfiction thread, a cult, and the game together? Have you read the post? Do you have any thoughts on it?
Yeah, so Kanye Quest. It's not actually related to me. For a long time, I wanted to make music for games. Because of this, I spent hours and hours finding and talking to folks in random game developer group chats on Skype, Discord, TeamSpeak, etc. I would say sometimes, hey, feel free to use my work or even just my ideas in your stuff for free. Just make sure you credit me. And with Kanye Quest, I don't really know. I don't know who developed it. I don't know why. I guess they just liked my work and wanted to incorporate it somehow while challenging themselves to implement some weird mechanics into their game. Honestly, I've never played the game. It wasn't made by a cult. Ascensionism isn't a cult. Maybe someday I can try starting a cult, but that day has not come yet.
How did the attention that came from the theories on YouTube affect you? What effects, if any, did they have in the direction of your own art?
It meant a lot to see that my work meant so much to so many people, and I often wanted to say something, but I was worried it would just seem like a baseless claim, especially since during that period of my life I never saved project files and I deleted stuff constantly, so I worried I wouldn't have any evidence to back anything up. Since then, I've started focusing more on the music under my actual name over aliases. The more I figure myself out as an artist, the more comfortable I am releasing my work without hiding behind a separate page. Obviously, there's merit to anonymity, but you can't have that anonymity and then still get upset when the ignorance that anonymity relies on bites you in the teeth.
You mentioned you have a new project on the way. What is it? For people who've truly enjoyed the projects that you've worked on, is there a way that they can follow you or keep an eye out for the next things that you're working on?
The Wax Divulgence. Most of the details behind it are secret currently. If you like my work, you can follow me at WitcherCouplet, and anyone is free to reach out at any time.
And that, my theorists, puts an end to the story of Kanye Quest. In the end, it wasn't a recruitment tool. It all began with one musician inspired by the human tragedy of cults. Sharing that work in online game forums resulted in a budding game designer named Phoenix graphics to create an ARG, adopting Ascensionist ideas to help make it extra creepy. They packaged it all up into the meme game Kanye Quest 3030, but after 2 months, got tired of waiting for people to get started, seeding the ARG portion out to the unfiction forums. 2 years later, they would do the same thing again. They jumped onto YouTube, recorded a video showing how to access the ending, and hammered out a 2,500-word hint to the ARG community to get them started. The post blew up, and the ARG finally achieved the critical mass that it had been looking for the entire time. Except no one ever really figured it all out. There seemed to never really be an end game to this thing, just a mysterious work of art that was seeded out into the world to keep people guessing. In the end, this was never the story of a cult, but rather the story of two brilliant artists inspired by cults who created one of the most fascinating, interconnected ARGs ever to be found online. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching.
He looks at all the backlash the UK is getting for basically the same thing and decides now is the ample time to try this bill again. Charlie made a video on it, did he? Let me see if I can watch it.
If I asked you to give me your ID to watch this video, provide some form of identification, what would you tell me?
No.
I hope your answer would be a resounding no, telling me to go eat dirt.
Yeah.
Because that's not just like some kind of innocent, annoying question. That's legitimately just an assault on your freedom. It's an extremely scary and concerning direction the online space is heading. No longer is this just the wacky Wild West of the World Wide Web, where Timmy Turner once surfed on an email and Fairly Odd Parents. Now,
it's a different time.
It is actively being censored. We're seeing that happen a lot. Censorship is spiraling, especially in video games, with Collective Shout getting Steam and
It's going to get a lot worse. It is. It's going to get a lot worse, especially whenever people like this realize they can make a change.
Two separate platforms to remove hundreds and hundreds of games that they deemed highly harmful and, deplorable, so they had the Visa and MasterCard come forward, threaten to pull out of them, and bully them into submission. They got them in the fucking headlock, so then they just went belly up and played ball, removing all of these titles, which, by the way, was not just freaky gooner games. In itch.io's case, people have learned over the last few days, tons and tons of games have been de-indexed that didn't have...
Well, it creates a chilling effect, and this is the problem, is that as soon as companies realize, and these platforms realize that they could lose their payment processing opportunities, they will be overzealous in removing games ahead of time, so they don't accidentally get in trouble. And that's really what the problem is.
Any porn in them at all. So it wasn't just like rape and incest weirdo games. It was any game, or mini games included, that are just darker themes, that have more like...
And then also, here's the other component to it that I don't think anybody's talking about, is that maybe Collective Shout isn't going after all NSFW games, and they don't want all porn games banned. They only want the ones banned that are negative or detrimental to women from their point of view. But what happens whenever another advocacy group that's like Collective Shout wants all of them banned? And then they email MasterCard, and then the same thing happens then. You see what I'm saying? So, even if you solve this problem and you address this one specifically, if it happens once, it'll happen again. They defended cuties? Yeah, of course. I saw that. It's the same argument against more internet regulation. Well, I don't know necessarily if it is. I think it depends on what it is. But I think that government behavior and private company behavior shouldn't be graded on the same scale. You can't really make a one-to-one comparison in a lot of cases.
Themes in them with no, sexual content. It's absurd, and it's something everyone could have seen coming. Anyone with a functioning frontal lobe could tell you that censorship is not something to be celebrated.
No.
When you try and target low-hanging fruit, something easy
And I think also, censorship in some cases are things we all agree with, right? CSAM, any, child sexual abuse stuff, get rid of that, censor that. Get rid of, doxing, stuff like that, censor that for sure. But the problem is that this is the real issue. It's that these people want to make their opinions the law. And they don't want to change the law. They want to have their opinions, enforce them as if they are the law, but not actually pass a law. That's the issue. And that's what they're doing.
Those, disgusting porn games that are all about, like, incest and shit, you'll get a lot of clapping seals like, yippee, you saved us. What they don't realize is it doesn't stop there. That is just the beginning. That just opens the door. So that way they can censor even more. It is absurd and out of control, but I'm going off on a tangent. The point is, the internet is under attack in a large way, across the board, not just in gaming. I'm sure all of you have
Hi, welcome back to Joe Blogs. In today's episode, I want to talk about the trade deal that has just been struck between the USA and the European Union, which is being billed as the biggest trade deal in the history of the world. And the reason why it's so important from the USA's point of view is because the European Union, collectively the 27 countries, make up the USA's biggest single trading partner. You can see from this chart, which shows the value of imports into the USA in the first 5 months of 2025, that the USA purchased $303 billion worth of goods, which represented over 20%. Now, that's more than Mexico, which came in at $220 billion, Canada at $169, and China at $149. So in previous videos, I've talked about the individual countries of the European Union, Germany, France, those sorts of countries. But collectively, because they negotiate as a unit and do deals as one complete block, it's the US's biggest single partner. So before we get into the details of this deal, which isn't just about tariffs, it's also about investments into the USA, purchases of energy and military equipment, let's hear what the two leaders have to say about the deal itself.
So I just want to congratulate you. I think it's great that we made a deal today instead of playing games and maybe not making a deal at all. I think it's, I'm going to let you say, but I think.
Oh, darling, you're quite charming the way that you crawl into my thoughts. You're so enchanting dancing and I can't sleep without your hands on my body. You got me wrapped up in you, the things that you do.
Shannon Blake is TikTok's biggest hippie, and the weird thing is, it's all fake. Her whole style, vibe, and persona just seems to all have turned into a corporate shell, and this has led her into many controversies. Accusations of cultural appropriation through her music choice and style, profiteering off of her ironically unethical merchandise, and also with losing any drop of personality throughout anything that she does. It makes her always be in controversy. Shannon Blake is a TikTok hippie problem, and she's definitely on thin ice. So hello everyone, welcome back. I'm Jay Baz, and today we're going to be talking about TikTok's fakest hippie, or the so-called TikTok Barbie. Shannon Blake is an influencer with millions of followers across all of her social medias, known mainly for her music. She's an Insta model, OF model, TikTok star, and a creator of music that, although it doesn't make the ears bleed, doesn't really please them either. Mostly known for her outgoing self, projecting into the world the divine teachings of spiritualism around everything in life and expressing yourself as you please and want, which we will get into, because as it was at first wholesome, this has really turned into a corporate business shell. Also going on things like private jets, which doesn't really feel like you're very well in touch with nature. She also had a new DLC drop where she now thinks that she can actually mind control, which is a new one to me.
You know, I'm so hungry. 4 times. I didn't know what I wanted, and this is exactly what I need. I made it fall off.
I'm almost certain that this is something to do with static charge and absolutely nothing to do with the ability to do things with your mind. I feel like a pretty simple person could tell her that, but she's gone off the edge just a little bit. All I'll say there is, God forbid anyone rubs a balloon on her head, she will go mental. And people have gone as far as to say that she is a trustafarian, which is a wealthy young person who adopts an alternate lifestyle incorporating elements from non-Western cultures. And after all you'll see today, that really does resonate. She's always been a sore thumb on the internet, as she tries to merge cultures and influences without any thorough thought whatsoever, leading for her mainly to get cooked.
I have a vibration, people can tune in.
Literally the same person. And the main reason that people are mad at her is because she's profiting off of these cultures, these ideas, and the way that she looks, for example, whilst also not giving any attention to them cultures, them people, them practices that she supposedly represents. There's so many problems with Shannon Blake to go through here, so if you enjoyed the video at any point, please hit the like button and subscribe if you're not. Try to get to 50k ASAP, it helps out the channel a lot, and I would love to see you back. A lot of people do say that Shannon Blake is a fake hippie, and although looking through all of her older stuff, I wouldn't agree with that entirely. I do think a lot of the things that she does is somewhat put on. But for you people who don't know Shannon Blake and want to get to know her, well, I've got the perfect introduction, because she did a song a couple of months ago called the Peru song that got her in some trouble, but also some of the stuff that she says in this video is so weird. This was called the Peru song, and although obviously I can't show you, I want to tell you some of the lyrics because they are just weird. And the way that she's gone about it to try and explain how her life is going and how brilliant it is weird as well. Obviously, she starts off by saying that she was drinking ayahuasca with the shamans. Ayahuasca is typically taken like in the middle of just a forest in the back ass of nowhere, and it gives a similar experience to like being nearly passed away. A lot of people on spiritual journeys do tend to take this sort of thing, and although I wouldn't recommend it, it's something that a lot of spiritualists do to get in touch with the nature, which really seems odd to me because it's the exact opposite. You're flying away, you're not coming back down to earth. She's also got other songs about taking mushrooms, going on trips and things like that, so it really is a product of her environment. How are you keeping in touch with reality when you're flying away in another room every couple of days? From this, Shannon has quite a few levels of delusions, honestly, that have really got her into some drama because they are just so hilariously stupid, I'd say. What great still, she looks like she's trying to sneeze. But saying that she's been learning from the aliens, saying that we're all connected to the pyramids, you know, the pyramids in Egypt. It's like a typical trope of someone who really wants to be a conspiracy theorist, but doesn't really understand the nuance. And not only are we...
This video was brought to you by SimpliSafe. There's no safe like SimpliSafe. Police just arrived at an airport parking lot to investigate reports of an abandoned truck. Initially, it seemed like just another routine call with nothing unusual. But that's when it hit them.
I think it smelled like decom. I just smelled something.
Inside the truck lay 4 brutalized and dismembered bodies hidden inside boxes. What officers didn't know at the time is that 11 more bodies lay buried and hidden in remote areas of the state. An active, twisted serial killer was on the loose, and detectives were already months behind.
Remember the last time you saw him? A couple of months ago. We don't care about anything else other than finding Mac, Jeff, and Jesse. Whoever did that was unfocused.
I tied everything together yesterday when he did that. You know what I mean? Like, I hope we lost it 3, man. I hope he did.
Taking these other 11, you take them all to the same place. So, if you ever came back out to New Mexico, would you be willing to take us?
It started on a Sunday afternoon when police in Grants, New Mexico received a mysterious call. A landlord had just discovered something he described as disturbing while cleaning out an evicted tenant's home. Officers immediately headed to the address to investigate.
Well, this guy has paid us since July, but the COVID going on, we couldn't evict him, so we've had nothing but problems with him. Anyways, we finally got him to move out, so we've seen him today. We haven't come by, we haven't messed with him. But that's a chicken. When I came by, he says, I'm going to leave you a pile to throw. Well, we didn't know which pile, so we started to load it up. While we were moving some things, and we found this puppy in its box underneath some of the kid stuff, you know. Okay. So we go to put the puppy in the bag because we were going to bury it, and then we see that they had tied a cord on its head. Okay. Well, we've had, like I said, nothing but problems with these guys, so I at least want to put a report on file. I know we won't be able to say who did it and when, but that needs to be associated with him, you know, because we're going to take him to court for a lot of other things, and if I can just have that on file, it'll help. Okay.
It was clear the puppy had suffered a horrific death. Animal control arrived shortly afterwards and confirmed it had been deliberately tortured, noting a cord tied tightly around its neck. The cruelty of the scene was deeply unsettling, and the officer immediately recognized they were dealing with someone truly twisted.
Absolutely. That's just sad. I just sat right there, just really got this. It's like, that's not cool at all. No. Absolutely. Cool, awful people. Yeah, these guys get in as landlords. You know, we tried to go into the house. They went in, they painted everything their own colors, and they just ruined it.
Unfortunately for investigators, the puppy was just the first body. And in the coming days, police would uncover more gruesome scenes, strange disappearances, and disturbing evidence pointing to something far more calculated than anyone expected. That same day, Detective Robert Turney was assigned a missing persons case involving 19-year-old Matthew Miller. Matthew's grandmother had called 911 a couple of days earlier, worried because she hadn't seen or heard from him in nearly a week. It turned out police were already familiar with Matthew and knew he had previously struggled with substance abuse. So initially they assumed his disappearance was drug-related. Maybe he overdosed somewhere. But Matthew's family insisted something was different this time, and urgently requested to speak with detectives. Trusting their instincts, Detective Turney decided to visit Matthew's grandmother, where he would discover some unsettling new possibilities.
So you guys can help me out by just calling around to hospitals, clinics, rehabilitation places, other county jails,
and just see if he's there. Prepare for the best. Okay. But I will tell you, I had more than enough to arrest Matthew several times. And he's not one of those people that I wanted to arrest. Matthew's not going to pull a gun on anybody, right? To give you a drug. Yeah. He's not that kind of person. Okay. And he probably has a little bit of a complex because he knows he's that kind of person. And so Stan, you'll have to actually reach out and tell you guys the truth about his first sticker there. Yeah, now he's still there. You just forgive him. All you can do is tell him you love him, you forgive him, and go from there.
After rehashing some information with Matthew's family, Detective Turney would go on to learn some critical details. Matthew's girlfriend told the family she saw him getting into a vehicle with several other people, including a blonde woman named Jennifer Lannon, someone Matthew had recently been spending time with. He also learned that Matthew often spent time with a close friend named Justin Mata and his girlfriend, Leonie Calzada. All three were known to use drugs together. Acting quickly on these promising new leads, police began searching locations Matthew was known to frequent, and soon enough, they located Matthew's Chevy Colorado truck parked and seemingly abandoned within a few blocks away from Leonie and Justin's residence. The truck was dirty, locked, and appeared to have been parked there for several days. Inside, detectives found clothing and personal belongings, as well as several unsettling items, including a pair of rubber gloves and a shovel lying in the truck's bed. They also found multiple cell phones that were damaged in the front and back seats. It seemed clear Matthew hadn't intended to leave the truck there, and detectives sensed something wasn't right. Immediately, investigators canvassed the area and found surveillance cameras nearby, one of which captured Matthew's truck arriving at Leonie and Justin's address on January 26th, just 3 days before Matthew was reported missing. With these new alarming discoveries, Detective Turney knew the next logical step was to urgently speak with Matthew's friends, Justin Mata and Leonie Calzada, hoping they could shed some light on the situation. However, when they arrived at the couple's residence, they would quickly realize Matthew wasn't the only one missing.
Just you? You sure? Okay, look at me. Hey, guys. Hey, Robert. You going? Yes. Okay.
This is Leonie Calzada, the girlfriend of Matthew's close friend, Justin Mata, and someone detectives suspected might know exactly what happened to Matthew.
That's very, very important. We're looking for Matthew Miller. He's been missing for over 2 weeks. When was the last time he was here?
Maybe a year ago?
A year ago.
When I first got this place, yeah. When I first got it, last January.
He hasn't been here since then. Okay. What if I got the video of his vehicle? Okay. When's the last time you saw him here?
Once you bring him over, I first got this place.
A year ago? You think Justin would have...
She was asking
when you weren't here?
I went to her. Because they said all that. But he left for 17 months.
17, they're all kind of good.
Yeah, and then we talked to the grandkids. He's like, yeah, they love each other. They're really nice. They're nervy.
Do you have any kind of way to contact Justin? You have a phone number?
Okay, please let you. What? To go.
What's his phone number? Email, Facebook?
He took my phone. My phone. Take my phone. To go in.
When's the last time you guys had a communication with him? What I would like to do, alright, is look around your house for any kind of evidence of Matthew Miller, any kind of foul play, or anything other than that.
According to Leonie, her boyfriend, Justin, had also mysteriously vanished, and she hadn't seen him since January 17th, nearly 2 weeks before Matthew was even reported missing. But investigators knew something wasn't adding up when Leonie insisted she hadn't seen Matthew in nearly a year. Surveillance footage clearly showed Matthew's truck outside her residence just days before he disappeared. With their suspicion mounting, detectives decided to search Leonie's home, hoping to uncover whether she might be hiding something, or someone.
Did you notice anything strange happened around here? Notice anything different around here? Like something was any kind of blood, needles? You got needles or any pills or anything like that? Yeah. Yes. We only find one person dead in a trust for a year. That's my next.
Despite their best efforts, investigators found no signs of foul play or violence. Still, Detective Turney couldn't shake the feeling that something was overlooked, so he returned to speak briefly with Leone, unaware she'd drop a crucial clue.
Arizona. As of the 17th.
Leone revealed that Justin had recently taken off with another woman named Jennifer, supposedly heading to Arizona to re-up on drugs and make some money. With this new detail, Detective Turney now found himself investigating the disappearances of 3 different people: Matthew Miller, Justin Mata, and now, potentially, Jennifer. Not yet aware just how closely connected these cases really were. So to move forward, Turney quickly looked into Jennifer and discovered she had recently been reported missing by her ex-husband, Sean Lannon. That name sounded familiar to Detective Turney, because just days earlier, officers had responded to a disturbing call at 817 Kingman Avenue, the same property where the remains of a tortured puppy had been uncovered. And the tenants evicted from that very house? Sean and Jennifer Lannon. Finally, investigators were starting to connect the dots. 3 people, all closely linked through drugs and personal relationships, had vanished within days of each other. Detective Turney realized it was time to canvass the neighborhood surrounding Sean and Jennifer's former home, hoping a neighbor might have seen something suspicious or could offer the lead they desperately needed. That's when they found a neighbor whose security camera was pointed directly at Sean and Jennifer's old residence. And what the investigators saw on the footage would finally bring some much-needed clarity to their case. Without this neighbor's camera, detectives might have hit another frustrating dead end. And it shows just how important reliable security can be. Because when something happened to save early clean lights, even the trigger at 3 a.m. banner's motion at my door. It even allows me to communicate back, see that my studio is safe even when I'm on safety crew. Save 51st month snow sig, January 26th, Matthew is seen entering Sean's home. But investigators never see him leave. Hours later, Sean is spotted on camera driving away in Matthew's truck, and when he returns, he's alone, on foot, and Matthew is nowhere to be seen. 2 days. Later, on January 28th, the same camera recorded someone loading household items into a red Dodge Dakota parked outside the residence and driving away. This CCTV footage marked a critical turning point for investigators. For the first time, detectives had visual proof of Matthew at Jennifer and Sean's residence. With this significant new lead, the next step was clear. Detective Turney needed to speak directly to Sean. Only his account could clarify what happened that day and potentially reveal crucial details about the missing trio. The next morning, Detective Turney reached out to Sean and agreed to sit down for a formal interview. Whatever Sean said next had the potential to shift the direction of this case completely.
So, first thing first, let's get into this medical. See a real job. Was his truck ever parked at your house? More than like a day, overnight? Gotcha. Have you ever driven his truck? I've driven his truck. When was the last time you drove his truck? How weeks ago? 4 weeks ago? So, again, when did you find out that they split and took off to Arizona and ran away together with him? It was 7 weeks ago. Came back. Did you have anything to do with Jennifer's disappearance, Matthew's disappearance? Do you think something bad happened to Matthew and Jennifer? I know Jennifer's what she used to be. She came back with more bills than I can imagine. Like, she loved those. Man, I just feel like really bad feeling about all this. You don't? I do. You don't? I've been living in this circle for a minute. Has she ever done this before? Yeah.
During the interview, Detective Turney notices something strange. Sean remains unnervingly calm, especially considering his ex-wife and the mother of his 3 young children has just vanished. Turney begins to question whether Sean is simply a bystander caught up in a tragic situation or if he knows more than he's letting on. The next day, Detective Turney would get his answer, as police received an unexpected call from a man named Josh Hall. Josh was an acquaintance of Matthew Miller and claimed he'd recently witnessed something that deeply concerned him, directly related to the strange disappearances. Investigators quickly arranged for a meeting with Josh, hoping his account would finally provide the breakthrough they were looking for.
What's going on with Matthew? Oh, that's my shit's cousin. Check this out, man. Check this out. Follow me. Check this out, man. Yesterday, right, that kid, right, Sean, will talk to you. And I guess he had to go talk to you or something from the guns. He goes to the county from the logs, actually went back and tell him, gone, Jack, his wife's IDs, clothes, spent.
There discussions since you have the doctor comes. I was there. I was there. Sean killed all three of them, man. I'm telling you, he murdered all three of them people, man. He's putting it off on Martha and he ran off and everything. Why not? Yes, I don't know, man. John's like my sister. I know all of it. I know he did, man. I know he did. He did, man. I'm telling you. Come on, they find out something about it. You know what I'm saying? And we started tripping when he was not here. Like, no, she was shit. That was there. So, he's a smart man. He's good. How long have they been missing for? She's barely reported his wife missing. His wife's been missing since like the 23rd. Since last month, you know what I mean? She's been missing the same time I've been missing. And after he left and everything. We'll talk to you. Tell me where they're open. There's scrap, their IDs, some personal particulars, some clothes, and she did. She weighed out. I had her with me the whole time. She's drinking it. And then she got
Security team is there. Could use you sooner, but welcome just the same. I'm in the command center. Injured, but intact. Most everyone else is.
That's how I tied everything together yesterday when he did that.
We need to get the situation under control. Are you ready for anything?
Josh claims that Sean arrived at the residence of a woman named Kelly DeSoto, carrying a bag carefully hid in the ceiling of her home before leaving to speak with detectives at the police station. After Sean left, Kelly discovered the hidden bag, removed a gun from inside, and handed it off to a man named Daniel Lemos, locally known as Dog, who quickly took the weapon and left on foot. When Sean returned and realized the bag was missing, he became visibly agitated, smashing his phone on the ground before storming out. These troubling claims raised immediate suspicion around everyone involved, including two new persons of interest, Kelly DeSoto and Daniel Lemos, both closely associated with Sean and Jennifer based on Josh's statement. Danny Lemos was nowhere to be found at the time, so Detective Kearney knew he urgently needed to verify Josh's account by speaking directly with Kelly, and more importantly, find out if she was hiding anything that could help connect the dots in this increasingly tangled case.
Not gambling, I'm playing the odds.
When investigators first arrived at Kelly's house, she agreed to meet them at the station for an interview, but refused their offer of a ride, saying her boss would bring her in about 30 minutes. However, when the time came, Kelly never showed up at the police station. It was a major red flag, and it made investigators even more suspicious of her. 2 hours later, Detective Kearney returned to her house, suspecting that Kelly might be stalling for time or trying to cover something up.
Robert, Ben, detectives.
I talked to my lawyer. What is it about?
This time, Kelly's behavior was noticeably different. She appeared distraught, reluctant to cooperate, and quick to mention her lawyer. Detective Kearney felt certain that she was withholding crucial information and decided to press harder.
We'll shop there for that. Good job. Hiding thing in the house, if it's not a check out. Just near his phone.
Yeah, right, yeah, at the back. He just took his phone.
Bring it back inside. Don't have a gun. Doesn't have Jennifer's identification cards. Legal check. If you're saying I'm going to stick the gun later.
You think you did something to Joe for America?
He doesn't seem like that type of person.
Like, if you wanted to hear about that, let me go and Jennifer Doty.
I don't know if we just found out. But yes, because it was close to that. Yes,
Better be locked and loaded, or I'm coming back with the
So you're
crowbar.
here, whether
I know.
it's all that has to go through your shit.
Yeah,
Hell yeah. I sure as shit know what to do with you.
Something yesterday?
No. I think so.
Did you get to it?
No.
After some more pressure, Kelly admitted she had several suspicious bags in her shed, supposedly belonging to Sean. Curious about the contents of the bags, detectives quickly followed Kelly to take a closer look.
I'm sure it's not. And that pink hand's not his. That's his. That. What's his name?
Jackson? You know? She let us search that thing. And outside.
Despite their best efforts, detectives found no clear signs of blood or evidence back to the missing people. It was a frustrating dead end, and the chances of finding them seemed increasingly slim. At this stage, investigators had narrowed down their focus to several individuals close to the missing trio, each with conflicting stories and questionable behavior that kept detectives on edge. But without hard evidence, options were increasingly running out. Desperate for a breakthrough, Detective Turney secured a search warrant for Sean and Jennifer's former home at 817 Kingman Avenue. Unsure exactly what or who they might encounter, officers cautiously approached the property, prepared for any potential threat.
Well, kiss my grits. Finally made it to the armpit of Appalachia.
Yet again, investigators were too late. The house had already undergone extensive renovations, carpets removed, drywall stripped, any potential evidence completely erased. Unbeknownst to investigators at the time, the critical evidence they desperately needed was sitting in an abandoned truck, miles away, just waiting to be discovered. For now, though, every possible lead was exhausted. Detective Cody knew it was time for a more direct approach. So he called Sean once more, determined to extract something, anything, that could finally lead investigators to the missing trio.
Hey, this is Sean. Hey, Sean, this is Detective Turney. How you doing?
Set. Is everything in place?
Good, man. The time's going. Your number. It's not working. So you got anything here? Okay. Are you still around town? No, you made some progress here and there. I've got a bunch of pictures of different people. I'd like you to take a look at it, see if you can help me identify them.
Down? I have an idea.
Okay. All right, just make sure the kids take care of it, and we'll go from there. All right, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Sean sounded cooperative and willing to help, promising Detective Turney he would come in for questioning. Yet, Sean never showed up. The next day, Turney even offered to personally pick Sean up and bring him to the station, but once again, Sean failed to appear. At this point, Turney felt certain Sean was deliberately stalling, and if they couldn't afford to waste any more time, he was done playing cat-and-mouse. With the CCTV footage and witness statements pointing directly at Sean and Danny as crucial figures, Detective Turney knew he needed to bring them in for questioning. So investigators dug deeper into both men's backgrounds, and that's when They hit the jackpot. Sean had an outstanding warrant for missing a court appearance related to a 2020 assault and battery charge. It was the perfect thing. On February 25th, officers located Sean in Albuquerque and arrested him without incident, transporting him directly to the Grants Police Department for questioning. Detective Kearney's goals for the interview were simple: determine exactly what Sean knew about the missing trio and find out where Danny Lemos had vanished after taking the alleged gun.
Let's go back to Matthew's trip. Okay, so it starts to back in there, and you're the last one who drove it. Right. So let's go backward from when you parked it. Where did you go with it that day? Do you remember specifically?
The one place I ever traveled was 27 McDonald's. I thought that was the last day we ever used it. And, we got Smith's, we got water, food, Walmart, that's it. There's a tracker on the truck. My phone was always on me. In the home lot. I'm not doing anything about it. I had children. How many bodies? Like, I literally, I was a medic in the Army. Like, I had 3 kids.
I don't think you're capable of doing something like this. I think you're very capable of defending yourself, though. An accident happens.
If it was nice, I would be like, that's self-defense. Because self-defense needs one, but literally, no. The biggest fear in my house, why they just stay in the house, was how to, like, dog. Like, I scared some. I'm not gonna lie about it.
Yeah.
So.
Who told you to park it there? Justin?
Justin was there at the house. I was talking with, like, they're all chewing on the soup.
Who's all there?
Jennifer, Justin, and Matthew. He gets a boatload of pills from him. And they're like, we're gonna go score. I mean, they didn't know, like, nothing.
They were taking the trucks and the kids.
No, they made the truck. And literally, I'm like, well, I need to go. Like, can I get some fucking groceries or something?
Okay.
And literally, I'm like, what do we do with the truck? He's like, what do you do? I'm like, yeah, leave them here. Like, no. I was like, I can park in front. He just, no, I need to go to the dumpsters. I need to go $1 for water.
So they told you that. House when you're done with it. The park is the Lubbock Apartments.
Matthew wanted to park it down the street. He said, no, I've been punished over there near the apartments. Just leave it there.
As the interview continued, Sean seemed to have an answer for everything, including the CCTV footage, claiming he only moved the truck at Matthew and Justin's request. He also appeared to casually downplay the entire incident, insisting the trio's disappearances were simply part of a drug-related business venture, nothing criminal. But Detective Turney wasn't buying it. He knew Sean's explanation didn't match witness statements, and his earlier actions were too suspicious to ignore. But without solid proof, Turney couldn't directly refute Sean's story. So, to move forward, Detective Turney changed tactics. He decided to deliberately introduce Danny Lemos into the conversation, offering Sean an easy scapegoat. If Sean took the bait, Turney might finally uncover what Sean was hiding, or at least gain insight into what really happened to the missing trio.
What's that? pigs everything with eyeballs. I'm like, who would know that? Like, this dude's, whatever, I'm scared to go with him. So, my kid's scared of the dog. I'm scared of it. It's funny to be afraid of it at the same time. But we hid in the house, didn't go anywhere. I don't think I leave my kids for 5 hours. Tried to find something to look the other one.
Just as planned, the moment Danny Lemos' name came up, Sean seized the opportunity and implicated him, pointing to Danny's violent nature and even suggesting his ability to dispose of bodies using pigs. Beyond those accusations, however, Sean stuck to his story movement to the interview, denying any involvement in the disappearance. Now followed through against him, detectives had no choice but to answer their questioning. Still, Sean wasn't completely free. His outstanding warrant for failure to appear in court meant he spent the next 7 days in custody, and officers immediately transported him to the local jail. The investigators spent the following week interviewing acquaintances, re-examining evidence, and putting together scattered leads. During their interview, one detail caught Detective Trey's attention: the mysterious red Ford truck that was spotted parked outside Sean's residence. Later, with unknown contents loaded in the back. Investigators had not yet located this truck, and attorneys strongly suspected it might hold something crucial to their case. For now, though, 3 people remain missing, and police narrowed their focus to 2 prime suspects: Sean Lannon, who was recorded on surveillance driving Matthew's truck and potentially connected to the missing red truck, and Danny Lemos, who allegedly received a handgun connected to Sean before disappearing himself. With each passing day, turning through more convinced that the missing trio had been murdered, and that their 2 prime suspects likely held the answer. But the window to find something conclusive was quickly closing, because on March 3rd, Sean completed his short jail sentence and was released back onto the streets, significantly raising the stakes. Now, with the possibility of losing another prime suspect, Detective Trey knew he had to act fast. All he did was just one single lead, one hint of where the bodies had been hidden. On March 5th, officers received a call from the security at Albert Vista Ford Airport about an abandoned red Ford Ranger, eerily similar to the one from surveillance footage gathered during the investigation. What officers found inside would confirm the gruesome truth they've been searching for. The truck for several steel surfaces, emitting an unmistakable smell of decay. And inside were the dismembered bodies of Jennifer Lannon, Matthew Miller, and Justin Pata. Jennifer had been shot at close range in the head. Justin had also suffered a gunshot wound to the head, along with severe blunt force injuries. And Matthew's body showed clear signs of massive head trauma, evidence he'd also been beaten to death. But the horrors didn't end there. Hidden beneath a tarp in the passenger seat, would guess another body, Randall Apostolon, the truck's owner. His body showed signs of severe blunt force trauma, and a bloody hammer found nearby was clearly the weapon used to kill him. Investigators found more disturbing evidence inside the truck: multiple serrated knives, stained with dried blood, a handsaw, and several pairs of industrial gloves, all clearly pointing to a calculated, cold-blooded murder. It was still unclear to investigators why Randall had been murdered or how his stats were connected to the other three, but they wouldn't have to wait long to find out. Detectives urgently turned to the Albuquerque airport surveillance cameras, knowing the truck hadn't driven itself there, and it didn't take long before they spotted exactly who they were looking for. On March 3rd, 2021, just 2 days before the gruesome discovery, the airport cameras captured Sean Lennon driving the truck into the airport parking lot, exiting the vehicle, and leaving behind the bodies of his 4 victims. Finally, detectives found their killer. It was time to track Sean down and bring him in. On the same day the bodies were discovered, police urgently scrambled to track down Sean Lennon, but it was already too late. Sean had slipped out of Albuquerque and vanished. Immediately, the U.S. Marshals issued a nationwide alert believing Sean posed an active threat and was possibly on a violent crime spree. Authorities across multiple states joined the manhunt to track him down before anyone else was harmed. Then, on March 9th, Detective Turney received a disturbing call. U.S. Marshals informed him that Sean Lennon was now wanted in connection to another murder. This one committed just a day earlier in New Jersey. Authorities had linked Sean to the murder of Michael Dubkowski through witness statements and surveillance footage that placed him directly at the scene. A quick background check also revealed the victim wasn't a random target. Dubkowski was someone Sean had personally known for many years. It was an alarming detail that made it clear Sean's violent spree was far from over. Now, with 5 bodies discovered and a serial killer on the loose, police knew anyone in Sean Lennon's circle could be next, and they had to do that. Federal authorities urgently tracked Sean's movements, closely monitoring surveillance footage and cell phone data. And finally, on the morning of March 10th, U.S. Marshals pinpointed Sean's location in St. Louis, Missouri, and they quickly moved in and captured him without incident. Sean Lennon was immediately extradited back to New Jersey, finally putting an end to his killing spree. By now, the evidence against Sean Lennon was overwhelming. Investigators had more than enough to charge him. There were still critical questions that only Sean could answer. Still needed to understand exactly why he committed these horrific murders and determine whether he acted alone or if others helped him carry out concealed evidence. When Detective Turney sat down face to face with Sean, he expected more lies and deception, but surprisingly, Sean didn't resist or deny anything. Instead, he resigned to his fate, openly admitting he was tired of running and knew his capture was inevitable. In his own words, he simply wanted it to be over. So, with nothing left to hide, Sean would give detectives exactly what they hoped for: a chilling, detailed account of the murders and the twisted reasons behind each one.
Yeah, that's what we have to with some potato dish. So, you know what the administration, she wants to go. They're sure for it. You know, it's not to be going together room, like with that, like, be, and there was no sugars to see them. And go, like, everything. But, and, that's fine, right? Don't sugar. The novels. They were there. That's it. That's something else. Right, you know? That's the thing. Back up. Come in. Well, sure, it's got to see those like sometimes. There are a lot of others. Also, there are interesting. The vision door. It's that's not the big yeah, painful. I'm getting sorry in the trouble. Okay, so here it's here. There's the oh. Sheets that were around here, the bedding was in the bed, both of us. So a day later, I tried to dismount residents there, containers, before it's awful. I'm trying to stay on it. They're so hungry. Anyways, I'm living on borrowed time at that point, so I need to get my kids summer safe, thick home. So I continue with packing everything, all while still waiting just a month out. To be responsible for the drugging and everything to my kids. 7 days a week, 18,000. So, with no larger, I guess I go. So I killed them. Just before we killed them, he offered up a trade. Someone had pictures of Shawn Michael standing there naked in my living. I don't know what it was like, the wife or Matthew. No, whenever that gets in this, on my son's shoulders. I was like, "Who sent you this picture?" He's like, "Let's get him enough to real." He's like, "I took the picture." I was like, "Well, he sent that picture." He just messed that in the picture. So, I said, there he was right over the vest where the hider. He wanted to think he a shot right for it. Just like, so I said, well, if you find any in the vents, so I thought I was stuffing down in the vents. I didn't see it coming, but so I shot him back then. That's what it's fast for them. Yeah, very tall dude. I had the sniper at some point, a day or two later. It disgusted me. That's gross. I never felt the nervous system about these. So there's so much blood. That's why I had that cold floor in that room. I saw a room that was the flooring that was pulled up in the kids' bedroom. A piece of brand new from floor leak. And the carpet got molded. I was asleep. My carpet was outside the house, so it was hiding effect. So there's some other reason. It was still there right there. It took 2 hours before I had enough. The ability to near Justin.
You got Justin over there. Was this shortly after? Like, how long between the time that you had that you got for she suggested?
It's a nice week. So I was speaking with it. I was Jennifer on the phone. Yeah.
So you thought you used to be Jennifer?
Yeah. Also had pictures of Daniel Lemos and my son. Never got my hands on Daniel Lemos. I fully intended to head back to New Mexico for it. Yesterday.
You know,
if I did, it'd be in the box once. So then I had the 3 of them. Probably the kid comes over, William or Matthew. Comes over with Felicity, his girlfriend. She was actually like 12 years old. And she put her name on the too. So he's like, they're looking for money for anything. I give you $5. They're like, just take like $40. It's like, all I need is to later in the week give me a ride to get some water. And I've been less certain I want. So one of those times he came back, he didn't have Felicity. And that's when I shot him in the back of the head. And I had one of his vehicles to help Bergie. Some point he brought me the box and I turned him back. Shouldn't have with an opera fix, well, it's not Monday there. That's the vehicle, so he should take the truck back, so felt for us for the box today, the storage containers. We got to hold them for $150. He won us $300 once we got to his place. Randy wanted another $300. All the boxes. So I didn't have $300. So basically, mom dropped me back home. So left came back to Pearl. So the box was still back. Pulled in right there. Got the fight. I killed him in the front seat. Here's the driver's seat.
Throughout his confession, Sean remained eerily composed, showing almost no emotions. Even more chilling is the fact that just hours after dismembering the bodies and brutally killing Randall, Sean was picked up by police on an unrelated warrant and sat across from Detective Turney, coldly denying any involvement, while a truck full of bodies was parked just a few blocks away.
So Tuesday, I took the grabbed the truck. What'd you do with it? I don't know anybody who you chose the bodies. So I was trying to. I knew at some point it was going to get caught. I just want the kids back home. I took them to the airport the day before. And I positioned them. Just everything was the same. Secured the vehicle. That's not obvious. And then took I believe it was Uber. Took it out. Right to the Pearl. Next day was full out. I'm waiting on time. Again. So I didn't find the bodies. At the airport in the box. And last film I missed was the man that was me as a child, my big brother. Big brother's big sister, whatever. They got pictures too. Wanted the pictures back. He didn't mind giving.
What the fuck? Stop that.
Listen up, and listen up closely. I have new information that I'm about to drop. I haven't seen anybody talk about this. This is a new angle. I have found a crack that is forming in Canada, and it's about to break it wide open. I have an analogy for you. Imagine there's a group of children, and you promise the children some ice cream. It's summer. They're all cheering, yay, ice cream. And you say there are conditions. Every single one of these children need to say yes to the ice cream. If one person in that group says no to the ice cream, nobody is getting any ice cream. They look around at each other and say, who wouldn't want any ice cream? It's summertime. Ice cream is delicious. And they're licking their chops and they're ready to go. You say one more thing. There are some conditions. You have to be well behaved. You have to listen to instructions. But when it's time to get the ice cream, you turn to them and say, I'm sorry, kids, but one First Nations chief said no. That means the deal is off. Nobody is getting any ice cream. Imagine how those children are. They're freaking out right now. Well, those children, or actually you and I, the Canadian people, are the children waiting for their ice cream. And that's Canada right now. We're all those children, and we're teetering on the edge. By the end of this report, you are going to be enlightened with new information. Information nobody else is talking about. A new angle. This could be the end of Canada. The one that you grew up in. Let's go. Look, Canadian families are getting absolutely hammered right now. For the last decade, we've just been getting over and over again punished. Canadian family is paying 42% of their income in just taxes.
Not food, not shelter, not nothing. 5 months of your life goes towards work that you just hand all that money over to taxes for the government. And it gets much worse because in cities like Vancouver and Toronto and most of the cities across Canada, the rent prices have straight up doubled. Your mortgage is at 2%, and people are renewing for 5% right now. And let's not talk about grocery prices. Has anybody gone to the store and tried to buy 4 pieces of steak? That's going to set you back $100. That's Denver nowadays. Just take me and look at it. Because that's all you're going to be able to do. We also have almost every single city in Canada. Something unheard of a decade ago. Imagine living in a on one of the oldest cities on planet Earth. Well, Canada, we have 10. For example, I live in the city of Burnaby, the Lower Mainland. I grew up here. I've lived here my entire life. Never seen someone live in a tent. Now I see them everywhere. They're underneath the SkyTrain. They're in a park. They're all over the place. And I know that's the case for all of Canada. The Canadian dream is finished. Most young Canadians are not even thinking about children. They're like, forget it. Look at this chart. Basically, almost 0% growth. And people, the dream nowadays is just getting by with enough food and hopefully some shelter other than themselves. So when the government came out and dangled with a string, it's like a carrot on a string, and said, we have projects of national interest in front of us. We're like, holy crap, we actually see some light at the end of the tunnel. This is amazing, where there's going to be lifeline and jobs and prosperity. Because we all know that energy is the key to be prosperous. We need lots of energy. And guess what?
This thing could kill on
an abundant source of energy. Canada has it. The majority of Canadians have fallen for it. We want these national interest projects. Even the conservatives are like, please, just give us one national project that we can look forward to. Even all of the premiers are excited. And you're not going to believe the one premier that's looking to separate, like with Alberta, is looking forward to these projects. Optimistic. I'm going to show you a clip of Danielle Smith on how excited she is for the possibility of mass restrictions being completely removed. A pipeline from West Coast all the way to East Coast, North, South, you name it. Canada is about to have the most prosperous growth in history. And all of Canadians are like, wow, they actually threw us a lifeline.
That said, during the news conference after the announcement, you and Premier Moe were very clear that the greatest economic benefit to this country would be a pipeline between Alberta and the BC northern coast. I did speak with Premier David Eby this week. He still remains unconvinced, says that he's not seen a serious proposal from a player step forward for him to consider. Is there a player willing to invest in this?
Well, I can tell you that the Premier Eby has been supportive of the dredging of the Southern Narrows so that we can have heavier ships able to go through that channel. The Trans Mountain Pipeline Group is interested in finding ways to optimize that line with compression and using agents that will allow for more product to go through, and we support those efforts, absolutely. But we have to be looking at what happens next, what happens 5 years from now, what happens 10 years from now. And I would say that if this is the window for us to get approvals in place so that we can be thinking about the next major export, this is the time for us to do it. I think we've got a moment nationally where there's an interest in doing it. We've got a Prime Minister who seems to want to reset our relationship with the provinces as well as internationally. And so I think this is the time. When we look at where our opportunity is for opening new markets, it's clearly Asia. It's Japan, it's South Korea, Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia, all of those nations that really do need to have a secure energy supplier. And so I'm supportive of Premier Eby wanting to get more LNG projects completed. I'm supportive of ammonia as well as potential export. And we'll do some more work to see if we can win him over on the idea of a new bitumen pipeline. But we think that's really going to be the project that's going to make the biggest difference for Alberta.
You think you can win him over? You've been in frequent conversation with the Premier.
I think the main thing, and again, I believe that Premier EB and Premier Canoe both, it's just the different emphasis and sort of the timing of things. I mean, very clearly we have to have Indigenous buy-in and Indigenous partnership. And when you look at the previous proposal, I'll call it Northern Gateway 1.0. This would be Northern Gateway 2.0. It had 35 different Indigenous partners that would have been owners of that particular pipeline. And so I think that there is a way for us to recreate that kind of consensus. It's going to take some hard work. It's going to take some consultation, but I think that we can get there. And so if we can get the Indigenous participation, do the consultation, get a proponent who has the ability to construct that, I think it's going to be good.
It would also require a regulatory change, getting rid of the tanker ban along the BC Northern Coast, one of 9 regulations that you think Ottawa needs to repeal in order to truly revive a new national economy. You've had conversations with the Prime Minister. Is Mark Carney open to repealing the 9 regulations that you identify as areas of concern?
Well, I think one of the things people need to understand about how pipelines get built is that a company goes and finds all of the different producers that are willing to buy space on that line. If you're facing an emissions cap or you're facing regulations that say that you could potentially go to jail for greenwashing for talking about your emissions profile, or if you have a tanker ban, there's going to be very few proponents willing to step forward to expand their production. And that's why it's a chicken and egg problem, is that, yeah, we could probably get a pipeline built, but we need to have proponents and oil companies who are going to expand their production to put something in it. So it's got to be a parallel track. I'd like to work with the Prime Minister to try out his 2 years TS policy, to try out a new approach on Indigenous consultation and engagement and ownership, and then to work alongside of that to fix the 9 bad bills. So it's a staging issue. I'm hoping it happens sooner rather than later, but I'm in active conversation with the federal government to see how we might be.
Danielle Smith looked pretty hopeful there and all smiles. She actually thinks that David Eby in BC and Manitoba are all of a sudden going to be, let's get some pipelines built. She also believes that Mark Carney is going to get this amazing deal with the First Nations. We're going to get into the First Nations. She thinks that he's going to remove the 9 proponents that is blocking all of the energy projects across Canada. Because she's thinking, if he doesn't do this, we're not going to be able to survive. I don't know if you heard Danielle Smith, but she said she's going to give Mark Carney 2 years. We don't have 2 years. It's not going to take 2 years either. I give it 12 months before this thing explodes. For example, there's a catch. We need every single First Nations. Every single one. There can't be one that says no. In order for a pipeline to go across the country, it crosses all of the different nations. When was the last time First Nations agreed together on one thing? They all have their own special interest. It's never been done before in Canadian history. Look it up. This is an impossible task. But France was able to build the Eiffel Tower in 2 years, 2 months, in 1887. An engineering masterpiece. If France could do it in the 1800s and create new technology, why can't Canada? However, all this waiting, all this patience, and this carrot that's been waved in front of Canadians, after a decade of nothing, our GDP per capita is back to 2014. We're sitting with all this hope. Please, we hope that these projects of national interest will actually materialize. And it's all hinged on one person saying no, and the entire thing collapses. Remember the ice cream? The little kids with the ice cream? That's us. We were offered ice cream, but we have to meet all these conditions. And the First Nations are that condition. And they all have to agree on this thing. This is almost impossible to get done. But what's happening right now is our anticipation of getting the ice cream is like a pressure cooker. And what's happening is it's shaking right now. If these projects don't actually materialize, there's going to be riots. There's going to be straight up chaos. things are going to get out of control. And that's where I believe the provinces are going to say, we're done. We're so done. The lid is rattling and it's about to blow off. Here's where things get interesting. Danielle Smith. Say whatever you want about her. She's smart. She could be genius smart. Think about this. She could be playing 46D chess right now, allowing the pressure cooker to build, and allowing it to explode and have everything fail and collapse. Then, Alberta independence, next year on the ballot. Oh yeah, baby. That number currently sits at 30%. They did a poll. And if there is zero pipeline going to be built in this country, and I have stats to show you, that number will jump significantly to 60, potentially 80%. One out of Canada. I got the receipts to prove it. Here's a poll from before the election which showed if the Liberals formed the next government, which is the dark red portion, would you vote to have your province become an independent country? And 30% of Albertans said yes. And this was back in April. They already had about their 177,000 signatures, which they could easily get to get this referendum. And this is the poll I wanted you to see. What if Quebec makes it clear that they will block any pipeline construction through that province? And get this, this is only for the province of Quebec. If any province says they're not going to say yes to this, Alberta has voted most likely want to leave and form its own country, with 85% saying yes, we will want to leave. Oh, and that also goes for Saskatchewan, which has also voted 85%. And that's just if Quebec blocks a pipeline. Any other place blocks a pipeline? We know where this is going. Let's move quickly to BC. BC is this close to also imploding. David Eby won the last election by 3 seats for 47 seats. Surrey and Kelowna, 28 votes and 37 votes. That's how close this thing was. This close. But here's the thing about BC. BC has had 4 credit downgrades in the last 4 years. We are doing record deficit spending with $10.9 billion this year alone, with no plan to get the budget on track or even under control. We have 18-hour wait lines in some of the emergency rooms. That's not unheard of. We have rolling blackouts and cutoffs from hospitals in northern BC, as well as sometimes there's closures in the lower mainland if there's not enough doctors. And we have crime. We have it all. And all that cash that they're burning, people are getting diddly squat. Here's the kicker. If there's no pipeline, there's no cash. BC is about to get toast. And if BC gets toast, BC is going to be joining Alberta. The clock is ticking. There's like 12 months, probably less, before things boil over. If there's no pipeline, no hope, no future. There is a massive risk with Mark Carney promising the world and everybody believing in Mark Carney's vision for Canada. He was supposed to be this expert negotiator with Donald Trump, right? We have had 3 deadlines surpassed and gone. Mark Carney hasn't done anything with the United States. That's already a failure. With no pipeline, this is where Canadians snap. And also where Canada's map is completely redrawn. I want to show you a 24-second clip just to show you about the First Nation issue.
Mark Carney has offered reassurances plans for major projects won't violate modern treaties. This comes amid Carney's push to assure Indigenous leaders there will be full consultation on major projects.
It fully respects treaty-based environmental assessment processes. In fact, those will be essential for anything that we move forward.
This entire Mark Carney plan all hinges on cooperation from all the First Nations across Canada. So here's your heads up. How do you know the crack is forming into an earthquake? First, you're going to want to pay attention to the premiers. Right now, they're all singing the same song. When that changes, that's the sign that things are starting to crumble. Keep an eye on the First Nations. Right now, they're nodding their head and saying, yeah, we'll work with Mark Carney as of today and yesterday. But when those things change, remember, only one First Nation, that pipeline is no longer going coast to coast. And the Alberta referendum, what's the vibe? What's the sentiment on the street? It's all simmering, and they can all simmer at the same time. Just look how quickly the Conservatives were winning by 25 points, and it flipped in a month. The same thing could happen here. People are counting on Mark Carney to deliver. They're already starting to see that he's not delivering with the U.S. So if he doesn't deliver here in Canada, and that window is closing quickly, well, I'm going to be watching all of the news press conference. I'm going to be looking for the hints. I'm going to be looking at the data. And when I see signs that the whole thing is coming down and the rug is getting pulled right out, it's not just the fireworks. It's going to be the whole damn earthquake's going to happen. Alberta might bolt. I think Saskatchewan and BC is going to join. The whole country is going to have an earthquake, and it's going to crack right down the middle. I'm going to stock up on my popcorn. You better too. And I have great news. I have a new studio and top-notch gear because you deserve the unfiltered truth, not some watered-down garbage. If you're in for the real scoop, smash that bell, subscribe, and here's your mission. What will Canada look like when things blow? You're not just watching. You are in the trenches with me now. I'll see you on the next report.
Free trade is not what most people think it is. It's not really free, and it might be about to become dramatically less free long term. Maybe for good. Sans tarif, when Canada's Prime Minister was asked this question in French about whether a trade deal with the US without tariffs was possible, he said, Il n'y a pas beaucoup d'évidence à ce moment-ci. There's not a lot of evidence that any country in the world can escape Trump's tariffs.
I'm a tariff person. I've always been a tariff. It's simple, it's easy, it's precise, and it just goes very quickly.
The concept of continental free trade has been enshrined in law for almost as long as I've been alive. And for nearly as long, it has been seen as a critical economic but also strategic tool to grow the global economy on U.S.-friendly terms.
I'm sending to the Congress what will be one of the most historic pieces of legislation during my presidency, implementing legislation for the U.S.-Canada Free Trade Agreement.
But there are signs it could be on its way out, if it was ever more than an illusion to begin with. You know the notion of free trade is strained when Mark Carney calls it almost free trade, with a long list of exceptions.
En effet, presque le libre-échange qui continue. Mais il y a des problèmes, évidemment, dans le secteur de l'acier, l'automobile, l'aluminium, le pharmaceutique et les autres bois de tout cela.
Because in those problem sectors he mentions, steel, cars, aluminum, free trade doesn't exist. In some cases, it hasn't for years, and the cost is only going up. In March, Donald Trump put a 25% tariff on Canadian steel and aluminum. In April, he put a 25% tariff on the Canadian content in cars. And in June, he slapped an additional 25% tariff on steel and aluminum.
The likelihood of living with tariffs is very much a possibility. We are very much looking at a situation where we likely will have some form of tariffs. They may not be lifted, if they are at all, until next year.
And Canada has retaliated against some of these tariffs in kind, with matching percentages, with the threat of also taking tariffs on American steel and aluminum up from 25% to 50%, just like the US, if the two sides can't reach a deal to ratchet things down. And pharmaceuticals, yet another potential free trade exception. And these exceptions all stack on top of another set of broad-based tariffs Trump has threatened. Starting August 1st, 2025, we will charge Canada a tariff of 35% on Canadian products sent into the United States, separate from all sectoral tariffs.
This is going to fix the trade deficit. This will go a long way to fixing the trade deficit.
So this is the state of free trade today. And think about where it might be heading. This new threat of a 35% broad tariff on Canadian goods, it actually does not apply to goods that fall under North America's current free trade agreement, which allows products through borders duty-free if they're sufficiently North American. So, for example, if you've got a shoe assembled in Canada, but made entirely with Chinese rubber and Korean fabric, and let's say a big part of that shoe's value comes from overseas, that's likely not covered under this deal and would be subject to the 35% tariff. At the outset of the trade war, the White House estimated most Canadian exports to the U.S., 62%, did not technically fall under the trade deal, in part because some companies actually preferred to pay very low duty rates rather than fill out the paperwork to prove that they're trade deal compliant. But a recent RBC report suggests as Trump began piling on tariff after tariff, almost 90% of Canadian exports seem to have entered the U.S. duty-free. That's a big shift in compliance. So whether by rejigging their supply chains or just deciding to fill out the paperwork, more and more trade has started to fall under the umbrella of this agreement.
It becomes very important because when the average tariff in the United States was about 2% or so, whether you were USMCA compliant or not, didn't make a huge difference when you're trading across North America. But if the tariffs go up to 10% or more, obviously you want that duty-free treatment.
And it does mean next year's renegotiation of CUSMA becomes all the more important.
And this is one great area of uncertainty when it comes to free trade in North America. CUSMA, or the USMCA, depending on where you live and what you call it, it's up for renegotiation next year. And the U.S. seems dead set on changing the terms.
Are you going to renegotiate that free trade deal, the USMCA?
Oh, I think the president is absolutely going to renegotiate USMCA. It makes perfect sense for the president to renegotiate it. He wants to protect American jobs. He doesn't want cars built in Canada or Mexico when they can be built in Michigan or and Ohio.
He continues to be interested in autos. So we saw the rules of origin tightened with the USMCA as opposed to NAFTA. So there could be a further tightening there or a more U.S. content requirement.
But here's the thing. The best anyone can do right now, really, is to make an educated guess as to what Trump's administration will want out of a new trade deal with Canada and Mexico, because it falls largely to Trump's discretion, which leads us to perhaps the single biggest problem in negotiating anything trade-related with the United States. It goes without saying, Trump and his team see trade as leverage to get what they want.
Of course, it seems fair that you should pay a tariff to do business with the greatest customer on earth, the American consumer.
For Trump, tariffs are often transactional and perpetually subject to change. See an industry that needs shoring up, whether it's steel, aluminum, cars, lumber, pharmaceuticals, energy, slap a tariff on imports. Feel like Canada and Mexico don't adequately police fentanyl at the U.S. border? Slap a tariff on imports. Want to extract more money from Indonesia? Threaten a 32% tariff, then agree to lower it to 19% after they agreed to buy 50 American jets from Boeing.
Yeah, so that shows you where we're in a different world. The old world of trade agreements was we talked about each country's tariffs and bilateral trade across the border. And now what you see with the Indonesia agreement is that other issues will be brought in, defense issues, foreign policy issues. President Trump doesn't have any strong ideals or at least strong attachment to the idea of free trade.
You also have to remember that tariffs are maybe Trump's most long-standing political position. He's been talking about these things for decades. It seems to be something that he wanted to do long before they became something that he could use for leverage as he became president.
I think a lot of people are tired of watching other countries ripping off the United States. Japan is a money machine. Saudi Arabia is a money machine. Why aren't these countries, these wealthy money machines, paying us for the defense of their freedom and their nations?
This is a fundamentally different way of seeing the moving parts of a trade relationship, really, than we've seen for a long time. I'm not saying Trump invented tariffs, but he certainly seems to see them more as a tool of domestic political policy than any kind of stable economic framework.
We all know he can say one thing one day, and he'll be out on Fox News or wherever, changing everything.
There's been things going on that we don't like, and things going on where they took advantage, and hopefully we'll be fine with Canada. I love Canada. Frankly, Canada should be the 51st state.
One of the problems with the Trump administration is that it's a moving target in terms of trade policy. So even if USMCA is renegotiated, you want to have a solid agreement that will last at least 5 years, if not more. You don't want to reach a whole new agreement that provides for duty-free treatment, and then a year later, the U.S. administration comes up with a new justification, whether it's fentanyl or migration, to overturn the whole agreement.
So this weaponized uncertainty has evolved as a tool of the administration, not knowing what's going to happen or the unpredictability of the administration increases their leverage.
And even Trump's own deals aren't necessarily immune to his own changing opinions.
We have big deficits with Canada, like we do with all countries. I mean, I look at some of the deals made, I say, who the hell made these deals that are so bad? I look at some of these agreements, I'd read them at night, and I'd say, who would ever sign a thing like this?
The answer, of course, is he did. Kuzma, the USMCA, that's his deal, negotiated during his first presidential term, and whose terms he now believes need re-examining.
He feels that Canada has taken advantage of the agreement, misconstrued what was negotiated, and it needs to be redealt.
What this all signals is a real shift in what has been the prevailing paradigm for some 40 years, that free trade is intrinsically economically good for everybody who's a party to it.
In the 1980s, the U.S. became more enamored with free trade when it realized that free trade could also be a tool of democratic development and foreign policy influence. It was an important tool for the U.S. Now we're moving into an era of more managed trade, industrial trade, open trade as long as it benefits my country more than it hurts it. But when the benefits are reduced, then we're up to change the rules. And Donald Trump has really disrupted the rules of global trade in significant ways, not just in the NAFTA or USMCA region, but globally.
And of course, the nuance here is that free trade was never truly free to begin with. Exceptions have always existed, whether it's supply management, dairy tariffs on the Canadian side, or punitive tariffs on softwood lumber on the American side. But Trump has really changed the rules of the game, and it's not clear to anyone whether those rules can easily be changed back. It's hard to turn on a U.S. news channel these days without hearing someone refer to the national debt.
The national debt. The national debt.
It's big, massive, actually, but it's not new, right? The U.S. has been deep in debt for a while now. So why all of a sudden does it feel like everyone's getting a little panicky? Journalists, investors, politicians, economists. Well, for starters, there's this.
President Trump's one big beautiful bill, passing in the House by the slimmest of margins.
The bill is passed.
We call it the one big beautiful bill.
Supporters say that bill making its way through Congress right now, it reimagines border security, immigration, introduces sweeping tax cuts. But one big downside is that these things are expensive. Overall, the Congressional Budget Office projects it could add an extra $2.8 trillion to the federal debt over the next decade.
It's an astronomically large sum.
Okay, now, to be fair, there is a long presidential tradition of adding to the country's debt, and you certainly can't blame the size of the debt on Trump alone. But he did spend an awful lot of time swearing up and down that he wouldn't make the problem worse.
We'll hand him a little Bitcoin and wipe out our $35 trillion. Use trillions and trillions of dollars to reduce our taxes and pay down our national debt. I want to really make a lot of money, pay off debt.
And if the government's own number crunchers say Trump's plan will add trillions to the debt load,
what a lot of people don't realize is that even under current law, we're on this exploding path of debt relative to the size of the economy.
There's no question the United States is on a trajectory that's not sustainable.
So here's the trillion-dollar question. When does all of this go from just some mathy, abstract worry years off in the future to becoming everyone's problem? Here's a look at the running national debt clock in the U.S. As of this recording, it's just over $36 trillion. Some of that is debt that gets swapped between governmental agencies, but the vast majority of that is real public-facing debt. Easily paid off if every single American would just pony up $100 grand. But for context, the debt is about double what it was just 10 years ago. You can blame both Republicans and Democrats for that. And yes, some more than others, even setting the pandemic aside, but consistently, all American presidents in the last 20 or so years have spent deep into the red. Add that all together, that's how you get to 30 or so trillion. But this alone isn't proof that there's a problem because, and this will sound crazy, we haven't yet established whether $30 trillion is a particularly big number. But we can figure that out by examining the U.S. debt to GDP ratio. Yay! Because, to put it really simply, if I owe my friend $100, what makes that debt fine or catastrophic really depends on how much money I make in a year, right? Like, if I'm between jobs, that $100 is an expense I might not be able to afford, but if I'm a billionaire, then who cares? And the U.S. is actually a trillionaire. The U.S. economy, by virtue of its size, can tolerate a surprising amount of debt, but not unlimited. Right now, the debt it has to eventually pay back to the public is just over what the U.S. makes in a year, just over 100% of its GDP, meaning its debt pile is the same size as the country's entire annual output. That is Second World War level debt, except in 2025, there's no world war, and the U.S. isn't spending a whole bunch of money to rebuild Europe.
The difference between the 21st century in the U.S. and the 20th century is when we had an emergency in the 20th century, we cleaned up afterwards. We brought the debt back down. So we had World War II, it came back down. In the 21st century, Great Recession goes from 30 to 70, pandemic goes from 70 to 100, and no one fixes anything.
So when does this big issue start actually becoming a big problem? Like, if the U.S. is at 100% debt to GDP ratio, is there a higher number, a tipping point, where you can't just keep borrowing and carrying on? Well, like all things finance, there's no light switch moment where suddenly U.S. finances collapse into a black hole, but 175%. 175. That is, according to the economists we spoke to, when things might start to unravel in a serious way. The thinking being, at that level, the interest payments on your debt are likely so high relative to what you have to spend each year as a government that you simply can't raise taxes fast enough or cut spending deep enough to stay afloat. That's what happened to Greece. In the early 2010s, Greek debt ballooned past 175% of GDP, and in order to avoid default, the government was forced to cut essential services and raise taxes. The economy collapsed into a deep recession, and regular people paid the price with pension cuts, mass unemployment, all blanketed in anger.
Greeks were defiant and angry over such demands. Now, some of them are sounding just plain scared.
He never went this way.
I'm afraid the worst days will come, says this man. Much more difficult days.
And it took years, not a year, not 2 years, it's years and years for them to get back to the point where the economy was growing again.
Now, to be clear, the U.S. is nowhere near that point right now, but the trajectory is accelerating. According to one estimate by the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, that's a nonpartisan policy group, if Trump were to deliver on all of the measures he promised during his presidential campaign, the debt-to-GDP ratio could rise to 143% in just 10 years, and that's their conservative estimate. Worst case, they figure, it could rise as high as 161%. And their estimates are not unique. The Congressional Budget Office, so that's the U.S. government itself, they modeled even further ahead, projecting if all Trump's tax cuts were to be made permanent, U.S. debt could reach 200% of GDP by 2047 and 250% by 2054.
So literally double it over the course of the next 30 years just from this legislation alone. So this is a very significant increase in our aggregate debt burden.
And here's the thing, the balance sheet doesn't even need to get that bad for real problems to show up. All it really takes is for investors to lose faith that the government has things under control.
Once capital markets stop believing that Congress will ever get its act together, I mean, literally things could unravel tomorrow.
Buying U.S. government debt is seen as one of the safest investments in the world because the U.S. has always paid its debts on time, in full. In fact, when the U.S. pays its debt by issuing bonds and then by paying investors an interest rate for buying those bonds, you'll hear investors referring to that bond rate as the risk-free rate, meaning it's not the biggest return on investment in the world, but it's just about guaranteed. So what happens if investors start to worry that maybe the U.S. government doesn't have its fiscal house in order? What if investing in U.S. debt isn't completely risk-free?
The crucial day is the day they lose confidence in the ability of the United States to repay in a timely fashion. And if they lose faith in that, they start jacking up the interest rates that they charge the U.S. as compensation for the risk we don't pay back, or they cut you off entirely.
And that's important because that's where a bad situation can turn worse. The riskier the investment, the more expensive it can become to pay back. And all kinds of factors, from tariffs to inflation to how highly changeable U.S. policy on anything can be from day to day, they all get baked in.
Bonds, they've had huge moves the last few days.
Debt deficits and tariffs, curve steepening. We're over 50 basis points in 2s to 10s.
There are a lot of indicators out there that makes the bond market a little nervous.
The risks aren't that treasuries aren't going to be paid out. The risks are more that as you look at interest rates, they're going to have to be higher because people are going to demand higher interest rates to be willing to hold so much U.S. debt.
And those higher interest rates can snowball real fast. According to J.P. Morgan, if bond rates rise by just 1%, the U.S. would have to pay $300 billion more in interest to its debt holders every year. That's on top of the $1.1 trillion it's already paying in interest every year. And then, once you throw in the extra $100 billion in interest that Trump's bill is projected to add annually, you can start to see why some people are getting nervous.
The thing that we always worry about with irresponsible youth is you give them a credit card, they run up the bill, and now they have to get a new credit card to pay off the old credit card. Well, the U.S. borrowed $1.8 trillion last year, and over $1 trillion of it was to pay interest on previous borrowing. So we are perilously close to the moment when you might want to worry a lot.
These things can spiral out of control, and that's kind of the big risk.
And that risk now has credit agencies on alert too. Just a few weeks ago, Moody's stripped from the U.S. the very last of its highest tier credit ratings. Their decision, they wrote, was because of the increase over more than a decade in government debt and interest payment ratios to levels that are significantly higher than similarly rated sovereigns.
They said, you have too much debt, and you have to pay too much interest. You have a problem. That to me is more alarming.
But all of this is still pretty abstract, right? Maybe you're wondering, okay, but how does this affect regular people? Totally understandable that the financial health of the US government may not be the first thing everyday Americans wake up each morning and dwell upon, but what happens in Washington doesn't stay in Washington. The bond rate, for example, doesn't just affect investors, or even how expensive it is for the US government to pay those investors. It's also considered the baseline for mortgage rates, auto loans, business loans, credit card rates. If bond rates go up, often so too do all of those.
And so that's going to be the real problem, is that you can imagine mortgage rates persist at high returns, higher yields, and therefore higher cost to customers.
It means that you're going to pay thousands of dollars more when you try to take out a car loan, or it means you're going to pay thousands of dollars more when you try to take out a small business loan to start your small business. So all of this reverberates in the real economy in ways that households can feel in super meaningful ways.
And then there's the simple fact that every dollar the US pays in interest on debt is a dollar not spent on something else. Right now, interest payments make up about 14% of the federal budget. That's more than what the US spends on national defense. And the way this is all going, it's not out of the question for interest on debt to eventually become a more expensive line item than Social Security or healthcare, too.
You are crowding out important investments that need to happen by taking up a lot of fiscal space.
And if everything gets squeezed, what happens when something goes wrong? When the world is suddenly face to face with another pandemic, or war, or global recession?
We're not going to have the capacity to respond with as much energy and as much vigor from a fiscal perspective, because a bunch of that space has kind of been taken up.
Once you have a debt crisis, you can't issue new debt to get out of that. There's no easy solution.
Now, there are Republicans who claim Trump's
great, big, beautiful bill
actually helps solve the debt problem, because the way they see it, things like boosting energy production, deregulation, cutting entire government departments, that'll kickstart growth and expand the tax base. Then throw revenue from tariffs into the mix, and they argue that should be enough to offset all the new spending in Trump's bill and put the U.S. on a trajectory of 3% growth for the next few years. But not everyone's buying it.
The calculations that are released by the White House suggesting that this tax cut could pay for itself, they're essentially a work of fiction. They don't have any model behind them.
I went back and looked, and forecasting 10 straight years of 2 percentage point growth, there were only 6 quarters in the history of the U.S. when that was a good forecast. They all occurred in the 20th century. None of them happened in the 21st century. So it's not something I think anyone should count on. It's hard to move the growth rate of an economy. Moving it by 0.3% on average over 10 years, huge success. A full percentage point, unimaginable.
In fact, a range of nonpartisan analysts, including the U.S. government's Congressional Budget Office, have argued that under almost any realistic model, the U.S. debt is on a sharp upwards trajectory. So what's the bottom line? Well, pretty much everyone agrees right now America still has time to change course, but as one economist told us, debt crises happen slowly and then all at once. And when that happens, every solution is painful. Here's an impossible question. How does anyone know if Donald Trump will do what he says he'll do? Well, stock markets might be starting to figure out how to answer that, and I can show you how. 2025, S&P 500, America's biggest companies. January, everything's okay. Better than okay, even with Donald Trump's inauguration. Around this point, though, is where Trump's tariff talk starts to feel real.
The tariffs are so important because without the tariffs, our nation would be imperiled. but very importantly, tomorrow tariffs 25% on Canada and 25% on Mexico.
It rattled investors because blowing out trade and making everything more expensive, that's a big downside of tariffs. But that was nothing. Because what Trump still likes to call Liberation Day, sweeping reciprocal tariffs, not just on a small handful of countries, but on the entire world, that triggered one of the worst stock collapses in American history.
An exceptionally brutal day on Wall Street. President Trump's tariffs sparking a huge sell-off today.
And it didn't really matter which stock index you were tracking. The UK, Germany, Japan, Hong Kong, China, the world panicked, erasing several $1 trillion worth of investor value. Now, once it became clear that Trump was delaying these reciprocal tariffs,
President Trump has announced that there will be a 90-day pause.
Markets simmered down, climbed back even. But here's where we get to this question of whether anyone actually believes Trump's tariff threats anymore. Because right here is when that 90-day pause was set to expire. Did the markets flinch? Not really. And here is where Trump announced a new deadline, a full return to those cataclysmic Liberation Day tariffs coming on August 1st. But again, a relatively muted response from world markets. So you get headlines like these, suggesting the vast majority of people with real money on the line, they'll only believe the tariffs when they see them. Even when Trump states the new deadline explicitly, and that there will be no change to this date. No extensions will be granted.
You've been inundated with this. You've been tired of this. You become accustomed to this. The uncertainty is becoming normalized.
It's hard to know how to interpret Trump's deadlines because he sets and then delays them all the time.
25% on Mexico and Canada.
President Trump's tariffs against Canada will now be put on hold.
On the tariffs, is there any room left for Canada and Mexico to make a deal before midnight? And should we expect those Chinese tariffs, the extra 10%, to take effect?
No room left for Mexico or for Canada. No, the tariffs, they're all set. They go into effect tomorrow.
The White House is easing up on some of the tariffs it imposed on Canada and Mexico, giving the big three U.S. automakers a 1-month exemption.
And we don't need to belabor the point that the much-vaunted Liberation Day tariffs were almost entirely postponed, apart from a 10% base rate applied worldwide, and then now delayed again from July 9th to August 1st. But even this newer, firm deadline isn't necessarily going to hold for everyone. Here's the tariff letter Trump just sent to Japan's prime minister, threatening actually a slightly higher tariff than what Trump promised on Liberation Day, but ending on an entirely vague note that these tariffs may be modified upward or downward, depending on our relationship with your country.
Well, I would say firm, but not 100% firm. If they call up and they say, we'd like to do something a different way, we're going to be open to that.
To which critics have responded largely in one of two ways. Either to say, well, of course none of this is 100% firm. None of it ever was, because it was never realistic to think that the U.S. could negotiate even a single trade deal in a matter of weeks, never mind holding talks with the whole world.
There's a difference between agreements to kick the can and agreements that actually solve problems.
Usually these trade deals are hundreds of pages long, they're very detailed, and they take years to hash out.
But the other reaction has been to say, I guess every day is Taco Tuesday.
Trump always chickens out. It is an acronym that today got a lot of talk on Wall Street.
Mr. President, Wall Street analysts have coined a new term called the taco trade. They're saying Trump always chickens out on the tariff threats, and that's why markets are higher this week. What's your response to that?
I kick out?
Chicken out.
Oh, isn't that nice? Chicken out? I've never heard that.
Yeah, so it turned into a thing. There's even a Wikipedia page about it. And what has reinforced this notion that Trump frequently backs down from his most extreme policies, and why stock markets appear to believe that there's no reason to freak out, is that the bar for what qualifies as a deal that pushes Trump off his hardest positions is lower than you'd think.
The president's phone, I can tell you, rings off the hook from world leaders all the time who are begging him to come to a deal.
In the next 24 hours, we'll hear a flurry of deals.
Yeah, we have a lot of them going on. But the deals are mostly my deal to them.
So I'll be honest, I don't really know how to interpret Trump's comment here, because it sounds like he's saying he thinks of basically anything he does to another country as being a kind of deal with that country.
The deals are mostly my deal to them.
But even the specific deals that he has reached that have led to the U.S. backing down on some of its tariffs, well, for starters, there are only two right now, one with the UK and one with Vietnam. And the deal with the UK isn't so much a trade agreement as it is setting the table for one. It deals primarily in intentions to improve trade and commitments to work towards some kind of negotiated outcome. But there are really very few settled details. There is, for example, a reduction in U.S. tariffs on British cars. But even the earlier framework Trump's most recent executive order references has additional detail. Comes with a broad disclaimer that both the United States and the United Kingdom recognize that this document does not constitute a legally binding agreement. Translation, there's still a lot of work to be done.
The UK agreement only made concessions on a handful of items, and it was essentially an agreement to talk about those items. So if you define a deal as winnowing down a large complex relationship to a few key items and agreeing to talk about those items in the future, so we intend to try and get the tariff down to X% in the future, then yes.
And the only real evidence we have right now of a deal with Vietnam is this post on Truth Social, where Trump simply says that he's just made a trade deal with Vietnam involving 20% U.S. tariffs on incoming Vietnamese goods in exchange for total access to Vietnamese markets, which Trump claims will mean zero tariffs on U.S. goods. But is there any sign of an actual agreement between these two countries? Any details about how any of this would work? No, because neither the U.S. nor Vietnam has released anything to that effect.
Well, we have nothing. People are beginning to suggest that the Vietnamese understanding of the agreement and the American understanding of the agreement may not be the same. All the United States has to go on is what Trump said. There is some degree of suspicion that it's more complicated than that.
Now, none of this is to say that fruitful deals for the U.S. aren't coming. But as every expert told us, these things take time. And it all goes some way in explaining why not everybody expects Trump's threats to be made real. Now, it's important to make room for what Trump claims is actually just how you get deals done. Like how, yes, he paused his sweeping Liberation Day tariffs, but really to be able to continue using them as a threat, which is leverage.
We have an end date of July 9th. You call that chickening out?
Now, okay, we know now that July 9th wasn't exactly a hard end date. It's extended to August 1st, but the point stands. What critics call chickening out could actually be the opposite, which is applying pressure.
It's called negotiation. You set a number. And if you go down, if I set a number at a ridiculous high number and I go down a little bit, a little bit.
So we know from negotiation research, right, that anchoring is powerfully successful in shifting where outcomes happen. And in that sense, we can maybe credit President Trump.
He prepares the public, his counterparty that he negotiates with, the entire world, for the maximalist position so that he can actually get through the public and the counterparty, something that in a previous negotiating period or in previous time would have been seen as really, really difficult to achieve.
So maybe this is just what putting the screws to someone looks like. It keeps trade partners or rivals off balance. It reminds them constantly and perpetually of how close to trade oblivion they are if they fail to appease the United States. And let's not forget, many of Trump's tariffs do stick. Canada, for example, still faces sectoral tariffs of up to 50% on cars, steel, and aluminum. And combined with tariffs to come, Trump's Treasury Secretary believes they will raise more than $300 billion just by the end of this year. But one potential cost of that is credibility.
The downside is, at some point, if they don't, meet your red line, you're put in the position of either making good on that threat or not making good on that threat. And to the extent you don't make good on that threat, people start to learn your patterns.
The other element, too, is any deal with Trump is, in essence, a handshake deal. There's no guarantee that he's going to honor the agreement.
Is it worthwhile cutting a deal with the United States if you can't count on it sticking and being the deal? In other words, are you going to move the goalposts? And the U.S. answer to that so far has been, yes, we might do that.
But here's the thing. While this does create a whole heck of a lot of uncertainty for anyone trying to navigate a very volatile trade universe, Trump is managing to do something very unusual. He is resurrecting his most maximalist and punishing trade policy, the threat of astronomical tariffs. But apparently, at least for now, without inciting the kind of market panic that occurred the last time. What was extreme just a couple of months ago elicits hardly any reaction at all today. That's a magic trick no other U.S. president in recent memory has pulled off. Knucklehead, dumb guy, very stupid person, terrible, numbskull, major loser, stubborn mule, nasty, Trump hater, total and complete moron. These are just some of the ways Donald Trump has described the chair of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell.
I think he does a terrible job. He's costing us a lot of money.
Trump has been lashing out against the Federal Reserve, reportedly floating the idea of firing Powell.
I'm also told that the president pointed to a piece of paper that he said was a draft, basically firing letter.
Because he wants him to lower interest rates. Trump's take, they've been stubbornly high. After having climbed from pandemic lows, steady at 5.5% for more than a year, and still hovering only 1 percentage point below that today.
The Federal Reserve kept interest rates unchanged.
Trump feels high rates are holding the economy back. He also thinks the U.S. economy is behind, as per his own list of countries around the world with lower rates, and there's the U.S., an embarrassing 35th place. You can also see he's added his own comments, that the U.S. should be here, right around the 1% mark, and Jerome, you are, as usual, too late. This, of course, is now a thing, with Trump calling on too late Jerome Powell to resign immediately and be replaced with, well, anybody.
He's always been too late, hence his nickname, Too Late. He should have cut interest rates a long time ago.
But this isn't new. This dysfunction between the president and the chair of the Federal Reserve goes all the way back to Trump's first term as president, and it looks to be coming to a head now.
So the way to think about this, I think, is that the independence of the Fed, the Federal Reserve, is sort of crucial to the global economy. So what Trump is doing is he's undermining that.
He's a terrible Fed chair. I'm surprised he was appointed. I'm surprised, frankly, that Biden put him in.
So we have to start here with how Trump has most recently framed his fight with Jerome Powell, because Trump says he's surprised Powell was appointed and that Biden put him in. On both counts, Trump is either mistaken or he's lying, because here's the day Powell was nominated for the job.
As president, there are a few decisions more important than nominating leaders of integrity and good judgment to hold trusted positions in public office. And few of those trusted positions are more important than the chairman of the Federal Reserve.
During Trump's first term, he would have seen an ally in Powell. He was a Republican and presented an opportunity to somewhat break with tradition by not simply reappointing the pick of the previous administration. In this case, Trump released Janet Yellen, an Obama pick, after just one term.
I am confident that Jay has the wisdom and leadership to guide our economy through any challenges that our great economy may face.
But this optimism would only last about 8 months, because Trump was about to launch a trade war with China, and Trump's preferred weapon of war, tariffs, can cause inflation because you're literally adding taxes on imported goods. You're making things more expensive. The key tool the Federal Reserve has to tamp down inflation, increasing interest rates. So people spend less and prices drop. So if Trump expected his new appointee to change course, to stop increasing interest rates, he was about to be sorely disappointed. Rates kept going up under Powell's leadership, and it was around here Trump began openly entertaining the idea of firing the man he had just installed.
Over the course of 2018, President Trump was actually sort of restrained at first, and then by the end of 2018, Trump was actively considering firing him. But I think it took several months before Trump really started to ramp things up on Powell in 2018, but their relationship has never really been the same since then.
The president, in effect, suggesting that the Fed doesn't know what it's doing.
He took some aim over the weekend at Fed Chair Jay Powell.
I don't think he's done a good job.
Jay Powell and the Federal Reserve fail again. No guts, no sense, no vision, a terrible communicator.
Now, a lot of this hostility would eventually fade into the background. Interest rates started going down in 2019, and they absolutely crashed in 2020 with the pandemic and the recession. Joe Biden would take office here, and he would keep Powell as Federal Reserve Chair. But once Trump returned to office, so did the vendetta, because since his inauguration at the start of this year, the Fed rate has remained unchanged, despite Trump's many demands for Jerome Powell to do as told.
The president is not unique. Most presidents want lower interest rates. He wants the economy healthy going into the midterms. And one way you ensure a healthy economy in the short term is lower rates that will generate a ton of economic activity.
I feel I should point out that U.S. interest rates aren't quite the outlier Trump makes them out to be. It's easy to make the U.S. look like it's lagging behind when you simply stop counting at whatever rate the U.S. is at. But also, I'm not sure why you'd think to compare the U.S. economy with that of Papua New Guinea, Seychelles, or Botswana. If you compare the U.S. to G20 and OECD countries, you'll actually find its central bank rate squarely in the middle of the pack. And maybe more than most, the U.S. Federal Reserve might have an especially good reason to keep interest rates on the high side, out of an abundance of caution.
I don't think we can say, which way this will shake out. I think there's a great deal of uncertainty about, for example, where tariff policies are going to settle out. So, ultimately, we think our policy rate is in a good place to stay as we await further clarity on tariffs.
You hear what he's saying there, right? Effectively telling Trump, you're the reason rates are high. So for as long as we don't know what the heck your next tariff-related move is, I'm not sure how you expect us to pivot the entire American economy because you want us to. But Trump is like, I still want you gone. And all this talk of a supposed draft of a letter addressed to Powell doing just that, first reported on by the New York Times, but which Trump denies the existence of, it represents the closest Trump has ever come to forcing Powell out of a job. So, can it be done? Can Trump fire Powell?
Legally, it is unclear exactly what the president can do to remove Jay Powell.
I don't think it would be easy. I think he'd fight it. He will challenge. It'll go to the courts. And it's not really knowable because no one's ever fired a Fed chairman.
The expert consensus does indeed seem to be that Trump can't fire Powell as effortlessly as he might fire a typical employee. The Supreme Court actually weighed in on this, pointing out that while Trump does have the power with great latitude to fire the leaders of independent federal agencies, the Federal Reserve is different, it being a uniquely structured quasi-private entity. And the Federal Reserve Act of 1913 seems to strongly suggest that the chair of the Federal Reserve should serve the entirety of their term unless sooner removed for cause by the president. The key words there being for cause, as in you can't just fire the chair because you don't like them, or even because you disagree on monetary policy. Cause is a much more complex legal term.
If you think about
the workplace that you or I work in, if someone is fired for a cause, it means that they screwed up really, really badly. And that really is, or really can be, as broad or as narrow as the president and the courts want it to be.
It appears Trump himself understands this because he has launched a different attack on Jerome Powell on a matter that has nothing to do with interest rates at all.
The administration believes that Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve, has mismanaged these renovations, including going over budget by quite a bit.
So let me explain, because maybe you're like, what are we talking about now? Renovations? So the Fed is in the middle of a massive renovation involving its two main buildings in Washington. The project was given the green light during Trump's first term in 2017, with the overall price tag settling 6 years later at $1.9 billion, which might sound like a lot, except it's actually since ballooned even more to $2.5 billion. And Trump blames Powell.
He's doing a little renovation for $2.5 billion of the Fed, building a renovation, and they have a close to $900 million cost overrun, and it's a shame.
And this, as you might expect, has turned into a political issue.
They're trying to argue there was some kind of malfeasance or poor management of the renovations that warrants a for-cause removal. That's the cause.
Why are you ruling out the idea of firing Jerome Powell?
I don't rule out anything, but I think it's highly unlikely unless he has to leave for fraud. And it's possible there's fraud involved with the $2.7 billion renovation.
We should be clear, Trump has provided no evidence of fraud, but he and other Republicans seem to be wondering, how the heck else do you spend $2.5 billion on a renovation? The Fed has had to push back against the accusation that it is spending too lavishly, saying it's limiting where it can the use of marble, that no, there's no new VIP dining room, no VIP elevator, no new water features, that these buildings haven't been comprehensively renovated in nearly 100 years, and that they've had to deal with some unexpected issues, like surprising amounts of asbestos and toxic soil. But no matter what you think of the price tag, the experts we spoke to told us that this renovation and its cost could open up a new pathway for Trump to fire Powell.
Most lawyers I've spoken to do not think that would qualify as cause in the kind of traditional sense, but would it be enough of a fig leaf if Trump uses it and then it sees what happens in the courts? It certainly is.
So is Trump on the cusp of firing the man he first contemplated firing nearly 7 years ago? Maybe. He can certainly try. And if he does, it's a case that could eventually be heard by the Supreme Court. But if he doesn't, it'll be a simple waiting game. As it stands right now, Powell's term is set to end May 2026. So my colleague in CBC's business unit, Sophia Harris, she recently wrote a story where she points out this really fascinating thing about vector. So we Autobots. And right here on the front, you could see in bold numbers 13 grams of protein, which is pretty high for a breakfast cereal, except there's a little tiny, you won't be able to see it because it's so tiny, but there's a little but wait symbol, which means there's a catch. So the catch is a bowl only has that much protein if you include the protein from milk. And reading the nutritional information, the milk is most of the protein. The flakes alone, as it says here, are only 5.6 grams of protein. The other 7.4 is milk, which I don't need to tell you doesn't come in the box. So the box is basically saying, we have 13 grams of protein per bowl as long as you add 7 yourself, which is not how anyone I know understands food labels. Now, there are two fascinating things about this. One, this is perfectly legal, even defensible. And I'll explain why at the end of this segment. But two, it's just one of many reasons we sometimes feel misled at the grocery store. Like we're paying the same or more for less than we think. Let's go through the ways. Skimpflation is when a company changes up its recipe to use cheaper or fewer ingredients. And I'll show you here an example. So Quaker Dips granola bars. Are they made of chocolate chip or are they made of chocolatey chip? The old chocolate chip version has a milk chocolate coating made with cocoa butter, but the chocolatey chip version uses a substitute, palm oil.
Well, there's often two reasons for that. One is, if there's a supply chain problem, there is a product that's currently not available, maybe a bad growing season, then a company has to.
Hold on. Why is my okay? I'm gonna.
You can walk in and you can just give me 0? Yeah, I'm sure he would love to.
Yeah, and he could take the kids and see what it actually costs, because I can tell you it's way more than $2,100 a month.
Would he agree to that? Because
Of
your
course,
boss
he
doesn't.
loves the
Well,
kids.
your boss doesn't have to agree to you walking, so I don't know what you're talking about. It's a horrible analogy.
And it would hurt my heart. It would hurt my heart. And he couldn't anyways with his job because he travels. But point is,
what are you talking about, dude?
is,
You're broken.
This is so typical. But you don't think.
Dance your way to LA.
Bad for a chance to watch. Let's go.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's continue. Look, man, if you have to sabotage others to win at a game, maybe you just fucking suck at the game, okay? You should be able to win a game by ignoring everybody and getting by like that, you know?
Being a mother is a job. Like,
who was saying that?
I put my career on hold. I was a stay-at-home mom for years and years and years.
I've never seen.
Security chief to new arrivals. Could have used you sooner, but welcome just the same. I'm in the mansion, command center. Injured, but
Disney
intact.
has decided not to
Most
make
everyone
physical
else
copies of some of their Disney Plus shows.
You've got
Just
eyes.
like, whatever, it's
Look,
Disney Plus,
we
no
need to
big
get this
loss,
situation
right?
under
But combine
control
that with the
ASAP.
fact that companies are now removing digital media from people who have already purchased it. Warner Brothers is deleting purchases of their digital content off your library. Do we really own the purchases we make from websites, even sites as big as Amazon or Disney? This question has resurfaced on Twitter as social media personality ShmhwUklJeffhEr tweeted.
Over the past years, every room by taking back to numbers with the oldest video. $1 versus $1 million. Terry, we're actually going down with the ship. Hey, John, come here real quick. One of us getting thrown off the side of the boat.
The real mystery is how they cram it all in there.
Thank you, sir. That's a shiny fish. It's going to be a Reddit forum about how I didn't eat the oyster correctly. This one gone? It is. Let the half hour go.
I slept through my hotel alarm. After months of negotiations, the US and EU finally announced a trade deal to avert a full-scale trade war between two of the world's biggest economies, which US President Donald Trump described as probably the biggest deal ever reached in any capacity, trade or beyond trade. So in this video, we're going to take a look at this new EU-US trade deal, and why it's undeniably a win for Trump.
This fucking shit. Oh.
Is America and the American world order on the decline? Well, in the latest issue of our magazine, we discuss our thoughts on America, the state of US democracy, economy, migration, and they can hold on to
What are you doing,
China.
Leslie?
Grab a copy today to find
What
out
are you doing, Leslie?
really, and if we're watching the end of the American war, pre-order by clicking the link in the description. So, the first thing to say is we don't actually have the deal text yet. So here we're mainly going off comments made by Trump, von der Leyen, and other senior officials. Which means there's always the chance, as often the case with Trump, that the details of the deal will change its code. Nonetheless, with that caveat out of the way, the main bit of this new deal seems to be that Trump has agreed to a flat tariff rate of 15% for all EU exports to the US, with the exemption of EU steel and aluminium exports, which, like the rest of the world, face a 50% tariff, unless the two sides can negotiate some sort of quota system. There's also an exemption for aerospace, which will face zero tariffs until the US decides whether or not its aerospace industry is a national security priority, in which case Trump will probably impose what's known as Section 232 tariffs. Now, of course, a 15% flat tariff isn't great, and will still make it harder for European businesses to export to the US, which remains one of the EU's largest export markets. Nonetheless, it will come as somewhat of a relief for most of the EU, given that on Liberation Day, Trump originally threatened the EU with a flat 20% tariff, which he then suggested could be raised to 50%, before then threatening 30% to a letter to the EU earlier this month. So how did the EU convince Trump, who has made it abundantly clear that he doesn't like the EU, to draw down his tariffs? Well, according to Trump in the post-deal press conference on Sunday, the EU agreed to do essentially three things in return. First, Trump claimed during last week's press conference that the EU had agreed to put zero tariffs on US imports coming into the EU, although we didn't get any further specifics. Either way, this isn't all that big a concession, given that the EU didn't really have too many tariffs on the US in the first place. According to the World Trade Organization, the EU's trade-weighted average tariff rate is currently 2.4%, one of the lowest in the world. Secondly, the EU apparently agreed to buy a whole load of American stuff. At last weekend's press conference, Trump claimed that the EU would purchase $750 billion in American energy products, and, quote, vast amounts of military equipment, with von der Leyen later explaining that America would essentially replace Russia as the EU's main hydrocarbon supplier.
with purchases of $250 billion per year for the rest of Trump's term. In many ways, this is quite a similar deal to the one that the EU struck with Trump in his first term, where Jean-Claude Juncker avoided a full-scale trade war by promising to buy billions of dollars worth of American liquefied natural gas and agricultural products, like soybeans. Third, the EU has apparently agreed to, quote, invest $600 billion in the US, although it's not entirely clear what this means. During the press conference, Trump said that the $600 billion were, quote, additional and more than they're already investing. And there have been reports since this money will be specifically directed into strategic sectors. But it's still very unclear what all of this actually means. For what it's worth, there was something similarly confusing in the Japan deal. After announcing earlier this month that the US and Japan had agreed to a trade deal, Trump claimed that in exchange for a reduced 15% tariff rate, identical to what the EU ended up with, Japan had agreed to invest $550 billion in US strategic sectors, like semiconductors, shipbuilding, and critical minerals, and seemed to imply that Japan would just hand over this $550 billion to Trump to invest it however he liked. In a post on Truth Social, for instance, Trump claimed that Japan will invest, at my direction, $550 billion into the United States, which will receive 90% of the profits, before then claiming that Japan had actually just agreed to give the US 90% of $550 billion, and more. Japan, however, has interpreted the deal rather differently. Japan's top chief negotiator told Bloomberg on Monday that the $550 billion investment framework combines investments, loans, and loan guarantees provided by financial institutions backed by the Japanese government. Furthermore, he sees the $550 billion figure, which will represent about 14% of Japan's GDP, as a ceiling and not a requirement, and said that only 1 or 2% of this money would actually be directly invested by Japan into the US, with most of it coming in the form of loans or loan guarantees to companies in those sectors. You get the idea. In exchange for a lower tariff rate than the one that Trump has threatened since Liberation Day, but still a higher one than the EU had beforehand, the EU has agreed to reduce any pre-existing tariffs in the US by hundreds of billions of dollars of American hydrocarbons and military equipment, and invest hundreds of billions more in strategic US industries. This is undeniably a win for Trump, who still gets to impose some pretty massive tariffs on the EU. But instead of retaliation, which is what you would have expected if someone had told you last year that Trump would be whacking a 15% tariff on all EU exports, the EU has instead agreed to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on American stuff. Perhaps most significantly, the EU has apparently agreed to spend massive amounts on American military equipment, which makes it very likely that the dramatic increases in defence spending promised by European NATO members and required to meet the new 5% target will go straight to American arms manufacturers. This is also a vindication of Trump's basic theory that deficit countries, i.e. the US, have all of the power in trade negotiations, because the surplus country, in this case the EU, relies on the deficit country's market to buy their stuff. While von der Leyen and the EU might argue that this is a win for Europe, insofar as it avoids a full-scale trade war, this deal clearly leaves the EU worse off than it was a few months ago, and makes the European Union look somewhat feeble. There's also the risk that this episode, and Trump's successful pressure campaign to get NATO to spend more on defence, will lead Trump to conclude that he can bully Europe into doing whatever he wants, inviting further pressure in the future. And if you want to know more about this topic, then there's plenty of other outlets reporting on it too. Unfortunately though, every news source has its bias, and no matter how hard each of us try, we'll inevitably miss a story, or worse, only hear half of the story in the first place. And that's where our sponsor Ground News comes in. Ground News is a website and app that collects thousands of articles to help you better understand the world around you, pulling back the curtain on media bias. For example, this story about the US-EU trade deal has been covered by more than 140 sources. We know that 23 of these have been reported from the left, while 21% have come from outlets on the right. Every story also comes with a detailed view of the bias distribution, factuality scores, and even specific ownership information. But my favourite part of the app and website is the aptly named blind spot feed. It presents you with stories and articles that haven't been reported on one side of the aisle or the other. For instance, if you lean left, you might have missed this story about Trump pushing for judges to be confirmed before the Senate takes its summer break. When it comes to blind spots, it's not just about discovering different stories, though. It's also about discovering just how political bias frames the stories themselves. Having a tool that helps you to spot this and helps you to take action is a real game changer. It's no secret that here at TLDR News, we're constantly thankful for ground news. It's such an incredibly useful platform that captures information that you just can't get anywhere else and keeps you informed in a media landscape that's constantly trying to attract your attention and sway you towards or away from certain political viewpoints. If you're interested in everything that Ground News has to offer, you can get 40% off their unlimited access Vantage plan by using the link in the description or by scanning the QR code on screen. This offer is only available here, so make sure that you go to ground.news/TLDR or click the link in the description to get started and support an independent news platform working to make the media landscape more transparent.
Have you ever wondered why so many major retail chains have filed for bankruptcy or closed locations recently? I mean, we're talking Toys R Us, Baskin-Robbins, J. Crew, Hertz, 24 Hour Fitness, even Dunkin' Donuts. It's pretty much an entire mall. Well, it's not just because of the pandemic. See, there's a shadowy mafia that has been ripping off the entire U.S. economy while making themselves rich. Filthy rich. This group is responsible for bankrupting hospitals, your favorite retail chains, and even ripping off Taylor Swift. They're called private equity, and your company might be next. Let's take a deep dive into the private equity mafia. I'm Adam Conover, and this is the classroom for More Perfect Union. So, what does private equity mean? Well, if you want to be literal about it, it's just investing in any asset other than the public stock market. A private equity firm like Blackstone, KKR, Carlyle, or Apollo manages a private equity fund, which is a big pool of money from investors who are trusting the firm to make good choices with that money. But we want to focus on one nefarious strategy the private equity mafia use specifically. Let's take a look at the real mafia to explain. In mob media like Goodfellas and The Sopranos, the mafia preys on profitable small businesses, puts them into debt by making them pay money to keep the place running, and then leverages that debt to do whatever they want with the place. They run up huge tabs, take store merchandise on credit, eat all the maraschino cherries, the works. Then, when the owners can't pay them anymore, they just burn the joint down for the insurance money. Now, in the mafia world, this is called a bust out, and it's obviously criminal. But in private equity, it's called a leveraged buyout.
Leverage buyout.
Classic LBO.
And it's completely legal. You can't just give a crime a businessy name and call it legal. I can't legally commit murder if I call it a lifespan termination agreement. No, sir, I'm not stabbing you. This is just a knife-to-chest merger.
The J.P. Morgans, they were crooks and killers too, but that was a business, right? The American way.
Leverage in a business context just means borrowed money, debt, used to buy an asset. So in a leveraged buyout, a private equity firm is buying a company using a giant loan, much like how you might take out a mortgage or student loan. But unlike those loans where you, the buyer, are responsible for paying it and all the interest back, in a leveraged buyout, the company being purchased is responsible for the loan, not the private equity firm. These companies get saddled with up to 90% of their value in debt, while the private equity firm stands to lose nothing but the 10% they put in. Now, private equity firms like to claim that they're coming in and saving small businesses.
We really wake up every day trying to build businesses. That is the goal of private equity.
But in reality, they're mostly targeting businesses that are already doing fine. And this isn't some fringe strategy. It's happening all the time. In just 2021 alone, there were around 8,500 leveraged buyouts in the United States, valued at $1.2 trillion. Now, you might ask, pumping thousands of companies full of debt, how is this a money-making strategy? Well, to private equity billionaires, the companies they buy are just theoretical assets, numbers in a ledger, potential profit sources. But, in reality, they're real organizations with thousands of employees, the people who actually do the work and are relying on that income. Private equity controls a ridiculous amount of the workforce now, and it is growing from fewer than 9 million workers in 2018 to almost 12 million in 2020. So, Let's look at how leveraged buyouts affect the workers at the companies acquired by a private equity firm. Their new bosses, the PE firm, are concerned with paying off the debt and increasing profits and little else. So, what do? Well, first, layoffs. When private equity takes over a large company, 13% of jobs on average are cut. From 2009 to 2019, private equity killed 1.3 million retail jobs, and that's just one industry. And they can also just make your job worse even if they don't lay you off. Employees at private equity-owned companies pay more out of pocket for health insurance, get less employer retirement contribution, and get fewer raises, all in the name of cutting costs to pay back debt. Now, More Perfect Union covered this, showing what happened to working conditions at the Cheesecake Factory when it was snapped up by Rourke Capital, a firm, this is true, named after a character in an Ayn Rand novel. Interesting fact, Ayn Rand's The Fountainhead, where the name Rourke comes from, is 753 pages long, and that is 80 pages shorter than a Cheesecake Factory menu. And even with all these cuts to the basic rights of workers, private equity still manages to run companies into the ground. About 20% of public companies taken private by private equity go bankrupt in their first 10 years, compared to just 2% otherwise. Like in the case of a company that was very dear to me and any kid who grew up in the 90s, Toys R Us. The company was bought in 2005 by a coalition of private equity and real estate firms, and the toy chain was immediately burdened with over $3 billion in debt. By 2007, just 2 years of private equity ownership, Toys R Us was spending 97% of their profits on paying back interest, and not even the full loan. That prevented them from being able to innovate. You know, that thing that capitalists are supposed to love doing. So, Toys R Us missed out on that whole internet thing. You know, kind of a big deal. But was that managerial failure, or because they couldn't afford to do it, thanks to all those burdensome loans? And you know what? It's not just Toys R Us. 2/3 of companies that filed for bankruptcy in 2016 and 2017 were private equity owned. If a company you worked for went bankrupt, well, there's a good chance it was private equity's fault. Okay, so let's recap where we've been so far. Private equity is destroying jobs and making workers' lives worse. But cost cutting also affects consumers in some pretty serious ways. Private equity investments in nursing homes went up $95 billion from 2000 to 2018, and now 10% of all U.S. nursing homes are owned by private equity. These firms cut staffing and nurse hours so the residents get less basic and emergency care. Residents in private equity-owned nursing homes are 50% more likely to be on antipsychotic medication and 10% more likely to die. One study found that private equity ownership of nursing homes is responsible for 1,000 deaths a year. Private equity investments in general health care more than tripled since 2015. Now 25% of hospitals are owned by private equity. The Journal of the American Medical Association found that private equity-owned hospitals had a $407 increase in charges per inpatient day. And yeah, that's a cost that's being passed on to the patients like you and me. And if human suffering isn't enough to get you mad, well, how about this? After BC Partners acquired PetSmart in 2015, dog deaths at PetSmart groomings doubled. Yeah, dead puppies don't do it for you? Well, how about hugely popular singer-songwriters? In 2020, the private equity firm Shamrock Holdings bought the rights to all of Taylor Swift's master recordings, album art, and music videos, leaving Swift with no ownership of the material she created. Oh, you know Taylor Swift called them out on Twitter. So, benefits are being cut, jobs are being destroyed, the quality of products and services is going down, and companies are folding. And it's all in the name of making good returns for investors, right? Well, that's important. The actual investors in these funds aren't billionaires. They're people who actually matter. Private equity investors are largely retirement and pension funds. You know, those big pools of money that public and union workers like teachers and nurses contribute to throughout their careers, hoping to have a retirement income. So for all the human and puppy suffering the private equity model causes, is it at least making those folks some money for retirement? Well, let's listen to Jeffrey Hook, a finance professor at the Johns Hopkins Carey School of Business, who worked for the finance industry for decades.
The marketing pitch is that these private equity investors are geniuses and are beating the public markets by leaps and bounds. When you dig a little deeper, when you lift up the rocks, you find out that these kinds of claims are untrue. They're flat with the public markets, and in some cases underperform.
Huh. So if the money isn't going back to the investors, where is it going? Perhaps it has something to do with why some call this industry the billionaire factory. In 2005, there were just 3 private equity multi-billionaires, but by 2020, there were 22 of them, and they are now worth a combined $153 billion, money that was directly transferred from the retirement savings of teachers and nurses. So, let's talk about how private equity is not only destroying businesses, but is transferring wealth from the retirements of the people who need it to a small group of private equity executives via exorbitant fees.
The amount of money put into private equity is gigantic, probably a couple of $1 trillion easy. And estimates vary, but I would say probably a little more than half would be in public plans or municipal plans.
Hook says that private equity firms aren't providing the returns they promise. And Hook isn't alone. Oxford researcher Ludovic Philippou found that once you factor in the massive fees private equity funds charge their investors, the funds perform no better than simply investing in the stock market. Research by the American Federation of Teachers, run by President Randy Weingarten, found that the average private equity fund used to perform similar to the public stock market, but since the mid-2000s has actually underperformed the public market. Even Warren Buffett, the ultimate Wall Street insider himself, agrees.
We have seen a number of proposals from private equity funds where the returns are really not calculated in a manner that, they're not calculated in a manner that I would regard as honest. If I were running a pension fund, I would be very careful about what was being offered to me.
And you know what? It's even worse than that. We mentioned fees a few times, but the fees really, really add up. PE firms use a fee structure called 2 and 20. They get 2% of all money invested with them, and then 20% of all profits above a certain amount.
The fee drain from these various investors is probably on the order of $30 billion a year. So they're paying $30 billion a year for investment performance that is mediocre at best. If you look at the New Jersey State Employees Fund, 14% of the portfolio has been sucked out in fees the last 5 years.
Since 2006, a total of $230 billion has been transferred from investors to private equity firms through performance fees. Now, pension funds could instead simply not pay those fees, invest in the stock market normally, and make the same returns. That'd be more money for retirees. The firms also make money with monitoring fees.
The fee that's kind of hidden is called a monitoring fee, and that is the fee for giving them advice and sitting on the board of directors.
That's right. They buy the company, forcibly hire themselves as consultants and directors, and then pay themselves for it. It's all part of their win-win for themselves system, and they collect a little bit of money every step of the way. Now, the winners here are obvious, like a mom-run casino, or any casino, the house always wins.
All money is rolling in. What's a terrific deal for the private equity managers, they put up very little money, they get a huge amount of fixed fees. In the process, we've created a new plutocracy.
So, how do teachers feel about the fact that billions of dollars of their retirement savings are being used to fund private equity strategies? This is Randy Weingarten. She's the president of America's second largest teachers union, the American Federation of Teachers.
I don't begrudge anybody from making money. I don't begrudge anyone from having their American dream. But give me a break. It's the workers of the country that have built this country. It's the teachers who have built this country. It's the nurses and the healthcare workers who have saved people from COVID. Why would they be undermined, their conditions be undermined? Why would their pensions be stolen? And they do it with no transparency, and they do it in ways where they overpromise and underdeliver.
This whole thing just seems completely predatory, backwards, unjust, and frankly, not conducive to a productive and equal economy. So how are they getting away with any of this? I mean, last time I stole from a retiree, I had to give all those Werther's originals back. Well, it's because they're allowed to hide essential information like returns. See, this entire industry exists in the shadows, like the mafia. They report their own returns to investors, and they never have to be completely open about how much they're making. Those massive fees we told you about, not only are they allowed to hide them, but in 38 states, it's illegal to reveal them. That's because, again, like the mafia, they've got guys on the inside everywhere.
Over the years, the industry has developed, with the help of many enablers, what I call a protective ecosystem. The private equity industry is essentially operating unfettered by federal government regulation. I mean, you have thousands of private equity funds. You might have a couple of dozen people out of thousands of SEC employees that cover the private equity industry. The SEC's offered no explanation for why it lets this gigantic industry run around essentially unsupervised.
Part of the problem is that many government officials have come from private equity, and many of them go to private equity when they leave government.
We're both part of the state hypocrisy.
Towards the end of President Trump's reign, his Department of Labor announced a rule change that would allow private equity to get into 401ks. You know, that thing your retirement savings is likely invested in. One expert estimated that that would help transfer almost $14 billion in wealth from individual retirement investors to private equity firm managers. Now, the Biden campaign denounced this at the time, but in 2021, with Biden as president, his administration ended up reinforcing the action with a supplemental letter. And Biden's presidential campaign received nearly $4 million in donations from private equity executives. But even if you don't work for a firm sucked up by private equity, even if your pension isn't in it, even if you never go to a private equity-owned hospital, this is still your problem. So, what can we do to fix it? Well, transparency for one. Enter the Securities and Exchange Commission, or SEC, the federal agency charged with stopping bad actors from manipulating the markets. The SEC, led by Biden appointee Gary Gensler.
Private equity funds, you might think they don't matter to everyday investors in companies. Or do they?
Has proposed changing their rules so that private equity firms would have to, tell the truth about the returns of their funds and disclose transparent information about all the fees that they charge. Now, obviously, the lobbying groups representing private equity firms are up in arms about the idea that they might have to disclose even some of the basic information of their investors. But meanwhile, in Congress, the federal Stop Wall Street Looting Act, introduced in 2021, would limit the amount of debt used in buyouts, increase transparency, and close tax loopholes. If we don't make those changes, the private equity mafia is going to keep getting away with their schemes to line their pockets with your money, your teacher's money, your nurse's money, all while killing your puppy and your grandma and making you wait an extra 40 minutes for an almond-crusted salmon salad from the Cheesecake Factory. Oh, it's infuriating, right?
Why is it that private equity has more of a priority than the people who work for a living, who make America run? Yeah, I'm really angry by that. This is not fair to workers. The people who do the work should have the kind of livelihood that they can have their American dream.
Thank you for joining us in The Classroom, a series by More Perfect Union. Don't forget to like and subscribe and check out our previous videos.
Did Sam Bankman-Fried accidentally kill crypto? Let's find out. Right now, SBF is wearing a GPS ankle tag at his parents' Palo Alto residence as prosecutors build up a historic case against him. Yes, he has literally moved back into his mum and dad's house and is effectively grounded, like a true crypto bro. He's charged with 8 federal counts of fraud and conspiracy for a massive scam that relied on illegally using customer funds from his crypto exchange to prop up their trading desk, Alameda Research. It's a clear violation of US law that could put him in prison for life. But while we have to wait for his trial in October to find out SBF's ultimate fate, the fate of crypto itself might be unfolding right in front of us. Could the very public collapse of SBF's fraud kill momentum and mainstream acceptance for the crypto industry? Just look at this. Exactly a year ago, crypto exchanges made a loud splash, spending millions on huge, high-profile TV commercials at the 2022 Super Bowl.
Fortune favors the brave.
And a year later, here's a new ad from the crypto exchange Coinbase.
Is crypto going to zero?
Ignore the noise. Keep building. Seems a little, I don't know, defensive, delusional. The crypto industry would love for you to ignore the noise around SBF and believe that he's just a bad apple, an Enron for crypto. But in reality, his fraud is emblematic of the shaky foundations of the entire industry. So we're going to break down exactly how SBF pulled off his scam. Then we'll look into the tools that the government has to prevent the next big crypto fraud before it happens. And finally, we'll answer the question, did SBF kill crypto? This is The Classroom from More Perfect Union, and today we're talking about Sam Bankman-Fried. The drama started when crypto news site CoinDesk got hold of a leaked balance sheet from Alameda Research, which revealed that most of the hedge fund's assets were held in FTT tokens, essentially money SBF had printed himself and then freely loaned to Alameda on a sort of bottomless money pit basis.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
After the CoinDesk expose, rival crypto exchange Binance's CEO, CZ, tweeted that they were liquidating all FTT tokens on the exchange after having lost confidence in their value. And if this was an underhanded attack by CZ to sink his rival via tweet, it worked. As he watched his crypto empire come crashing down, SBF attempted to subdue the panic, of course, via tweet. CZ then attempted to play the good crypto guy by announcing that he was going to buy out FTX, almost immediately after he announced that he'd taken one look at FTX's books and was pulling out of the deal. A day later, SBF handed over the CEO position of FTX to John J. Ray III, Enron's bankruptcy lawyer. He took one look at FTX's balance sheets and
I declare bankruptcy!
He has now begun his attempts to claw back any funds investors and depositors have lost.
That is our number one focus, to generate value to repay those customers.
Oh, and his registered address was in the metaverse. In the meantime, SBF transitioned from money laundering to reputation laundering, taking on every interview offered to try and vaguely weave a narrative that he was simply too stupid to realize what was going on.
I wasn't running Alameda. I didn't know exactly what was going on.
Here's all the money. That's as good as money, sir. Those are IOUs.
SBF was on Twitter Spaces claiming that the $8 billion hole in their balance sheet was the result of a poorly labelled account, while John J. Ray III was in the background rustling up an entirely different version of events. So, where is all that money? Well, let's break down the charges. Wire fraud, money laundering, and violating campaign finance laws. The DOJ has charged SBF with knowingly committing wire fraud on both FTX's customers and lenders. The tangled web of lies laced with billions of dollars has been described by John J. Ray III as unprecedented. SBF had what was essentially full control over operations at both the FTX exchange and their sister trading firm, Alameda Research, despite publicly stating that they were two entirely separate entities. In the traditional banking system, FTX would be a commercial bank, making money via interest rates on loans and transaction fees, and Alameda Research, which was trading the crypto equivalent of securities, would be a trading desk, and these two lines of business would be kept entirely separate. But FTX blurred those lines. So how could Sam Bankman-Fried convince BlackRock, Forbes, Sequoia Capital, and Katie Flipping Perry that he was worth $22 to $26 billion, and FTX was worth $8 billion when he'd gambled away all of his customers' funds on bad investments. SBF's personal wealth was made up of half ownership of FTX, which had been consistently bailing out their sister hedge fund Alameda from day one. They used the volatile crypto market as a playground to toy with other people's money, investing into multiple failed Web3 projects and other tokens which also turned out to be worthless. And how did FTX consistently have the funds to bail out Alameda's gambling problem? Well, it was their never-ending crypto money printer hard-coded into Alameda's account on the FTX exchange by one of their employees. Around 40% of Alameda's balance sheet was made up of FTT tokens printed from the endless FTT token money tree. FTX had printed far more FTT tokens than were actually in demand on the crypto market, and had assigned the value of all FTT tokens to be equal to the value of the tokens actually being traded by customers. And what's more, SBF was ordering his close friend and CEO of Alameda, Caroline Ellison, who would often work in the same room as him, to artificially inflate the price of FTT tokens on the market by passing them in between wallets to make it seem like there was demand where there was none. This meant there was a bottomless pit of hugely overvalued FTT tokens being wired directly into Alameda researchers' reserves. They then used this grossly inflated valuation to secure further investments, including a $95 million investment from a Canadian pension fund. And this paid for lavish penthouse properties in the Bahamas, and their logo plastered across a stadium, a Super Bowl ad with Larry David in it, and in the space of 9 months they spent $7 million on food and $15.4 million on luxury hotels and accommodation. Very altruistic.
This, Gary Blackbar, is what you spend on things that no one ever needs. Is this PowerPoint?
Oh, and it gets worse. Alameda Research had been given a backdoor to FTX's exchange, allowing them to take limitless, interest-free loans. And were those loans coming from an entirely separate pot to customer deposits? No. $10 billion of customer assets were wired to Alameda, gambled, and lost. Ironically, crypto bros hate centralization and fear traditional banks that print money and control the money supply, but that was exactly what was happening here. In fact, it was way worse because FTX was an entirely unregulated shadow banking system. They were exploiting the trust of millions of customers, many of them ordinary, working people struggling to pay rent after losing investments of thousands of dollars. Some people even lost their paychecks that had been paid in crypto by companies who had recommended the use of FTX because at the time the exchange was highly endorsed and seemed trustworthy. In the crypto world, if you own a particularly large percentage of the tokens that you yourself have printed, it allows you to endlessly manipulate your token's market cap, permitting you to appear as if you're worth $22 billion on a Google sheet you've sent to Forbes, who will then happily print that you're worth that amount for all of your investors and customers to see. The problem with owning a particularly large percentage of your own printed tokens is you'll never be able to sell a large portion of them for actual money without tanking the price of your token whilst doing so. This is what CZ foresaw when he took the opportunity to sink his rival once and for all. Questions are now being asked as to whether his exchange Binance, also one of the largest exchanges with millions of customers holding their savings on account, is secretly in the exact same position and on the verge of a similar collapse. But how the hell was one awkward-looking 29-year-old able to pull off the biggest financial fraud of our lifetimes? SBF was a maths nerd who studied physics at MIT. After graduating, his skills with numbers landed him a job at the prestigious Jane Street Capital in New York, where he honed his skills making money on arbitrage through the stock exchange. When crypto first bubbled in 2017, SBF noticed an arbitrage opportunity with the price of Bitcoin. In Japan, it was at a 10% premium over the price in the US. Due to restrictions in moving money out of Japan, which had been funneled through crypto exchanges, no one else had managed to take advantage of it. But SBF somehow found a way. He quickly set up Alameda Research, hired people to help him, and made $20 million within a few weeks before the price gap disappeared. Using the profits, SBF decided to set up his own exchange, FTX, in Hong Kong, attracted to the country because of its lax financial regulations. But he was unable to tap into the US market until he set up a more restricted version of it, FTX.US, headquartered in the Bahamas. He was attracted there by the Bahamian government's desire to be the global leader in progressive regulation on crypto businesses, and also because 80% of their revenue was coming from a financial instrument which allows you to bet on the future prices of crypto, something illegal in the States due to its very risky nature. On the outside, SBF had every intention of appearing as if he were playing strictly by the rulebook and making plenty of money doing so. He even painted an image of himself as the JP Morgan of crypto, bailing out multiple failed exchanges. SBF saw himself as surfing atop the next wave of crypto, and bailing out these exchanges was an attempt to make it look like FTX and the crypto ecosystem as a whole still had actual dollars in it and was not falling apart like a clown car built up of multiple hollow shells full of worthless magic beans.
Hey, you look good.
All for you, baby.
As a result, FTX appeared to be a safe investment. He secured funding from some of the largest VC firms, all wanting to jump in on this crypto bubble in the most risk-averse way possible. FTX hosted the Crypto Bahamas Conference, a massive tropical gala for the industry which high-profile figures attended such as Tony Blair, Bill Clinton, Michael Lewis, Katy Perry and Orlando Bloom. Sequoia Capital, BlackRock, Singapore's Temasek and Ontario Teachers Pension Plan Board all jumped aboard. Multi-billion VC firms apparently see no red flags anymore when a company's fundraising event is called a meme round and intentionally raises a hilarious $420,690,000 from 69 investors. But secretly, SBF was simultaneously using every opportunity he had to bend and sometimes break one rulebook in order to change another rulebook in his own favour. Much like he jumped on the early Bitcoin bubble in Japan, he saw a similar opportunity in the crypto marketplace as a whole. Exploit the uncertainty as quickly as you can to make as much money as you can before you get the book thrown at you. With Bitcoin arbitrage, the uncertainty was the price, and with FTX, the uncertainty was regulation. Crypto has been enjoying this regulatory grey area for a while, but SBF was aware it wouldn't last forever, so he needed to get his foot in as many doors as possible before his shell of a company imploded and people found out what was really going on. No one in crypto, or in regulatory bodies like the CFTC and the SEC, is sure if all, or none, or just some digital assets should be classed as commodities, or securities, or both, or neither. Securities are tradable investments in things like a company or a fund. Stocks and bonds are securities. The SEC regulates securities heavily. This means that if FTT tokens were considered securities, many of FTX's lines of revenue could be severely constrained. Commodities are valuable raw materials like gold or corn. The CFTC doesn't actually regulate commodities directly. On top of that, the CFTC has less funding than the SEC and is generally seen as a weak regulator. If FTT was considered a commodity, they would have been under much more lenient legislation. SBF desperately wanted this to happen, so he cozied up to CFTC leadership, even getting CFTC Commissioner Caroline Pham to pose for a photo with him. In addition to this, SBF became the third largest donor to the Democratic Party in 2022, giving them almost $40 million during the midterm elections. He also donated to Republican candidates via dark money, again in an attempt to launder his reputation, claiming that he was donating to Republicans in a way which allowed him to fly under the radar of liberal journalists. One of FTX's top executives, Ryan Salame, started up a PAC which spent $1.2 million attempting to push Republican John Boozman into the primary. Boozman also happens to be a representative of the Agriculture Committee that oversees the CFTC. SBF also donated $20,000 to Democrat Debbie Stabenow, who is also a representative on the same committee. They both subsequently introduced a bill supporting SBF's cause to have digital assets be regulated as commodities. SBF's plan was beginning to work. He flew to Washington from his Bahamian penthouse regularly, reveling in the political attention he received, at one point lecturing Congress about how the crypto banking system was nothing like the one that caused the 2008 crash. But now we've learned that it's not that different at all. In fact, I already made a video with More Perfect Union last year about the similarities between crypto and the 2008 financial crisis, which you can watch right here. In much the same way as the 2008 crash, FTX socialised risk and privatised profit. And in much the same way, it was quite clear with the political donations and appearing as the good guy bailing out all of the other failing crypto exchanges that SBF wanted FTX to become too big to fail. It also gave him the appearance of someone who was embracing regulation.
So I think it's a win-win to have federal oversight.
Telling the CFTC roundtable that the need to protect consumers in the crypto ecosystem was what inspired him to start FTX in the first place.
Does it successfully balance protecting customers with protecting against systemic risk? And it's actually why we started FTX in the first place, was that some of the existing models in the digital asset ecosystem back then did not do a great job of this.
Unfortunately for SBF, the book was thrown before he had secured all of the connections and swayed enough of the potential votes in Congress, and the DOJ charged SBF with conspiracy to commit commodities fraud and securities fraud.
And I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling kids.
And the question of whether digital assets are securities, commodities, or something else remains unanswered. Thanks to SBF's, in his words, fuck-ups, his proposed CFTC bill could be dead, at least for now. Although Stabenow is still arguing for the bill even after the collapse, declaring that it would have prevented it from happening, but that's a bit of a reach. There are still dozens of lawyers and lobbyists with vested interests in crypto trying to establish this new crypto rulebook in their own favour. But while some in DC are pushing for new regulations, there's actually a simpler solution. We talked to David Dayan, Executive Director of the American Prospect, to explain.
A familiar kind of way of thinking in Congress is that, something went wrong and we have to do something, and this over here is something, so let's do that. When the reality is the problem isn't a lack of laws, it's a lack of will to prosecute. We can use the law enforcement tools that we already have at various agencies, from the SEC to the Department of Justice, to root out the bad players in crypto. And if there are actually good players, then those firms can go on. But my strong suspicion is that if you actually use those law enforcement tools and rooted out fraud, then you wouldn't have much of a crypto system left.
Hold on. Is he saying that crypto could die?
I think crypto will always be there in the sense that baseball cards are still traded, right? Or fine art. As long as there are people who want to get rich, there's probably going to be some crypto scammers out there. I think what we're not going to see anymore is this broad, wide take-up of crypto that we saw over the last year. I think it's going to be this dark corner of the financial system, much like the over-the-counter penny stock market is.
Well, there you have it. SBF may not have completely killed crypto, but he certainly helped destroy its reputation. It's going to be hard to watch a new Matt Damon ad now telling you that fortune favours the brave without worrying about the risks associated with that bravery.
If you're, someone that doesn't have any kind of appetite for that kind of risk, you're going to stay far, far away from it. And if there is indeed people using and preying upon the gullibility of investors, retail investors, they should know that law enforcement has all the tools they need to come for them.
There isn't much real money entering the crypto ecosystem right now, with Bitcoin having just hit its lowest valuation in 2 years. So is there any reason to assume other exchanges are in any better shape than FTX was? There is certainly evidence that Binance has a lot to hide. Coinbase might be the one that implodes if the SEC actually follows through on the rhetoric they've been throwing around recently. There may well be another bubble, however. If crypto can think of a new marketing ploy, crypto may be trying to skate through what they hope is a Republican-controlled government in 2024. After all, presidential contender Donald Trump is now hawking NFTs of himself And Senator Ted Cruz is trying to get Congress to let him use crypto to pay for snacks in the Capitol Hill vending machines. Keep up the good work, Ted. In the meantime, crypto bros are currently spending more money on lobbying politicians than the entire defense industry. And that's saying something. Our leaders need to keep their eye on the ball here and stay alert for bad faith legislation. The solution isn't creating new laws. The solution is our leaders having the courage to stand up to crypto and enforce the laws that we have already. But we want to hear what you think of all of this. What are your thoughts on Sam Bankman-Fried? Have you ever been crypto curious? Do you have that one friend who still has all of his money in Dogecoin? What do you think our politicians should do about it? Sound up in the comments and tell us what other stories you want to see us cover. Thank you for watching this video. Don't forget to like and subscribe to support more progressive content.
I'm entering the global headquarters of one of the most influential companies in the world. But you probably wouldn't know that because hiding in plain sight is kind of their thing. And from the shadows, they've been doing the dirty work for basically every brand you've ever heard of. Like 450 of the Fortune 500 companies. I'm talking big soda, big tobacco, big oil, and the very worst of big pharma. They've been called the single greatest legitimizer of mass layoffs of anyone, anywhere, at any time in modern history. They also work for the Saudi, Chinese, and American governments. And on whatever the hell this is.
The line will be home to 9 million residents and organized in 3 dimensions.
So who are they?
McKinsey's now accused of helping drug makers to quote-unquote turbocharge the sales of prescription opioids.
Behind President Vladimir Putin's war machine against Ukraine sits Rostek, until recently a client of McKinsey & Company.
You worked for a company that was fixing bread prices.
No. I worked for a consulting company that had a client that may have been involved in fixing, or what was apparently in a scandal.
Today, we're talking about McKinsey, the shadowy and parasitic consulting firm at the heart of nearly every industry in America. McKinsey claims to operate on a no-policy policy, free from a driving ideology or bias. But we tracked their history and broke down their worldview, and it places the consulting industry as secret agents in the war on working people. So what do consultants even do? Okay, but what do they actually do?
When I first applied and received an offer, I really had no idea what a VA does. The amazing thing is that what we do varies.
Communicate, present, model, plan, problem solve.
Be ambitious and find ways we can double our current rate of innovation.
No, but what do they actually do? I had to ask some experts to get a straight answer.
Well, in an ideal world, consultants add their brain power, to any company.
That was Mike Forsyth, a New York Times journalist and author of When McKinsey Comes to Town.
They come in as outsiders, look at a problem in a new way, and give good advice.
Consultants claim to help organizations solve problems that they would not be able to solve themselves.
This is Garrison Lovely, a former McKinsey employee turned whistleblower and journalist.
Whether that's entering a new market, reducing costs, helping the government achieve its mission better.
That's the idealized version. In the non-idealized version, the advice they give is bad advice, or the client they're working with is not a good actor.
So where did this lucrative problem-solving industry even come from? McKinsey was founded right after a period of historic corporate mergers. From 1895 to 1904, 1,800 companies were crunched into just 157 megacorporations, including some familiar ones like U.S. Steel, Nabisco, General Electric, and AT&T. You might also remember what happened in 1929. So, in 1933, the government passed the Glass-Steagall Act, which stopped banks from speculation, which is basically gambling with the money regular people put in their bank accounts. But
it was basically preventing businesses from sharing information with each other about what they were doing, and so they couldn't standardize practices as much. Consultants were a way to get around this, where they would work for one company and figure out what they're doing, and do this for a bunch of different companies within the same industry, and help these companies behave more or less the same way and standardize.
In 1951, General Motors hired McKinsey to conduct the first ever study of executive compensation. The project was led by this guy, Arch Patton.
He noticed that laborers after World War II, their wages were rising faster than management, and went to companies and said, "Hey, did you know that your workers are actually getting raises more than you are?" And they were shocked by this, and this pioneered the field of executive compensation consulting.
At the time of the study, the average CEO was paid about 20 times his typical worker's salary. Now, averages hit between 200 and 300, with some outliers approaching 2,000. Thanks, McKinsey.
They're management consultants. Since they were founded in the 1920s, they've been working with management. There is no equivalent McKinsey, for labor.
When it comes to labor, they've got one MO.
Layoffs.
If they're not laying people off, they're making other cuts and recommendations that totally hurt workers and consumers.
A very common thing is the CEO wants to enter a new market or lay off a bunch of people or close down some division. McKinsey will do a bunch of analysis, and they'll come up with all these clever, seeming reasons why it makes sense to do the thing. And this is a way for the CEO or whoever else hired McKinsey to justify the decision.
In 2005, the average annual salary for a Walmart associate was roughly $17,500.
Its employee costs were going up because, associates, as Walmart calls them, were staying longer and longer and longer, but they didn't see a really big boost in productivity. So McKinsey came on board to help reduce healthcare expenses and to also try to trim benefits. And one of the findings and recommendations was to hire more part-time workers, because they don't have that burden of having all those benefits.
McKinsey also recommended that Walmart consider reducing its overall investment in profit sharing and 401k programs, lower its company-paid life insurance coverage, and move employees to consumer-driven health plans. Walmart wasn't the only client that used McKinsey to try and save money.
In the 1990s, McKinsey came on board with Disneyland, and one of the areas they looked at was overhauling the maintenance program. And mind you have to keep in mind, this is a place that had a spotless record.
At that time, Disneyland had lots of mechanics maintaining rides. They made the rounds all day, tightening screws and bolts as needed and checking key safety features like lap bars.
So the idea, again, cut maintenance costs, move the maintenance crew to mostly work the graveyard shift at night.
The ride mechanic sent Disney multiple warnings with his safety concerns. McKinsey asked him why lap bars on the roller coaster were inspected daily when records showed they never failed. He replied, "The reason they don't fail is because we check them every night." It's like a pilot saying, "Hey, we haven't crashed in a while, let's just skip the pre-flight." Disney never responded to his complaints, and he was later fired. Not long after this, a child was seriously injured after falling out of a ride because of a lap bar issue. He never walked or talked again and died a few years later. Another serious accident occurred when an untrained supervisor docked a riverboat.
It's just extremely dangerous. You need to have very well-trained people to do this. Apparently the wood, in the dock was rotted, and the whole fleet just shot out like shrapnel and wound up killing one person, injuring somebody else.
And another person was killed when wheels failed on the Thunder Mountain roller coaster. The cited causes of all of these accidents were staffing and maintenance.
This is not the Disney that many people grew up with, and they all have it after McKinsey came on board.
But did McKinsey face any consequences for their bad advice?
McKinsey escapes accountability in a way because they are behind the scenes. It's all about secrecy, with them. Our advice is to you, and it's confidential. If you guys do great, wonderful, you take all the credit. If you screw up and things go bad, it's on you, it's not us.
If the project fails, the decision ends up being bad, it's like, well, clearly you hired the best consulting firm, so it must have been something else.
There's this symbiotic relationship between McKinsey and their clients. When something goes wrong, all McKinsey did was make recommendations, and all the client did was follow them.
Overall things. It's a way to cover your ass, which is a very common expression in the business world.
This system is great for short-term profits and shareholders, but not so great if you care about jobs or safety. So what happens when you apply this mindset to the industries that we literally can't live without? That's when things start to get even darker.
Healthcare is pretty much McKinsey's bread and butter.
Bread prices.
Hospitals, for sure. Insurance companies, managed care companies, pharmaceutical companies. Top 5 McKinsey clients would be companies like Johnson & Johnson, and the big managed care insurance company Anthem, Aetna, Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Let me say that again. McKinsey's biggest money earner is our healthcare system, and it's also where they've done some of the most damage. In 2018, McKinsey was contracted with the nonprofit hospital Providence Medical to design a program to get more patients to pay their medical bills.
Providence Hospital is a tax-exempt hospital. They're required to provide free care to poor people. And they were looking for any way to cut costs, and they turned to McKinsey to find a way to convince poor people to pay bills, even if in many cases they actually were not required to pay those bills.
McKinsey literally wrote a script for hospital staff to read to these patients. Staff were not allowed to take no for an answer and were told to take just $3 if that was all the patient had.
If they didn't pay, if they didn't get anything out of this, in some cases, they would refer to a third-party debt collection agency. They would, destroy these people's credit rating.
And now Providence is being sued while McKinsey is once again not being held accountable, legally, financially, or otherwise. And while they're working for private sector clients, they're also working for the government agencies that are meant to be regulating them. Two more McKinsey clients were Philip Morris and Juul.
McKinsey was also working, for the FDA office that regulated tobacco. At the same time, they have these clients. And you see the reporting in our book that said that actually the people at the FDA did not know that McKinsey was advising the tobacco companies. And this is the same, with Juul. This is when the FDA was cracking down on cigarettes. And pharma, the same thing. And most infamously, they're working for opioid makers, especially Purdue Pharma.
Conflicts of interest are the name of the game for McKinsey. They're like business-class mercenaries. They'll fight for any and every side that will pay them, and sometimes even ones that don't. In 1997, the state of Illinois was trying to reduce welfare spending. They needed help, and McKinsey generously offered their services for free.
One of the tricks McKinsey does, they will often come in and do pro bono. And this is often a way just to kind of get in the door.
Once their foot was in the door, they were called back by some of the same state officials 20 years later to help, this time with restructuring Medicaid. And this time, it wouldn't be for free. Around the same time, Illinois had some budget troubles. It was found that they were in about $1 million of debt to basic medical services while sending $75 million to McKinsey. It was also found that under McKinsey's project, the state was paying $63 billion to 7 private insurers, 4 of whom were also McKinsey clients. According to the Illinois comptroller, this taxpayer money was spent with less oversight than a purchase of paper clips. Like a vampire, McKinsey got themselves invited in with pro bono work, and now they were sucking Illinois dry.
They're on all sides of the food chain, in the healthcare industry, and there's just so much money there.
On their own website right now, McKinsey admits that healthcare in Illinois should be improved, specifically around opioid use. So cool that the solution to these problems they have actively helped create is bold collaborative action. It's like if someone came over to your house and used all your dishes and then was like, oh, according to my research, someone should probably do the dishes.
It's done, man.
Once they sink their teeth into our governments, they stay for as long as they can. They make sure these agencies don't even remember a time before them.
You just end up relying on these people who are being paid multiple times what a civil servant will be paid and aren't really accountable to the public in a serious way and may just come through for a few months at a time and then move on to something else. And so you don't build up this expertise. You just don't have this capacity to do things that states need to do.
They do all this while hiding behind the fact that they don't make the decisions.
This guy, Richard Elder, was like, look, we don't do policy, we just do execution. We're not here to make choices about what policies are good. All the values were about doing right by our clients, having an obligation to dissent, but that doesn't mean the dissent is going to go anywhere. Just means you're not going to get fired for speaking out.
A former McKinsey employee told Michael that a manager would advise new recruits to wedge yourself in and spread like an amoeba. Once in, you should spread yourself in the organization and do everything. In other words, act like a Trojan horse. He was talking about their clients, but as we've seen, the McKinsey amoeba has wedged its way into every part of American life. So what should we do about it? Well, the DOJ is investigating their work on opioids criminally for the first time, and some politicians have even talked about banning McKinsey from federal contracts. But most of these problems aren't even unique to McKinsey. If we just banned one consulting firm from federal contracts, the others would likely just fill in the gaps.
The reality is there are companies called Bain and Boston Consulting Group and Deloitte and Accenture, and they are offering kind of the same product. And I don't think that the results would be that different.
Ultimately, we need to untangle the dependency on consulting McKinsey has fostered in our government.
Things are set up in such a way where if you just cut off the consulting firm, I don't think you can build up that capacity overnight. This is like a kind of a generational project, and I think that requires governments paying people more and creating workplaces that are more appealing, as well as just a philosophical change of public-private partnerships are not the default best way to go, and government should actually learn how to do things well. Again, we've done it before.
And what about the army of young MBA grads ready to keep the consulting industry marching on for another 100 years?
I would tell them that these organizations will promise you that you can do work that is exciting and prestigious and improves the world with smart people that pays well. You can have it all. And I would just tell them that that's not true. I think I'm really much happier than the cohort of people that I worked with at McKinsey, even though I make so much less money than them. And my life and career is less stable and predictable. But you have privilege by being in this position, and you have some kind of opportunity, and I think to some extent an obligation to use that to actually make the world a better place, and I think you will end up being happier for it.
Thanks for watching The Classroom. We're always looking to do more stories like this, exposing the shadowy corporations and economic systems that impact our daily lives. What other stories do you want to see? Sound off in the comments, and don't forget to like and subscribe.
I'm shopping at Abercrombie for the first time since I was in high school. Mildly triggering because this was the coolest store back in the day, but I can never afford it because my family is middle class. Now that I'm here, I'm noticing two main things. One is that everything is kind of affordable, which was definitely not the case in high school. The other thing that I'm noticing is that everything is just a little bit shittier than we'd want it to be. Seeing a lot of loose threads on things and a lot of stuff that's just made out of 100% synthetic fabrics. The clothing just doesn't feel like this nice, firm, high quality that I associated with Abercrombie.
Abercrombie still does sell some high quality clothing.
Actually, I really like this dress and would totally buy it.
And I'm glad they've decided to start using normal lighting in their stores. But seeing so much cheap and low quality stuff there made me wonder, did clothing used to be better when I was a teenager? Not just at Abercrombie.